team leading the pack. And actually, if you look back at their previous results of yesterday, Jackie, they had a 3rd place on Rondo, 8 eliminations, followed up by then on Erangel, 4th place, 2 eliminations, 4th place, 4 eliminations, 3rd place, 1 elimination. This team was just consistently getting to those late game scenarios, and without even a single chicken dinner will become your lobby leaders with a 2-point gap between themselves and champions. The consistency of Avalanche was mental, and if they can just get a few more eliminations on those late game finishes, Jackie, they should easily be able to secure a top 4 position for maybe the rest of these grand finals.
Yeah, dude, look at this, mate. I honestly, I'm not going to lie to you, I was very much impressed with what we saw coming out from GOAT team as well yesterday. Felt like we actually got to see a true sort of flavour of that form we know they have within themselves, all culminating at the right time. More surprised, right? Whereas obviously we've got all the praises to sing towards the top 2. When you go down to this page here in the second side of things, 11th place team there for me. That's a shocker. TT Project, they were incredibly consistent through and through, and it felt like they've kind of hit a stone wall at the entire wrong time, Max. That consistency, that drive, that sort of forward thinking, being 2 steps ahead, where's that gone?
Right now, yeah, we haven't been able to see it whatsoever. 9 placement points over the course of 6 games is just not it. When we see what they were able to pull through during calibration and especially back during knockouts, so TT Project got to step it up massively. The thing is, they do tend to play these central positions very early on, but now they're being contested because teams are hungry to claim that real estate earlier on in these matches. So that means they're forced to fight, defend, and those defenses are really hard to pull off in a lobby of this caliber. Though, looking at the overall rankings of our MVP contenders after the first day, and boy, oh boy, Default, Flickr, Icy, Kino, Focus, so many good players. And especially, Jackie, for one of the first few times here, no players from Aurora on the top 5.
I know. What a shocker. What a shocker. But, mate, honestly, it makes sense why Default is up there, right, in terms of his individual plays, even if there could have still been some better results for AMIX yesterday. As a solo, this guy was absolutely farming. There was games where I believe the entire team collected in terms of elims had about 8, and he had 7 of them in terms of the contribution to the actual fights. So, yeah, he was really popping off. But, again, right, that... to the actual fights. So yeah,
they could win it. They could take home the dub. So it's really annoying me because there's so much potential and they just don't focus on early scouting. They just go straight into a team, lose a player, go somewhere else, and then they survive it. But early game needs to be adjusted for champions if they want to remain in that podium spot right now.
Yeah, no, I do agree with you, dude, because it's been a bit topsy-turvy for them where, you know, at least here, they're getting better finishes and they are still higher up the standings than they could have been. But you think back to the LCQ, like, both of these sides of the coin were going wrong for them, right? Your drops were kind of, at times, damp, where you're not really getting anything from it. It's resulting in, at most, sort of, you know, 2 players walking away. Or if they did even get points from it, it then eventually fizzled out where they just didn't have the stock to really convert that into anything late into placement. So yeah, weird one for champions. Would like to see them get a bit more consistency back because they're a talented team. Let's get into our more specific narratives here though, Max, before we begin today and talk about our head-to-head.
I mean, this one is quite straightforward, right? This is going to be your top 2 teams in general. Looking at the overall consistency, I already highlighted Avalanche on day 1 got a 3rd place, a 4th place, another 4th place, and another 3rd place. So this team has just been increasing their survival time every game. 24-minute survival time in this kind of lobby in EECA is a crazy stat to have. So hopefully they can try and maintain that, even get a few more eliminations would be good to see. The Avalanche, despite them looking really weak on the eliminations, their survival time's up there. Champions on the opposite side, Jackie, their survival time is, to be brutally clear and honest, abysmal. 18 minutes 35, and yet they're still in 2nd place. How is that happening? I have no bloody clue, but they need to pump up those numbers, again, surviving as a full team. If they do so and convert in actual big chicken dinners, I will have hope again that champions can remain in the top 4, because right now they're looking a little bit shaky.
Yeah, no, I mean, it makes sense, right? That average has been dragged down so low when you think about some of the real sort of abrupt endings they've had to games. So overall, it's brought it down to that 18-minute mark. And like you say, that's not good enough in itself. We need to see them playing well, but playing well consistently, Max. Doing it as a one-off, well, that's only half the battle, right? Because effectively, when you look at where we are in the overall run of the finals, already half of your games are played out. We go into that smash rule tomorrow in the third day following Rondo, mate. It could be over very quickly for some of these sides. So they have to get some consistent games in here. We'll change narratives again, though. Focus up on the individuals. Now, we've selected our two head-to-head players to watch. Talk me through your thoughts on this one, Max.
Well, actually, I feel like I kind of jumped the gun a little bit. I already talked about everything we were going to mention on these graphics. I went a little bit too quickly. But yeah, default, again, the big stat is going to be increasing that survival time. I want to see the entirety of AMIX just not commit to early hot drops, even if you really, and I mean, they really want to fight Afterlife. We saw what happened on that Miramar game yesterday, right, in Valle del Mar. They got for the hot drop. They lost it 4-0. And that really is going to keep you stuck in the second half of the leaderboard. So not just default, this is a team-wide issue that if they do resolve, I feel like an ascent to top 4 is definitely in the cards for the entirety of AMIX. And as I said earlier, Kino, we all love Kino, except his teammates apparently that don't want to play with him. So we need to see some more squad-wide efforts from champions. And I know they can do it. And some people might even go and tell me, Max, man, what are you talking about? This team got a chicken dinner, a third place, 2 fourth places. Yes. But those games where they didn't get the chicken dinner were salvage missions. They were hoping to survive, and the Circle was very, very kind to them. Now imagine, what if the Circle had a different plan, went somewhere else? Then chances are they don't even get a single placement point. So champions, that is a big point of adjustment we need to see today. Otherwise, that second place is going to be really hard to hold on to until the end of these finals.
Yeah, it could be a very slippery slope for them, whereas obviously on the side of AMIX, you're hoping for similar signs of consistency to be added to how that team plays. But for me personally, I'm at least glad that we did see a little bit more willing to fight, although at times it wasn't really the best decision from them and wasn't followed through mechanically. Compared to what we had throughout a good majority of the LCQ, mate, it felt like they were kind of out of it a little bit. They weren't willing to take encounters that possibly they could have won. They were over-egging it on fights where they didn't need to commit. Just felt like the decision-making went a bit haywire. So at least there's signs of them being confident to take fights. Maybe if they can fix that issue now of sort of over-egging it a bit too consistently, we could have a better run from AMIX. Because that we've been saying the entire time, they're a talented team, dude. So it would be a shame if they don't show a good test of themselves. Because again, you don't have that much time left, Max. It kind of really has to begin right here on Rondo, as this is your big boon for additional points to make up for yesterday's mistakes.
Oh, it definitely is going to be these teams' big boon right now on Rondo. It's going to be a very exciting one. But I do want to say I'm being very harsh here for this pre-show on the teams because I expect better and I know they can achieve better. And I think even the teams that had a really tough start this tournament, especially during knockout, have improved significantly going into last chance. So they've shown that glimmer of hope that we just want to see capitalized upon. So we'll see how that is going to be headed for these 16 teams today. Though, moving on to our schedule today, if you did watch day one, guess what? It's going to be the exact same thing today. One Rondo, triple Erangel, back to back to back, followed up by a Miramar sandwich at the end with those 2 slices of bread. And it's going to be after that last Miramar, we are going to officially set the point threshold to get into the smash zone on day 3. So any gap that's significant, Jackie, between first place and maybe second, third, fourth place could really have a major impact on who could end the tournament early on that final day.
Yeah, it's a big deal. The race is already basically beginning today for a lot of these teams. What sort of sandwiches are you making, by the way, mate? Where it's
There's nothing
just 2 bits
between
of bread. There's no filling. I was that's
I
a
realized,
weird sandwich.
I was like, oh, Miramar's the bread, they're the sandwich, but it's an empty sandwich. I didn't build it yet. That's the thing. I need to
all right.
Find my
reserved it for later. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, I'll let you off. But
it's still in the bag.
Maybe you can, put some sauce in there. You'd just be able to squeeze that down the crack, I imagine. That'll be all right. I know. Max is making weird sandwiches, but will the teams be cooking, Max? That's the question. Good to see some smiles today. There's TGM having a little laugh, a little giggle.
I thought he was laughing at my sandwich there for a second. I'll take that personally. Don't do it. Oh, he's looking at me, straining my eyes. Don't like that. But no, with the Infinix GT50 Pros looking all nice and comfy in the studio here. And everyone, as you said, the race has begun pretty much for these teams. And today's going to get even more intense, though, looking at one of the bigger names in this lobby. And Jackie, I'm going to ask for permission. Can I be harsh one more time before we get in this game?
Oh, you know what, Max? Give it to me. Give it the bad Max take. What's happening?
Ooh, Aurora, I love you guys, but your rotations yesterday were terrible. Genuinely, some of the calls that were happening were just not it. If you guys go back to one of the Erangels in particular, where I think they went next to ARCRED, next to the compounds south of Pachinki, instead of crashing ARCRED and you are then forced in a 4v4 fight and no one can really easily third party you, they go for a wide eastern rotate, trying to go onto the high ground where they have no information, no scouting has been done ahead of time. I think that this is literally a major effect of Aurora slightly disrespecting the lobby, and I think that that respect needs to come back in full effect today, because otherwise top 4 is going to be really hard to achieve if you just send in positions hoping teams will not be able to defend that position. So right now, Aurora, we know they have that potential, but we need to see a major step up in mind game today in particular.
Hey, that seemed like a completely fair and reasonable suggestion, Max. That wasn't even that hot of a take. I thought things were going to get aggro out here. But no, I'm completely on your side, mate. I absolutely agree. Again, right, obviously for Aurora, I'm thinking back towards Knockout. Do you remember that one point where both of us kind of looked at each other? And I think we had the conversation of like, are they just... do they just not sort of care, or do they just think that they're better than the other teams, so they can just do what they want, right? And then suddenly it sort of changed. They were still playing Aurora-style PUBG Mobile, where they would go for these crazy splits and sort of, you know, run around trying to just take whatever they want, take no prisoners. But it had a little bit more flow to it, where at least the fights were calculated. If it was low risk, they'd invest. If it was high risk, they'd sort of avoid it until it became more reasonable. And that was really where their fate massively changed, and we went from being like, oh, well, Aurora might be out of the top 4 to Aurora were comfortably in the top 4. So yeah, dude, a very fun team to watch, especially as well. And I think when you look at how hot the individuals have looked, where like Doc's been absolutely farming, Top's hitting his shots, it feels like the pieces you need to play well on that team are there. It's just not been hitting as consistently. So maybe a bit of change in the game plan, come out swinging today. I think a lot of our teams are probably going to switch up their mindset today, Max, based on yesterday's affairs.
I mean, hopefully. That's what we're going to be hoping to see today. But the thing is, we know what happens, Jackie. Day 1, you criticize Aurora.
Yeah.
Day 2, they're going to stop trolling. That is usually the... I just know it's going to happen. They're going to get some bangers today after we say that. But yeah, that is going to be the Aurora way. As we look at some of the other players here around the area, it's going to be Destine to Rise, that also had some decent opportunities right throughout all of yesterday. Currently standing strongly in 6th position, just 2 points away from potentially making it to PMGO Main Event in Jakarta if they do wrap up day 2 and 3 in style. They got 2nd place, they got 3rd place. Quite low on the elimination front of things. So I do want to see from Destine to Rise, if we do see them get to that podium, able to frag out a little bit more, just having more presence in that lobby. And I think this is a roster that could be that underdog, right, that nobody is really expecting. It's not a big name. There's a lot of new players. Ralph in particular, right, we saw one of him just step up so many times on the MVP rankings of each match that him alone could actually be pushing his team right up there on the top of the rankings.
Ralph's been looking really good, dude. Like, actually been quite a formidable force for this team, even in games where they've not achieved that much. He's still sort of fighting the world at every opportunity. So yeah, absolutely, D2R proving that they've got some good backbone. I got a quick one for you here, Max. Whilst I believe we're getting a bit of a rehost on the go for our teams. Would you like a quick rehost riddle?
Sure. Okay, let's do it.
All right, you ready? Here we go. If you drop me, I'm sure to crack. Give me a smile, and I'll always smile back. What am I?
Always smile. I was thinking egg, then smile doesn't make sense.
Eggs can't smile.
Yeah, they can't. I know they can't do that as a fact, yeah, unless you put a little drawing on it. Always crack. Oh, yeah, you got me. No clue, no idea.
The answer was a mirror.
Oh!
See?
Oh, that's a good... I like that
smile
one.
at the mirror,
okay.
You'll be smiling back at yourself. There you go. There you go. Fun little rehost riddle. But that's what's going on for the guys at home. We're getting the tournament fixed. Quick issue there with a rehost, so don't worry, it'll be resolved. Good to see 777, though, celebrating. He enjoyed the riddle there, Max.
Yeah, I think he enjoyed it. By the way, I heard, apparently, if anyone in chat got the riddle right, Jackie will officially send you 10,000 UC. He will do it. Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Sure.
Bank
It's
account
coming
dry.
right out of Maxman's bank. I'm going to be using your debit card, but I'll send it.
Yeah, guys, you got to make sure you play the riddle of the day for the rehosts. But no, that's going to be enjoyable to see. We are looking at some of also these teams. I'm looking at one team in particular is going to be the Vicious. I really wanted to highlight here because they're looking in the rankings, actually, not in a terrible position, Jackie, overall. They're looking to be in the middle pack of the finals in 7th position.
Yeah.
They got himself that one chicken dinner, especially on that last Erangel. Thing is, outside of that one big chicken dinner that was very elimination heavy, they were somewhat very silent, which is very unlike the Vicious we saw initially back in Knockout, Jackie. And Icy was just such a standout player with the nades. Like, again, jack of all trades. He was just such a crazy, consistent player. But I would say I haven't seen that final form Vicious just yet. And these numbers I'm expecting to be pumped up to next level in today's matches.
No, I completely agree, mate. I think, again, yes, we are seeing IC look really, really slick with it, right? He's been dripping into fights whenever he can. But the rest of this team has a ton of firepower too, and I'd say one of the biggest elements for them, especially out of possibly even all of our squads here, if I'm being a bit ambitious with it, Max, back in the knockout stage, it was the fact that as a team, as a 4-man squad, the communication, the angle clearing, the way they were playing off one another, sort of thinking 2 steps ahead in terms of firefights, that was their biggest element by far, second to none. Other teams weren't looking anywhere near as clean. When they would walk into compounds, they're already clearing every possible angle that could be set up around that compound. They're peeking off each other. They were never over-egging it in terms of fights as well. So I think, if they can show us more of that again, where it feels like they're passing the baton of who's the star player, then Vicious are going to be such a big talking point. We'll be saying their name an awful lot more today.
Oh, for sure. This is what I'm going to be expecting from the Vicious. And we saw in particular, this is a team that has, I would say, a mindset of steel. Even if they do fall a little bit behind sometimes, they're a team that can easily pick themselves back up. I mean, I'm looking especially back at the knockout stage. Opening few games they played, middling performance, even going to say bad performances. And then boom, going straight to the Rondo. They had 2 players alive. And they won, if I'm not mistaken, it was a 2v4v4 near that gas station. So Vicious really, even if they do have a bad time, definitely do not underestimate this team. They can bring it back in just a moment's notice. Though, looking at also some different teams, we're going to be taking a quick look at our good old TT project. And this survival time in particular is what I wanted to highlight. The frags are actually really good, except for Effie's, like 6, 8, 9 over the course of 6 games. That's not terrible. But that survival time is very unlike what we saw from TT Project in Knockout, where it would feel like without even putting any effort, Jackie, in these games, they would just get into the late game because they knew the value of positions. But today, they're going to have to defend it, and these teams are truly relentless when it comes to those breaches.
Yeah, dude, it's very odd that kind of, out of all the known quantities of teams, when you sort of look at these lower survival times that we've been sort of, a little bit more critical of, never expected in a million years. Oh, rock, paper, scissors there going on. In a million years that we would have seen TT Project down there, because it's just not been a possibility. You can't force this team out of a safe position for love nor money in a lot of the games we'd seen. But by no means has it been that same flavor here. Maybe the off days got to them a little bit. Some ring rust crept in and they weren't feeling the same. We'll see if they fixed it here, though, as we're finally ready to kick off day 2 of the competition for the finals. You've got all your highlights, you've got all your storylines, you know the lay of the land. So now get yourself sat down, strapped in, tell your friends that day 2 of the finals is about to kick off.
Oh yeah, get the entire family in, even get the dog in on watching the stream. What the dog doing? He's watching PMGO EECA, that's what he's up to. Here we go though, the plane is going to be going straight over the head of Yulin and Testrak. No double plane. Actually, I would really like to have a double plane tomorrow, Jackie, on the Rondo to see who's going to be able to make in the smash zone. That's going to throw a bit of a spanner in the works. But, of course, the big boy hot drop is going to be Yulin. And actually, I really want to pay close attention to 27+. I think they were able to subvert expectations quite easily. You highlighted in particular, Jackie, where they came in sweeping from the west on the high ground, just perched up there and just having so many easy angles that they weren't even contested at any point of that engagement. So if they do the similar game plan today, maybe they could be up to a lot of eliminations early game. But maybe teams will also know that's coming and try and subvert that expectation.
Yeah, keep them guessing a bit more and try and throw them off with a change of strategy. We'll see. Already, though, it's AMIX that are coming out swinging, apparently, on this one, and an early bout versus Afterlife. So you can see the Elim feed being lit up there from the initial plays. Lovely jubbly from them. Dropping down quite a few players, so already 2 points acclimated from that one, but shots back onto AMIX, so it might not be as clean as they wanted. They can recall into it, but it's only the solo survivor, so a fair few points going over to Avalanche as well. Avalanche, let's remember, Max, have been a fairly consistent force on Rondo. They like a bit of Rondo carnage, so if today's another good start for them, they could absolutely balloon that lead with this map.
Oh, of course, you had to say that. They already got a player knocked, and I think also almost flushed getting into this game, so not off to the start that Avalanche were hoping for. All they need is a double MG3, and then they'll be good to get that chicken dinner. It's going to be very hard to snatch it away from them. Though Zyol, again, one of the early players to get knocked out in Yulin. Got to be a bit careful. Though I'm going to say, Doc was docketing so hard yesterday during Rondo. He was going full aggro mode. He did not need a team. Well, maybe, you know what? He did need a team, but in his mind, he didn't need a team. So maybe he should try and play with his teammates a little bit more going for these fights in Yulin to try and farm up some early frags. As Avalanche, sure, did take a bit of a casualty there initially. 6 looking to close the gap. Good nade from 777. 6 on the money. Once again, sure, Red Lake is going to be flushed out. And will get normally recalled by their teammate on that recall tower. But outside of this, 6 has been pulling a lot of the weight here for his squad. As now looking to go for the push for the MP. Oh, nicely done. 85k to the head. And that's going to be an easy elimination secure. 777. Woo, 3 eliminations in Yulin. But you can look at the map feed. Doc is surrounding the area with Reefus. So they're looking to get a big fight on the outskirts.
Brilliant scenes there early on. His name might be 7-6, mate, but his 9-5 is finding easy points on Rondo games. That's his job, but he does it to a high level. Unfortunately, Aurora respond with an angry look down towards them and snatch away a few points from that early start of the 777 squad, resulting in one man forced to go and find the recall. An attempt to pick up the pieces to reset back into this game in a few moments' time. At Neox, it's gone a little bit quiet, but it's a classic setup with ARCRED up on the rooftop and 27 Plus looking to try and flush around, isolate them, and see if they can eventually leave as the surviving team from this drop location. You might get caught from the sidelines, though, as back in the garage, you've got TGM set up. Meanwhile, Aurora move their focus from 777 onto the isolated bad boy of Ozarox and claim another 3 point there. So already up to 4 now on the Elims.
Reef is able to strike from the shadows and find himself that cheeky angle on the play of Ozarox. And you know what, actually, I'm going to say, if Ozarox get eliminated, it doesn't matter that much because actually really good knock there able to be found onto Doc as he does go a little bit too aggro. Reef saving the day once again. But the one thing about Ozarox, even if they do get eliminated here, it doesn't matter because Melaz is actually dead center of phase 1. It was very far on the southern eastern edge of this map. So actually a recall would put them in a great spot overall in this map. Though Reefus, the man is just saving the day for the team of Aurora Gaming. Though you've got to be careful, that nade coming up from Blue. It's got a good arc, but it's a little bit too short. And that's going to be Blue overwhelmed. Top is here to save it with Reefus. But Reefus up to 5 eliminations. And the thing is that really annoys me. A lot of people, when they look at Aurora, they're like, guys, it's Top, it's Doc, it's Zyol. They're all hard carrying. Man, Reefus, when he needs to step up, never doubt Reefus. The guy can pull up insane clutches to keep Aurora Gaming in the race.
Oh yeah, dude, a great team through and through. It takes all 4 of the pieces to make it look as good as they can when they're playing their best. This is the clash back at Neox carrying on as well with the dive in towards ARCRED, resulting in a bit of a stalemate. Ooh, the peek out towards the doorway. Star 40 had the timing as he heard the footsteps of Ruzan, but Ruzan gets ruthless and absolutely cleaves his way through them, shutting down 2 players in quick succession. Fleek with a reply, clotheslines him by the doorway and will trade back onto 27 Plus. So the investment from the recalls being put into use there, leaving Fleek potentially in a position to farm. I mean, if he can get the backstab off down towards TGM, it's Sanich and Misha. Could be another 2 juicy points floating above his head here.
He's got that nade. He's got a bit of extra elevation too. But really smart on Generation of MIRACL to play in this particular part of the factory because you don't have the sunroof that can actually allow Fleekit to get an angle down upon you compared to the other portion, which has got so many angles that if you're not careful, you will get expunged out of Neox factory itself. So really good repositioning of this duo. Looking to maybe also get a little bit of extra loot in their arsenal, in their backpacks. But Fleekit, also a player that we've seen a few times on the MVP graphic of the game. Very, very consistent player, one of the best of his country. Though he's going to be forced in the fight, and unfortunately, I maybe shouldn't have said his name, he's going to get overwhelmed by the S12K, and that is going to be him instantly rezzed up by his teammate.
Yeah, fair play to Sanish there. That was a quick running shot, so instant reactions with a shotty to get the connection over onto him and down and out him. Bit of infighting occurring here. If you're wondering where Ozarox are suddenly, like Max set up, obviously Milaz was in a better location for that recall. So after they all perished versus Aurora, he recalled in the team here. Unfortunately for them, it was GOAT team that were lurking around the periphery. GOAT looked like they might have wanted to try and commit to this one if they got a little bit more stock from that initial fight, but it resulting in a bit of a stalemate. It seems like they're not going to fully force an issue here with it being on uneven ground. What's happening here as well? You've got the POV of Afterlife up against Avalanche.
They're so deep in the blue in Jaltin. This is very far. We've seen a very similar fight happen here just a few days ago in this exact tournament in ECA. And the thing is, the buildings are working in such a way where between each building, you got such big open areas that you can't reposition easily. If you have an off angle that's secured by an enemy team or an enemy player, you can't make those moves easily. Chances are you just have to commit to the fight, come out on top. Hopefully, even if you do get eliminated, you can go for a recall onto a recall tower in the play zone. This one is just going to delay it so long. And actually, I'm looking at Avalanche in particular here, Jackie. This is a bit risky. They lost all of their recalls except for one, and all 4 members are in Jaltin, meaning if they take the L here, that's a very low Rondo pointer coming their way. So this is really a fight Avalanche cannot afford to lose. Same for also Afterlife. That's currently very low on the rankings. Though look at this circle. There's no way. It is going so hard down southeast. It could even still be a Jadina City finish, which I've never seen yet in Rondo. This circle is terrible, and 777, 27 plus, AMIX, Avalanche, also the side of Afterlife and TT Project are going to be in a world of hurt because this circle is absolute hell on earth.
Yeah, the rotation time it's going to take them to even physically get there, and then how small of a play space you've now got, the majority of it being the body of water. All these teams are going to take every viable spot before you even arrive, so pressure mounting on our opening Rondo quite quickly. Perhaps this game won't have anywhere near as many eliminations as the other matches we've seen. We nearly broke 100 points yesterday. Maybe the Blue will be farming up a few of those players tonight, though. Already you can see Havlik and the AMIX squad attempting to cut their path towards the zone, as they will take the fight on 27 plus, leaving it just on Ruzen cowering in the building, trying to get his HP back to work with. Spike's most likely going to run into him first, dives round the corner, so lots of footsteps, lots of audio cues, and Ruzen just stays tucked in. Shot towards the backside, that's the first stone cast towards him. Oh, don't give him the 1v1s. That's what he wants. But thankfully, they'll peek him from either side. The stereo pickup, not the team nade, please. Their fault there. Getting a bit over antsy. Blows Havlik down, but it should be all right. Pick him back up, apologize, forget about it.
Yeah, default, someone needs to tell him that eliminating your teammates does not result in an elimination headed your way. It doesn't work that way. You don't get anything of value for that one. Though, looking over to the POV of other teams here, still deep out in the blue zone, it is going to be the likes of Champion. Again, I'm sorry, I sound like a broken record when I'm talking about Champions. They lost another player. Right, and if you look at them on the leaderboards, they only have 1 recall left. So unless it's that one specific player that went for the recall tower play early game after Yulin fight, this is maybe then down to 3 players for the rest of the game. And even if it is a potential res on that player, most of the recall towers are occupied in the zone, except for one in Jadina City. There's one going to be down south in the circle. I think they're down for trio for good this match. Quite unfortunate to see, as AMIX, again, the frag-oriented squad, looking to go for the reset onto good old Spike, which they would need. But 777 here, kind of forced to take an engagement they didn't really want to commit to, because Default are relentless here. It's going to be right next to Stadium, actually, really far out in the blue. And the big issue with this is even if you do come out on top, chances are you're not going to get a good position in the circle, so placement points are going to be insanely low.
Yeah, it gets way, way harder to actually make this one be potentially as big of a leap up the standings for some teams than they would have liked with how the overall flow of it's gone thus far. 777 on the crash back in. 3TM with the adjustment shot towards Kvik. Havlik as well taking the headshot there to be dropped. Default's nade is primed back onto 6, and it's good control to attempt to stay alive tucked in towards the gas station here. Opens the door for Spike. Nade's primed on every angle and just launching them out. Red Link trying to go for the quick heal. Thankfully for him, it's a shallow cast of the nade, so it won't bounce behind the concrete to finish him. But nothing about this looks great for either team. The zone's nibbling on them. Stocks are starting to run dry. And AMIX one by one are beginning to buckle unless Default can hold the line. Peeks out from the back of the vehicle, spraying, praying, and hoping with his fingers crossed he can stop 777. But no. Too little, too late. They will buckle. And AMIX with 7 elims go out in 15th.
Well, the true winner of that fight is the blue zone, I think. That's going to be the one getting most of the damage. But it was funny. I love it. You saw Default, actually. The reason why he naded his teammate earlier is just to scrim mid-game. Just like, okay, that's how I'm going to throw the nade. If it was an enemy, I would have got that point. So now actually he's going to work out versus 777. And he did get a good opening knock. But in that case, it was just not enough to stand tall and prevail in the gas station. So going to be running this game slightly shorter than usual, as Ozarox did have a quick reset with Melaz early in the center of the circle, though Circle had different plans in mind, forcing them now on the edge to the west and clashing with the likes of Destine to Rise, also having to make a cross over this water. Ozarox, yeah, going to be losing one. It's going to be Melaz that could be recalled technically. Actually, no, he's fully out of this one, so actually the recall is not going to be available anymore. I guess he also got eliminated at some point this game, so that's going to be him down for good this match. As Aurora, still looking healthy, got a full squad, have 2 players in the circle, and it's a decent entry point too with a high ground position, so Aurora could still have a very strong match here on Rondo as Avalanche making a push on the mountaintop, and TGM looking to get the off angle. Sanich in particular is insanely impactful, and they send it forward, take over the dip on the mountain, and Avalanche will tumble and fall and down in 14th position.
Goodbye, Avalanche then. Did not expect them to go out as early into this one with some of the Rondo results they've had previously, but not meant to be today. Not destined to repeat their Rondo history all over again. And the fight hasn't stopped there. You can see everyone scrapping amongst one another, even TT Project getting line of sight back up to Aurora that are pinned in position between multiple squads. So everyone is just looking to grab points and run away with them like bandits. Smoke down onto Joel. That's Top and Reefus attempting to play medic and see if they can get him up, whilst Doc supports further round on the right-hand side. D2R, TT Project, and GOAT Team all breathing down each other's necks here. Neo's knocked. That's a quick shot from Doc on the right side. A good peek. Doesn't overcommit to it either. Scanning around. Knows there's so many teams in close proximity.
Things are getting a bit tense here on the west, but right behind them is going to be a team going for sandwich play. And this one, there's going to be ingredients in between the 2 slices of bread. It's going to be Afterlife. Looking to kind of just, surround the outskirts of this mountain held so far by Aurora. This is actually really good engage from Afterlife. I like the way they're doing it. Though, they don't have exact idea of where they're located, so you want to try and get some intel before maybe starting to chuck your nades in the direction of Aurora. Now it's going to be DG, TGM having a bit of a clash in the open on the elimination feed, and so are Champions. And it's again down to just a duo. They lost Kino, the big man for this squad, and Atomic way earlier this match. Though not impossible res from Demo. The blue zone is going to be pushing up very soon, so the time factor is definitely going to be of the essence. Demo hoping to survive, getting sprayed from a distance by teams in the play zone such as Ozarox and also GOAT Team. This is looking like the end of the line for the Mongolian team.
This could be where it abruptly comes to a close. Trying to get the meds in to at least have better HP to play with and present a better display of yourselves in what could be your closing moments. Oh, this entire hillside just looking like it's teeming with potential points. That's all Doc sees, mate. He doesn't see other squads, he just sees numbers. just knows that if he can just flush them out, he'll be building a gigantic lead for this team. But you know what? You were spot on with your highlight towards Reefers. You can see right now, he's the big dog that's been barking up the very right tree. I mean, 5 elims to his name, hitting heavy with the shots. Lovely to see him getting his flowers and the team assisting as well, as Afterlife pinned in position between Aurora and TGM. They are eating the dirt. Joel will pick up his opening elim of the game. Whoa! TGM look to try finish them. Nade in deep as well as Reefus detonates Misha, and it's only really Windy left.
That was almost a maximum range grenade hitting from Reefus. Yeah, so he really is the failsafe of the team. If everything else fails, he is the one that will stand tall and prevail. Good spray from top. The man is there, stepping up massively. And this loadout with the M4, he's getting some real damage done in this game. Though, it is not game over. There's another team headed the way of Aurora. It's going to be TGM. They've been on a bit of a killing spree so far. This match up to 8 eliminations, looking to push it to double digits with the players of Aurora. Though Sanic going for a little bit of a low ground angle. This could be really the surprise factor that Aurora don't expect. But Zjol, he's kind of the scout. He's going to spot everything from quite a distance away. But look, they're fully surrounded. You got TGM. You got the side of also TT Project. On the eastern side, you got Destine to Rise. If they escape from this unscathed, alive as a full team here, Jackie, this would be an insane statement that Aurora indeed are back on day 2.
Oh, absolutely. And they'd be leaving if they survive this encounter with somewhere in the region of about 15 elim points, mate, with how many teams they'll have to take down. So it could be feast or famine for them. They finally lose one player. The first man to fall is Joel. Doc gets knocked as well, so they're down to a duo now as Doc gets flushed out. Only Reefus and Top remain. The rest of the squad's beginning to fight amongst themselves with a nice low ground backstab play from Zerich, who gets himself down and dirty here towards the coastal line. Finds that pickup onto Sanic and makes it a bit more uncomfortable for the TGM roster. Reefus looks like he's been knocked over though, and you remove one of the big pieces for Aurora. So as soon as we get excited about the absolute stopping power this team had, it seems like it has come to quite an abrupt halt.
This is the TT Project of old, back in Knockout. The way they play this, by the way, is 4D chess. I could go over this for like 30 minutes and break down what's happening. Effie's in the only compound in the circle, serving as the anchor point for the team for them to reposition if things go a little bit hectic. Then you have Zerich, who's playing next to the lake, and he has got a perfect angle to stop TGM, Destined to Rise, and Aurora from peeking aggressively over the ridge, keeping, realistically, Effect and Neos safe as they go on the assault onto Aurora's position. What an amazing IGLing and macro decision-making made by TT Project. And this alone could catapult them back up so much higher in the leaderboards. And I think for that play alone, you know what? A chicken dinner would be heavily deserved. Though a lot of full squads are still remaining. In particular, looking at Goat Team, a team that's been an absolute menace during the last chance. And now they are back for round number 2 in the finals. And second place so far. And actually, with Avalanche going out as early as they did, and we are getting to the point where you get placement points, Jackie, Goat Team might just become our new lobby leaders after this Rondo match.
Would you imagine the GOAT team back on top once again? Be a hell of a feat for them. Our club open clashes that look damn good back in Eastern Europe, able to slay their way through the competition, barely missed out on punching that top 4 ticket into the finals directly. Showed us savagery and ruthless PUBG Mobile throughout the LCQ. And now beginning to build more onto that legacy, a team in its infancy, but they look very experienced when it comes to playing with each other, especially in a LAN environment. Happy to contend with some of the best in the region. Top is still alive though. For Aurora, everyone went down, but he's still fighting on his last legs there, Max. But thankfully, the zone will reach Misha first, so it removes him. Another player to find. It's Retro. Just got the heal off, but couldn't adjust the crosshair in time. Trapped in position, so Retro unwinds Aurora, and the last man falls, bringing us down to only a few squads remaining on this one. One of them being the GOAT Team squadron that we highlighted, that is now taking the fight straight to DG77. A quiet DG77 here on Rondo.
Yeah, don't have quite the manpower to pull off a big game, and that's going to be a good nade from Ayato. And really good, we talked about Ayato many times, not only in this event, but also in the previous PMNCs and PMCOs, that this guy, his utility is through the roof. He is such an especially strong player with those grenades. The arcs he chucks are just a thing of absolute beauty. And here it will be ending the run of the entirety of DG77. Oh, the circle shifts once more. Circle 6, compound of TT Project is still in play, but they're still committing to this 3-1 split strat, though. The blue zone is going to be engulfing. Effect. And that is going to be one player very hard to get back up on his 2 feet. Actually, I'm going to say impossible to get back up on his 2 feet. As GOAT team looking to set up shop up on the mountainside. They know this is going to be now the weakness of TT Project, and they know they lost it. So TT Project going back into hiding into the compound. I think they kind of gave up here on this chicken dinner. They're just hoping to get the silver medal, hoping to outlive or GOAT team or MAD, as they will be the two squads really vying for that first chicken dinner of today.
Yeah, the difference to the second place could mean the world for this team to at least slowly begin their comeback movement. Team play looks a whole lot better for TT Project off of what we've already seen here. So if they can get themselves some extra points, it could be just enough to allow them to turn their fate around today with the remaining 5 games preceding our opening Rondo. GOAT team up against MAD, though. Normally, I feel like you'd favour GOAT team all damn day in this head-to-head with how they've been looking. But will MAD Esports have any answer to them? Takhanov's been no stranger to some quick shots with the AUG. If you peek up and you're not able to follow through, and he will shut you down. You can't do anything by half measures here. Iato back towards the tree line, potentially going to be peeked upon. Bio looking to create a bit more space for the roster as well, with the smokes going up, calling in those cover flares to give him a little bit of vertical assistance in terms of blocking the angles.
But look at the circle right now. MAD and GOAT just kind of surrounding each other. Meaning TT Project, if they time it right and the 2 squads against them get wounded heavily in this altercation, maybe we could be finally looking at a TT Project win, which we've been waiting for the entirety of yesterday. We didn't quite get it. We just got a 4th place and 5 elims. This game, definitely a major step up on this squad. Though I'm really liking what we saw from MAD Esports, putting down a few nades to create dips on the mountainside. So they're going to have a bit of an easier time to survive on top of that hill. As Neos flexing out with FEs. Got himself the two players here going for a 1-1 split. And really good use. He's also got the 2-seater, so he's going to make sure to keep that mobility going, wants to keep in working condition. That might be their ticket for glory, their ticket for the chicken dinner here on Rondo. As Bio, I don't know how this guy's still alive. Force barely missing out on that final bullet. But it's taken a long time, and it will apparently start the fight on Circle 7 here. So far, nothing's happening that's significant.
It's just little bits of poke, effectively. Chip damage here, a read there. Seeing if you can drain out any utility as well would probably be a viable option at a time like this. If you can force them to throw their nades preemptively, waste any of that potential offensive utility, and even maybe drain some of the med plays as well, so they have less to work with the longer this one goes on. Whereas TT Project, like you say, just biding their time, crossing their fingers, ringing the dinner bell, and hoping that effectively if a fight breaks out, they can survive long enough to, at best, snatch away a 2nd place from this. Maybe if enough members go down, build up. They're going for the climb up. They're using the assist, mate.
Yes!
Still in zone.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, I believe it is. I'm looking at the minimap. I believe it's still in zone. So, it just barely. I think half the building's in zone, but that build of elevation could be massive. That could literally be the winning ticket for the side of TT Project. I love when that feature's being used. Really showcasing discipline and map knowledge to the best of your capabilities. And look, he's got the elevation, he's got the angle. Doesn't find the knock, but at least he's able to see where the players are located, where they're parked up. And he's got such a good hiding spot with that 3rd-person perspective in particular. No way he will get pushed out of there unless the blue zone has a different plan in mind. But that's going to be Force getting knocked. And instantly here, Jackie, MAD pull the trigger and go for the push.
Here we go. They hold no thing back as they push up. Takanov with the opening play onto Iato. Drops him, forces down so quickly. We've lost the majority of the stock for the GOAT team, and it's not looking good whatsoever. Focus, trying to keep himself alive. Ducks down, tries to stay within the divots. You can't find him easily. The shots are on point with the gun, as he's able to at least trade back onto one player, but that's all it is. A minor trade. Now the shoes on the other foot as TT Project give up the angle they had, advance up the hillside. I want to see if they can capitalize on the fragmented team of Mad before they've had a chance to fully reset. All three of them in vehicles, though, rushing up to regroup with one another. Ephes throwing the nades in. Here comes the peek from Takanov. It's good on the engagement. They hold him back, Max. First connection goes the way of TT. It's a 2v2 now.
Oh, the synergy is beautiful between Ephes and Eos, now able to claim a little bit of that real estate on the mountaintop, though. Really good response also from the side of Mad. They knew that if they lose the high ground, chances are they lose the entire game. So that was their instant response to be willing to clash up there and defend it. Unfortunately, it does cost them one member. But now it's even Stevens in this match. It's down to a 2v2. Mad Esports versus TT Project. The redemption arc would be massive. As actually he's going for the wide-off angle, but Bio's going to get punished for that play. An absolute left stranded here. Low on ammo too, and a 1v2 against TT Project. It's not looking good, as the blue zone is pushing him into the loving arms of TT Project. The util's coming through, and the nade is massive, and it will be Ephes to confirm the chicken dinner. Finally, the first chicken dinner for TT Project in the PMGO ECA Grand Finals.
That's incredible, mate. Did not expect to see them being able to pull that one off, actually, with how it went to the final fight. The 2 versus 3, an uphill battle, but they handled themselves very nicely. Great signs of life from TT Project there, and doing what they do best, Max. Not overcommitting, right? They grind that game to a halt. They play very slow, very strategic, and wait until they feel comfortable closing it out with good positional plays. Way better. This is the TT Project that we were raving about.
This is night and day. Day one, I didn't even remember the team was playing, to be brutally honest with you. But day two, this macro in particular, the way they were taking fights onto the likes of Aurora, then able to play the rooftop angle, not really to get angles to fight back, even though I'm pretty sure they were hoping to get 3 eliminations off the back of that rooftop angle. But they get so much insight as to where teams are set up that they know that the weakness of Mad at the end was going to be taking away that high gun position, which they instantly go for the wide eastern wrap to hopefully snatch it away for themselves. So many good steps back to back to back the entirety of this game for TT Project. I would say this game has given me hope once again that they mean business, that they can be a true contender for the top 4 slots to make it to the PMGO main event in Jakarta. This is the TT Project that we love to see here on the Battlegrounds.
Yeah, this is really good from them. A great play, especially here. You can see the attack from Takanov was hoping that he'd be able to catch them off guard and just sort of impact them with a vehicle. They handled themselves so nicely in that encounter and then get it over the finish line, go through to close it out. You could see the stark contrast of reactions as well, right? TT relishing in the moment, whereas for Mad, it looked so frustrating. I think in their minds, when they won that head-to-head versus GOAT, they thought they'd done it. They were like, here we go. We can just chain this, clean it up easily. They looked very, very disappointed with the outcome on that one, mate. But TT relishing in their W.
A quick little highlight also at the end of that game. It's a very small detail. If you blink, you might miss it. But there were 2 smokes that were chucked. I believe they were from TT Project. But even if they weren't used by TT Project, they used it to their advantage because they actually blocked out a line of sight of the 2 other players of Mad Esports. And then Takanov going for the car rotation, he was kind of split away from his team that they couldn't directly assist him. And as he's driving right through, he gets knocked, he gets flushed, and he turns it to the 2v2. So really good use of that. Those 2 smokes in particular, I think were kind of the launching point for TT Project to be able to claim this win on match 1 on Rondo. Looking at the match summary, this game, 90 eliminations, so still not getting to the 100 here, Jackie. We're getting close sometimes, but still not close enough.
Yeah, 10 shy on this one. Not too surprising, though. I think we kind of called it early, right? Go on, what have you noticed?
So 25 headshots is an insane amount of headshots. Normally we wait like single digits. So 25, people were insanely accurate this game. Okay, sorry. That was my point.
I think a lot of those came in on the hillside fight where Aurora was kind of fighting 5 other squads. Because of the angles, it felt like everyone was just constantly doming people in the Ealing feed. Like nearly every pick we saw there was either a nade or a headshot.
think so. I think, yeah, it was down to just maybe also M4s or maybe a few players were playing with the Mini 14. But when you have hilltop finishes, it's just a battle of headshots mostly. You can see here, potentially, for Neos, it's going to be 12% headshot ratio, able to get 4 bullets in the head of the competition. So overall, TT Project looking very impressive this game. Again, congratulations to them. I want to see a follow-up, right? Especially on Erangel, was one of their best maps in the past, so hopefully they can do so. But our Lord and Savior, Refus, will be your top player of the game here on Rondo. 6 eliminations, and again, if everything fails for Aurora, trust in Refus. He can bring it back from the brink of death.
Yeah, dude, Refus living it large. You know, you gave him the shout out before the game, and you were absolutely spot on for it, as he really has been a big element of that team. 1k damage. Again, though, it's so fitting, isn't it, that when he fell, 18 minutes, I think, you know, you got about 40 seconds on him for some of the other players that stayed alive slightly after he fell down. But again, they fought the entire world. They get nearly 10 elims, but they still go out even before the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, it was a really tough one. He was not given an easy fight this game, but they tried their best as you look at the replays of this match. And actually, if I want to go on Aurora, it's still not a massive finish, right, from Aurora for a Rondo game. But they, as you said, they get around double digits, they get relatively fun game. I think the circle was very tough, but even if you do one of the best calls ever, you still might not survive, so that can't be too critical compared to what I was saying early on the pre-show. So I think they made the best with what was available for them at the time. As, yeah, looking at Refus, still able to get some eliminations in these replays. The guy was an absolute menace. As we didn't see, actually, looking back on these replays, we didn't see the sweep from 27 plus, seeming to go on a more passive approach for the early game, not willing to commit to Yulin fight whatsoever.
Oh, yeah, a big change-up, really, there in terms of the more passive nature, which did work out. Obviously, for AMIX as well, I think it's the fact that, again, at least I am seeing positive signs in terms of some of the encounters they're going into. They look more like themselves with the fights they're willing to take. I think a big element of that, right, is literally how much of a hard shift we saw on that zone with such limited play space early on. They were miles away from the action, and they were having these delayed encounters. That 27 plus fight took like 2 minutes, dude, and they were just trapped, right? So even if they did get away from it, we saw it resulted in not much more for 27 plus. So yeah, it's unfortunate for AMIX, but hey, even a game where you get a few elims is better than this one being a 0-point game there on Rondo.
I just wish teams sometimes would see this insanely tough circle, especially when it goes on circle 2, and just kind of have a handshake with whoever they're fighting, like, okay, let's just disengage. This is an absolute waste of time for everyone involved, and waste of points also, because really your chances of making it to the zone because of that circle is very, very slim. Here we go, though, for the overall match rankings. Is going to be TT Project over there leading the charge with those 19 points, followed them by then Goat Team with 17. So again, they're looking really good at the top here. Should be our new first place squad, as it was only a 2-point difference at the start of the day between some of the teams. Actually, no, it's going to be a 3-point difference between Goat Team and Avalanche. So yeah, they should be up there in numero uno spot. Mad Esports also able to get himself some presents. They were in 14th place, right, Jackie, at the start of today's game. Yeah. So 21 points, you get yourself 13. Who knows? Maybe this is the opportunity to get on that first page here of the leaderboards.
Yeah, it could be good for them. Could be good for them. Nice little ladder play to alley-up themselves up the rankings. Again, here, this is where it gets a little bit more of a tricky predicament, though, right? We've sort of been touching on the fact that these Rondo games, the fact there's only 3 of them throughout the entire finals, you've got to grab them by both hands. But there's a few teams here that didn't really get that many points from it whatsoever. Vicious with only the 4-point earner. DG77 only 3 points. They had a very quiet game, mate. It felt like we mentioned their name once. It wasn't really too much from DG, which isn't the end of the world considering they were in an okay position in the standings. They're not even going to move from 5th place there. But obviously to climb up, Max, that one did nothing for them.
Really, yeah, did not help whatsoever at the end of the day. So we'll see if they can try and get some more results on the games of Miramar and Erangel coming up very soon. Though able to see a big leapfrog from TT Project, able to jump up an extra 5 ranks now. They're going to be actually a 3-way tie between themselves, DG77 and Destine to Rise. Again, and just to highlight, it is insanely close in this lobby. And sure, first place is Goat with 68 points. That's an 18-point difference between themselves and the likes of Aurora in 8th position. That's just a really strong Erangel chicken dinner, or very frag-oriented podium that really all of those teams on the first page can catch up. But if you're on the second page, that gap is starting to be a little bit more significant, and by a little bit, I mean really significant. That we need to see it come back in the next few games. Otherwise, because Smash ruling is in effect tomorrow, you don't have that much time. You might, we don't know, you might have 6 games, or you might just have 2, and then your time is going to get cut insanely short where that comeback opportunity is just going to be fully non-existent.
Yeah, and that really is sort of the head-and-hand moments as well for some of these teams where it feels that, you know, you've left your fate in the hands of other teams there to just end it via smash rather than even having an opportunity to mount a comeback. So need to see a substantial improvement for a few of these squads way sooner. Obviously, the meat and potatoes of the action in terms of more consistent gameplay for our squads, you'd imagine, will be coming in this next free map portion as we head into the free Erangels that are coming up. That did reign true for the majority of yesterday. We'll see here if it can save some squads. I think for the Vicious especially, but that's one where they need to really dial in. Again, they're just not being able to hit the mark to the same degree we know they can.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate. I didn't even see their attempt on the entry point because they went out relatively early this game, so they just got a little bit surrounded. Which, to be honest, I cannot be too harsh on many teams because the Western side was just full of squads and it's just so hard to execute. And actually, I'm really thinking of this game. No, actually, I know exactly where they were. They were in Jadina City, and they had to cross on the island on top of the bridge and then cross the island once again and go on the other bridge to make it to the mainland. That cross, yeah, actually, when you have so many teams, I guess you had GOAT looking their way. You possibly had the side of DG77. You maybe also had Mad Esports. You're going to get fully gate kept. So I think that actually that circle is very rough for Vicious. But they need to now bring the heat onto Erangel, right? You're not going to have some weird circles like what we just witnessed here, unless we get actually military island finishes. But that's a completely different topic. We had those a lot yesterday. So Vicious, AMIX, two teams are now here, Jackie. I'm waiting for a comeback in these 3 games. Otherwise, it's going to be really hard to make it at the top 4 at the end of these finals.
It certainly is. It gets way harder the longer it goes on. We'll have a couple moments of respite, though, to get the team set up before we come back in. So join us in a few moments' time after the break.
Start the war!
Bro, want to buy an account? Check it out. Conqueror tier, firearm finishes, and outfits are all available.
Nice account. I'll buy one. I'll go get the money first. Stay here. I'll be right back. All right, got the account. See ya.
Damn it, I've been scammed.
Buying an account might not get you the account, but you'll still lose your money.
You might not receive payment for selling your account, but you'll still lose your account.
I'm Christopher Judge, and when PUBG Mobile approached me about being the voice architect for the Centaur, I knew this would be something very special.
Now, I'm bringing 2 souls to life through Helios.
One legend, 2 faces. Feel the epic. Stay tuned.
Start the war!
Blink and you would have missed it. We're back following the break as the action will carry on here, Max. That's right, one of these. Nice long blink. That's what's been happening for some of our teams, mate, as they haven't been surviving too long at all into these games. But Rondo is Rondo, as the saying goes. Maybe they'll find better fortunes here on a more consistent battleground with our 3 Erangels that are coming up next. Before we delve into the action, though, of course, it's time for the viewers at home to get something nice for themselves, as as Max is alluding to, down there, that side of the screen, go ahead and scan that QR code and enter the code to get yourself a lovely Graffiti Vandal helmet.
Yeah, if you want to look like Jinx with a helmet, enter the code right now, or also scan that QR code and you'll be able to redeem it right now. There's only 75 available, so of course you better be quick, or unfortunately you will be missing out on that free cosmetic. Looking at the games coming up, though, back to the main topic here of PMGO EECA, it is going to be our 3 Erangels back to back to back, and a team that was especially consistent on that map yesterday, Jackie. You had a few, but 2 outliers are Avalanche and also Destine to Rise. Destine to Rise got a 2nd place and a 3rd place. Sure, slightly lower on the elimination front of things, but
Oh, right, we'll get Max back, don't worry guys. He's going to run it right back and we'll have that one continuing as he fixes a small technical issue there. In the meantime, you can enjoy the dulcet tones of me saying not too much at all whilst we get ourselves into the action as we move back into Erangel, our first of the 3 Erangels for the day. So a more staple battleground coming your way. Oh, plane path's a little bit low down though, all the way down towards Sosnovka military base. This might change things a little bit as we get our teams dropping in. Obviously, this could be an opportunity for fortunes to favour some of the braver squads, potentially. All really goes down to what we see in the moment, though. I imagine GOAT team might be able to keep up their good run of form from what we've had. A lot of options, but it's an interesting playing path. Max, to start us off, are you back, buddy?
I'm back, and I wanted to continue my
There
point,
he
but I
is.
actually forgot what I was talking about. So it was probably not that important, so we can just move on to different and better topics here as we see the teams dropping on through. AMIX not going to be committing to military base, so that's good to see no clash happening over there. Though, someone needs to tell Doc to not run towards the hovercraft of GOAT if they do loot it. That would be nice to see. But this is a very southern plane then, yeah. Going from Mill to Power all over to Primorsk, which normally TT Project should be loving. They drop in Primorsk, and actually, as I say that, they will be dropping there. And it will be very western phase 1, which technically has a very slim chance of headed towards Military Island, but I would not expect it to happen. I would make the bet of it's going mainland, so Go Aurora should be looking to make that cross earlier, better than later, if they want to try and have a better entry point in that zone. But outside of this, one thing that's exciting, and I'm going to bring it up, Jackie, because I'm a big fan of it. It's going to be the loot truck, P90s, MG3s, Tier 3 vests, and air helmets all around the board here on Erangel. Let's go.
Let's go indeed. Although the problem is, I feel like it happens every time you say let's go, and then obviously nothing really happens for a sec. It's the nature
I'm just
of PUBG
hype.
Mobile.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. You're
Please
in a
calm
good
down.
mood today. It's nice, buddy. It's all right. You're allowed. You're allowed
What should
to
I
be
do
excited. It's
instead?
finals.
Like, let's go, my good sirs. Yeah, well, yeah, very.
What, like a kind of lower tone on it? Like,
Yeah.
oh, let's prepare for a nice little duel here. Gloves are off. The games will begin
Oh.
briefly.
Truly a riveting Erangel on the menu today, boys. But stick around for the upcoming fights. It's going to get
Yeah,
really
that's not
enticing.
bad.
Yes.
Maybe we could do that, like fast-talking, high trousers kind of commentary.
And now, if you want to fight a team, you actually have to take your gloves off and slap them across the face. And then you challenge them to a duel. And then you have to take a pistol and fight back. 15
My
steps.
good sir, once you've successfully looted your weapons and feel like you're in enough stature to be able to clash me accurately, then meet me at a location of your preference. I believe that we could fight in the farmland, and I'd still best thou.
Or let's meet up in farm. We have taken you down in the past. We shall achieve this once more. People in chat.
Yeah,
will be
this is
like,
good. We'll
I just
workshop
joined.
this.
Why are these casters talking like this? Just as weird.
Who are these English people? John sounds different today.
Why, John Allen's on the show. Never would have expected it.
God's sake.
Here we go. They're looking at some of the drops. Yeah, teams that will be normally having access to the loot truck. TGM got it every single game, by the way. I don't recall a single Erangel where TGM have not attempted to get the loot truck on the eastern edge of his Poliana, which, quick recap, is a very vulnerable position usually. It's on the road, it's on the open next to police station. If 27 Plus want to try and maybe not eliminate the entire team, but wound a squad, a potential rival in this match, it's not a bad position to even just send a 2-player split over to the east, get an angle, be very sneaky, wait for him to get into the loot truck, and as he's looting the MG3 or the P90 and all that good stuff, then you shoot him in the head. And he's just like, he had good loot, but it just lasted for 5 seconds. Oh, tough.
There you go. There you go. You say vulnerable there as well. Obviously, that makes me think about the fact, like, you know, the reason why most cats will like scratch if you rub their bellies on average. This is because it's their most vulnerable area, so they feel a bit spooked if you touch their bellies. That's how you know a cat really likes you, if they'll let you regularly touch their belly. Yeah, just one for the cat fans out there. Keep that in mind. A little bit of animal fact banter.
Beautiful. He should get a tier 3 vest on his belly. That's the only way he can tank that damage from the tickles right now. No, it's going to be the loot truck taken up by Goat Team. So it seems like it was not able to get stolen away by Aurora. What they're going to get in this one, of course, tier 3 helmet and vest is going to be looted by Ayato. He's going to be happy about that trade-off. Though Vicious and DG77 here, Jackie, off to an early clash, it seems. Very unnecessary. It seems like there was just a bit of a lack of scouting, and they just commit to the fight. Very hard to go for the reset. And actually, I'm looking at the loadout of Koa. He's got a Mini 14 and an S12K. Weird loadout, but I can't judge because it's working.
Yeah, I mean, he like instantly owned one of the players from DG77 there with a molly to the face. Then just continues on to rip their way through them. Everyone's gone. Okay, well, goodbye DG77. That's our first squad out in 5 minutes, Max.
Okay. Well, everyone, stop playing with ARs. All you need is a Mini 14 and a shotgun. But what if the guys at mid-range will say, wait, you died. But they weren't in mid-range, they were in CQC, so it's an easy win. Get in the way of Vicious. Yeah, it's a weird start for them because I said it was definitely not quite the game they were hoping for on Rondo.
Yeah.
I can't judge because it worked here. They don't lose a single member. They got 4 eliminations. This is the best case scenario for an early fight. I wouldn't call it a hot drop. It was just a phase 1 rotation into each other. But I think DG were the one that actually went for it because they drop in farm. And they went for a quick rotate from that position over to the western circle. And I guess they just didn't scout. They just like, oh, this position, it's a quick early rotation. It might be free. And then boom, the entirety of Vicious are there. I think that here DG got to be a little bit more respectful of the lobby, that they will be quick on the pivot way faster than you even sometimes.
That's a rough one as well, because obviously for DG, you can have a quick look towards the right-hand side of your screens there for the viewers at home. Obviously, they were tied, right, with 71 points between TT Project and D2R. The one stipulation was that both DG77 and TT both had a chicken dinner, so it meant that they were at least sort of the head-to-head team in the conversation there. Now, obviously, you've got a chance to be massively leaped by TT Project and D2R. Even the Vicious, obviously, in terms of the points there with the 4 they've just got, they're going to be climbing above you as well. So kind of signing their own death warrant on that one, Max, in terms of the points. They're going to be slipping down the standings quite a bit.
Yeah, when you have that 3-way tie, it's not going to make it easy for DG77. Though, I was looking at Misha's loot for Afterlife. Yeah. He's got a UMP and a Mini 14. Has there been a secret patch update, like update 4.3.5 they haven't heard about and they're just changing the entire meta? Because these loadouts are a little bit out there. Not something you'd usually see, especially in a lobby of this caliber here for PMGO EECA. So I'm wondering what is going on. Maybe the loot is just very rare this game. Nothing spawned. You have to really try and dig in the dirt and find some weapons. As Aurora making their way over to gas station. Pretty typical rotation for them. And actually, because of this, they should be able to get themselves a welding gun, which should be keeping their cars in a very good condition the entirety of this match. Always a good one to have if you don't play with the typical M79 in your third weapon slot, for the pistol slot in particular. They'll be using that, which actually I do think people should use the welding gun more often. Try and just make your way into a gas station, get a welding gun, and usually you have a lot of cars where they're going to be smoking or even on fire. You can actually heal up your car to full HP and get in really good condition. And if you want, you can also pick up a wheel, and if a wheel gets popped, replace it. It's a bit more complicated to use it because usually if you get a wheel popped, it's very hard to go and get it in the open. But at least a welding gun, there's no real risk of having one in your backpack. So I hope Aurora did pick it up and could use it later on down the line.
See if they can keep themselves fully armoured a little bit later into this one when it becomes more of an impactful element. You see everyone quickly bustling shoulder to shoulder as well to race into centre zone now with, again, a zone that's been very common on Erangel here. Rears its head once more, so a lot of water in the play space.
Right, he's got the double barrel shotgun. for Avo. So yeah, it looks like Afterlife is very undiluted. Some of the members got some weird loadouts. Maybe they went a little bit too quick and unfortunately are stranded in buildings that don't have amazing ARs to work with. Or maybe that's just the way they want to do it. Destined to Rise going for Southwest Ferry Piers. Going to be traded back and forth with the likes of Aurora. Though stuck in the warehouses. Oh, I don't like this position for Destined to Rise. Sure, it might keep you alive for a long portion of this match. But the issue is, it's very hard to leave. All Aurora are really going to do is just wait in these angles. And the moment they want to try and leave this area, Destined to Rise are going to get instantly shot in the head. Though, one thing does keep them safe, which is there's actually no windows. There's only 2 entry points for each of these warehouses. So if Aurora really want to commit to the fight, it's going to be hard to hit those nades. As ARCRED joining the party, and that's Fleeke instantly taking a bullet to the face. Not sure why everyone is looking to send it here. This is a position that you can't have a strong finish from. This is a position where you can survive, but you will get very low eliminations. I'm very surprised 2 teams had the exact same plan when clearly it is instantly getting punished by the likes of Aurora.
Aurora punishing seems to go hand in hand today. They are certainly playing to sort of be pipped to the post and take a lot of fights early on if you give them an opportunity to do so. And ARCRED would be a good team to remove as well. That's a side that's quite far up, a few steps above Aurora right now within that top 4 teams. So if they can flush them out and make it a lesser game, that would be the ideal encounter. So far, though, they get that 1 elim, and then it does cool off a little bit with the rest of the roster, just a duo, effectively trapped in position, trying to stay alive for now. Other squads in the immediate vicinity as well, though, that could run into one another. So a lot of room for this one to turn into a bit more of a scrappy fight the longer it goes on, especially if we see that move up round the coastal line there for ARCRED. There's high ground in play for TT Project, and Zerich is very good at his distant shots as well. So you peek up, he's going to have his eyes light up and try and take the stab towards you almost immediately.
Also got a ton of ammo, so he's got about, what is that, almost 300 total, so he's going to look very healthy. Circle does shift, centers up perfectly onto Ferry Piss. Actually, this is going to somewhat help Destined to Rise because they don't really have to move. I said it, their movement's going to be really tough to execute. So all they want is the circle to shift their way continuously this game, and actually that warehouse is going to be rewarded as time goes by. I saw there for a second, TT Project, they do have a hovercraft, and as it is going to go on the beaches, and actually there's still a lot of water in play, that hovercraft could be very useful. Actually, I'm being a little bit sneaky here, Jackie. I would love TT Project to take that hovercraft and you send it south of Ferry Pier and you just stay in the water behind the rocks and you just survive. Literally, not a bad shout, as all the teams will be busy in fighting inside of the city of Ferry Pier. Like Ozarox going for the crash on the warehouses of Destined to Rise. Darling, first to fall though, with his teammate of Bets. The flush is instantaneous, Ralph. And now Puzo looking to survive and hopefully redeeming this fight next to Ozarox. But Ralph, we've seen this guy in the past be an MVP contender, but it's going to be Doc just ruining his day from the rooftop. And that is going to be it for that team. Unfortunately, Destined to Rise not able to defend that location.
So there you go, Aurora already with 4 elims onto our first Erangel of the day. Looking good right now as they're coming out swinging into these fights. There's always chances this could quickly bloat as well. A tantalizing encounter between them and a GOAT team that might run towards them. Could be a big fight, a bit of a power struggle between 2 of our top dogs. And then obviously that Ozarox duo that effectively now just need to stay penned in, huddled together for body warmth to not perish on this one. And understand that if they do leave their compound, they'll probably just be lit up by the Aurora crew. It's Yol that's further back. He'd be the one that could take a little bit of a scouting peek, just lurking around the right-hand side of the rock right now.
It definitely is going to be risky for Aurora, though, because they're dead center. If it keeps going on the city, I think that because they're split right now, they've got a 4-man spread inside the city. They could get overwhelmed as they get pushed by multiple angles by teams that are very desperate for that location. So it's good for now. I don't think it's going to be good for the entirety of this game, so they should be willing to adapt, as AMIX is going to be having a straight-up clash with the Vicious. After a good start for the opposition, Vicious, though, falling like flies. It's going to be Narvalo and Koat possibly out fully of this match. AMIX, as we know, if they smell blood in the water, they will not give up. They will chase down their prey until they get every single point imaginable. But Icy, the man himself, got 13 eliminations on day one. He was our top fragger of that opening day. Now, as he's surrounded by foes, it's going to be tough to defend. Though, looking at his teammate, it's going to be a little bit of a decent trade-off. Havlik actually going to get knocked on down, and Icy, this is going to be his perfect time strike. It's going to be a 2-player knock and 1 flushed out. It's a 1v2. Can Icy take it home?
Throws the nade in. Whoa! It's on target to at least flush through on Havlik, so he's removed. Dodges the nade, but still takes a ton of chip damage. Firing the shots towards Spike. Somehow gets the knock on him. He's in the 1v1, and he's clutched it, Max. Icy dripping there as he's able to pick that one up so dominantly. Moving like Neo in the Matrix.
Sorry, I popped off a bit there. Icy was on literally, what was that, 5 HP? And the man just stands his ground like, I got this, and takes it home against the entirety of AMIX. And AMIX, again, being proven why they should stop taking these early skirmishes when they literally have a direct path in the circle. Happens time and time and time again, and unfortunately, they just don't seem to learn. And they're going to be learning that very tough lesson thanks to teacher Icy. As looking over to the other fights is going to be a straight-up dash for the city, which I did say Aurora's got to be a little bit careful because they were so spread, and because of that, they did lose 1 member. In Reefus, is Yol, Top, and Doc looking to defend the fort. But you've got to respect the lobby. You've got to give up buildings for free here because you cannot defend it successfully. Too many teams had the same idea at the same time. You're truly being tested here. You need to regroup. And same also for the other teams such as Mad Esports and even TGM in Ferry Pier. They need to try and just hold down 1, maybe 2 buildings maximum and just start spreading from there on out.
Man. I mean, that's a hell of a feat from Icy to give them 80 limbs as well. So for the Vicious, the fact he actually does get that second flush onto a squad that came in thinking they were the big bullies, even if he goes down here, it's not the end of the world. It's still a decent result in terms of the points accumulated for them to put them into a better position with how close they were to some of our middle-of-the-pack teams there. So they'll be happy with that overall outcome. And like you say, for AMIX, it's a head-in-the-hands moment. Bit of a face palmer. Meanwhile, Aurora carry on with their success, effectively just being able to pick off the stragglers. They fragmented a lot of the early squads that came towards them. Now they've just been sitting pretty, waiting to pick up the pieces on the weaker units. Sneaky nade from Doc in the back line. Sees the hovercraft arriving, it's flaming, it's smoking, bailing out. 3TN will suffer to Doc, and the rest of the team isn't really in position to quickly trade either. So this isn't looking good for 777. This could be another opportunity for Aurora to bloat their overall total tally of eliminations massively.
Oh, he's just running, dodging the bullets, trying to fight back, but the damage will not be enough for Redlick. He's able to get some great movement tech. Though Top will be able to subvert expectations. 2 players, Warrior, Redlick down to very low HP, will pull the first aid. Nade bounce, a little bit too late, unfortunately, from Top. So 777, so far, sure, they did lose 2 members very quickly, but so far, giving a decent fight back to Aurora. As Doc, a little bit too low on the ground, can't do the jump shot through the window anymore. As they're just kind of bobbing and weaving, rolling all around this building, trying to be really hard to predict in terms of location. As Yol flushed on out, Redlick with the S12K stepping up massively. It's down to a 2v2, but Champions can see it here on the map feed, even on the main feed. They are looking to encroach on this terrain. They're looking to get a clean third party. Though Doc never doubts him. This man is stepping up also once again. 7 eliminations so far for the Mongolian team. As the circle moves up, they're still going to be in zone, so they do have some extra time, but Top, unfortunately, will be an extra casualty. Doc left stranded as a solo 1 player against the world.
Just Doc. How much can he do? That's the question. I mean, honestly, mate, these are the sort of moments he thrives. He's got no one to tell him to play it any differently. He can just do whatever ruthless shenanigans he wants. Trying to nade around the corner with the arc there up towards the top of the stairwell. Seeing if he can bake them down to the lower levels to be able to commit, but instantly begins his reposition. So he's going to try and create some space away. Tucks in behind the cover. Warrior doesn't quite know where he is, but he's going to predict it nicely. That's good. Cook on the nade as well, but it somehow does not land. Looked like it was on target to be quite punishing, but instead it results in not too much. Doc might bail on the angle, but he goes further forward. Sneaky position, just gets under the balcony.
Really good attempt on the nade, as you said, from Warrior, but I believe it just hit the top of the wall and it bounced back, so Doc was able to avoid the damage. Though, hovercraft, it's Moxie. Oh, Moxie loves the hovercraft. That's going to be his best friend here. Their 5th member of GOAT team is always that hovercraft, the vehicle. Got them so many big games in the past, and that's going to allow them to go for an easy push on the double warehouse. It's held down so far for Ozarox after an initial good breach onto Destine to rise. Back-to-back-to-back fights in this location. A lot of loot would be possibly parked up here in those death crates, as Focus will be able to initiate the fight nicely in that initial knock. But though, could we see a third party from other teams around it? It's a possibility, though GOAT team will not suffer big casualties. Only Force getting knocked, that's an easy res, and Focus also taking a bit of damage. But so far, they do win the fight. They claim the double warehouses, and also the hovercraft is in great working condition they can use for their next venture.
Yeah, this is big for them, mate.
Welding gun!
Get a quick repair off. Yes, there we go. Like you said, this is Moxie's bread and butter, right? He's been so good mechanically at using that hovercraft as effectively the 5th man for the squad and playing off his teammates where he'll force you into uncomfortable fights. And this is a good 2-point earner where, although Elims is the be-all and end-all for some teams, for GOAT team, with the point lead they had coming into this one, get 2 Elims now, just focus on the big finish. See how many more they can pick up. The longer it goes on, they could still get a very decent injection of points to put them into a great spot come the end of this game. Warrior was just fighting Doc. Now he's got to fight the entirety of champions. From one Mongolian to the rest as they rock up, ready to try and run him down. Warrior thinking about going for the escape play through the window, but he doesn't know if he's safe or not. Buildings burning, nades primed. He's got 2 of his own left to work with. It's a good nade down the stairs. Decent chip damage on entry, but this is his last one.
Warrior trying to topple the Mongolian Empire. It worked earlier against Aurora. Can they do it again? Both the nades. He's chucked so much utility. He tanks it point blank almost. Demo looking for a follow-up. The bounce is strong, and it will be enough to overwhelm Warrior and send him out back into the lobby. 777, not a bad game, I would say. It's just a very tough city finish in Fairy Pierce that they tried their best and unfortunately could not succeed. As, hey, look, this is what champions can achieve, right, Jackie? When you have a full team so far, they're in good sweeping motion in the city of Fairy Pier, though they do have to move deeper into the zone because the circle had different plans in mind. But champions, this is a lot more in line with what I had initially expected from this team, and now they might be able to come out on top with a massive win to reclaim the first place away from GOAT.
Oh, nades over. Retro eating those, mate. The absolute barrage that is delivered from GOAT team. And with Moxie on the move and the hovercraft doing what he does best to try and capitalize onto the weakened foes, this could be them quickly ascending in terms of the Elim points as Moxie will just run them down. Trying to squish them as best he can. Misha's in the car, someone else in the water. Oh my, Max, this is getting messy.
Oh, he's trying to do the 360. He's trying to squish him between the hovercraft and the wall. He's going to jump out Moxie. He loses its armor, but he gains a gun. He finds TGM looking for that one player trying to escape, get the hell out of there. That's a scary hovercraft. And Moxie gets the win. This man is an absolute legend with that vehicle. And not only does he win the fight here, he also gets the reset on some of his teammates. Focus will be the first player in sight. Maybe we'll be able to get Force, but champions, they lost 2. They lost Fearless and Atomic as Demo and Kino. And especially, never want to doubt Kino. Demo does get overwhelmed, gets shut down, as Kino will be making it to a shed. Very similar to what we saw earlier from Doc. And Doc actually is still alive in this game. And Kino has the exact same game plan, but Doc has got the nade. Oh! The bounce is beautiful. And that's it. Champions sent out. 6 teams now remain.
Mate, that's filthy from Doc. You can see the arc on it, which, by the way, Afterlife in the midst of that encounter saved GOAT team. They got enough damage onto the player from Champions that pushed down the reviving play from Moxie that he was able to spam onto him and take him out. So Moxie gets the crew back up, 3 of them alive. Doc tries to 1v3 up close and personal, but will eventually buckle. But instantly the eyes light up for Afterlife as they put bullets down range onto a now broken and bruised GOAT team. 2 players knocked, only one of them still standing at this point, and a nade over from Hardboy might be enough to finish some of them.
I think Moxie forgot he didn't have a hovercraft anymore. He pushed it with a 2-seater like it was a hovercraft. He kind of forgot, unfortunately. You're vulnerable in that vehicle. Though it still was a nice attempt. I do respect it. 4 teams, though, still in this lobby. And Jackie, really the main highlight we had in the pre-show was what the hell is going on with TT Project. And now they're back to their previous form, which is not very high in the elimination front, but getting strong position to just get to the late game for relatively free. And if I'm not mistaken, their compound, they also still had a hovercraft that they have yet to use this match. If they did keep in working condition, ooh, TT Project could be having an absolute banging finish. Who knows, maybe looking for back-to-back on the opening day of day 2. Oh, well, opening day. Opening 2 games of day 2, should I say.
Yeah, dude. It feels like that's the case. I mean, honestly, it might as well be day 1 for them because it's a brand new dawn of how they're playing, right? It feels like they've completely rolled it back, and this is what we wanted to see. This is what we were asking for. It's been a very fun game so far in this opening Erangel. A lot of intense fights, some crazy solo plays, Doc doing Doc things, Moxie on the move. All been very exciting, but who gets the chicken dinner? Will it be TT Project to build themselves a monumental comeback into the standings today? Hard Boys finally found one of the few times, be it if, you know, ever, Max, we've really had Afterlife surviving into an end game. A top 3 finish here since we got into the finals. Their run in the finals has been so quiet. Now they're trying to turn up the decibels.
They got to say thank you to Icy. He eliminated AMIX, and AMIX usually are the team that always eliminates Afterlife, so he actually kind of indirectly helped Afterlife make it to the podium. Strong finish. Though you have 2 sides of the coin, right? You got Afterlife that's got double-digit eliminations, and then you have TT Project that have 0 elimination. Could this be one of our first 0 elimination chicken dinners? Technically, could be happening if it does get claimed by the blue zone, though Effect does get knocked on down. That's a good AR spray. They are in a position where they can easily get the full squad reset, so I wouldn't be too scared for them. The main big point of contention is going to be between Mad Esports and Afterlife. And also, quick highlight, not only on TT Project, but Mad Esports, right? Last game, got 2nd place as a trio. Lost it to TT Project, but this is the rivalry happening once again. Can they get their revenge on this Erangel match? There's a possibility because that dip is looking insanely strong and not too far from the center of the circle, though there will be a nade range of Afterlife. The damage is coming through, but will not result in a knock just yet. Oh, now he does.
Keeping him low, keeping him uncomfortable. Yep, there you go. Eventually the nade is what they needed on that one. Just what the doctor ordered. TT Project looking like they're debating whether or not moving up a little bit as well to commit to this one, thinking that maybe they're weak enough that they can signal the go flare and look to clean up as everyone from Afterlife is on their last legs, crawling forward. You got Neos always on that 3-pronged attack, splitting off from the pack, ready to push up. He's going to prime a nade towards the angle. Oh, Windy on the peak from behind the tree. Good for the denial play. Back onto TT Project just as he goes down. Is that thorn in their side enough to cause this one to be a Mad Esports victory?
Could be the case. I mean, Neos in a very hard-to-res position. Effie's will be going for a quick send. And actually, those 2 smokes are going to be enabling that res to come through. So it was looking a bit dicey, and it didn't get punished whatsoever by Mad Esports. Though, compared to last game, this is a full squad of Mad. That could be more than enough to overwhelm the members of TT Project and claim the win. Still have 0 eliminations here, Jackie. 0 eliminations for TT Project. Well, the other 2 squads had so many more, but there's going to be Zerich able to find that opening knock. Now, it's getting real dicey. Hard to get the reses. Good peek over the ridge here. It's going to be absolute to get that knock and flush onto Zerich. Though the off angle is going to be so strong effect. And Effies are definitely carrying hard in these moments with the shots. Effies, again, getting absolute flushed out of that match. And now for Effect in full send mode. Trying to get all of the members now down to just a duo in the distance. But he does falter. Now down once again, just like last game on Rondo, Jackie, to a proper 2v2 of TT Project versus Mad Esports.
Yeah, we're running it right back. History has repeated itself, and isn't it poetic that it's these 2 teams fighting over the second chicken dinner of the day? Will the outcome be the same? Can TT Project do it again? As the nades are thrown in right on target to blow away their opposition, and the team celebrates not 1, but 2 victories today.
Oh, let's dap it up, boys. It's another chicken dinner, back-to-back, the Rondo, with then the Erangel win. Very low, right, on the elimination front side of things for TT Project, but they've never been a team about high elimination chicken dinners. So you know what? I'm not even going to falter. I'm not going to really be too critical about them faltering on that front of things, because the chicken dinner is a chicken dinner, regardless of what you might think. And it's overall, sure, the circle, you could say, was very kind to them. And it didn't take any unnecessary fights. They didn't take any fights, actually, the entirety of that game. So because of that, they just cruise right onto the very late game. And it's down to the 4v4. And especially the off angles of Effie's and Effect were just really so much pressure applied to Mad that they couldn't even fight back in the first place.
And this is kind of crazy as well, right? Again, these two teams have both come in with their heads really switched on today. For TT Project, I feel like it was a little bit more of a possibility that we'd see this regularly, but I didn't think we'd be seeing this renewed level of consistency from Mad as well to get them into these late game zones. It felt like it was blowing up a little bit early, time and time again for them. It's great to see Takanov and the boys being able to massively change their fate, even if it's been 2 silver medals, which I know is probably eating away at them a little bit. Once, you know, you'd be like, all right, fine, we can go again. But we saw how frustrated they looked last time. 2, that's going to start nibbling. That brain rot's going to start getting you a bit, mate, of when are we going to upset them? When are we going to beat them?
Look at actually at the elimination spread of them. Sure, it's very low for eliminations total, all of those being located entirely on Mad Esports, but do look back at it, their damage is there, meaning they were actively, right, Jackie, zoning teams away, making sure no one was even getting remotely close to breaching their western compound on the beach side, and that just gives them that easy ticket to the podium, eventually second, and eventually at the very end, that chicken dinner. So it does look like a very passive game, but there's a lot under the hood that actually was happening for the chicken dinner to be even feasible in the first place for TT Project.
Yeah, shout out TT Project then with another win today. 2 chicken dinners coming out swinging. Lots of crazy signs on that game, though, Max. That was one of the more fun in terms of explosive nature, Erangel. We've had to be honest with you, mate, over the finals. A lot of quick thinking, a lot of clutches, some crazy nades as well. Talking of the nade plays we had on that, 10 nade elims. Some of them were absolutely spectacular. I mean, shout out to Dog. If it ever stops working in PUBG Mobile, he's got a great career in the NBA.
I feel bad for Kino, though. No, boom! Instantly the nade coming his way. He didn't even get there, and he started already cooking that grenade, so good response from Doc, taking no prisoners in these matches. Looking at our game MVP, though, it's going to be good old Effie's this time around. Don't remember who it was last game. I'm pretty sure it was not Effie's. I think maybe it was Neos, but that's still some good presence of Effie's, able to get some strong off angles over to the southern western side of that final circle to kind of just overwhelm Mad Esports, and really was an angle that they're just not ready to fight back with. But who cares? Doc is MVP, apparently. He's up there. The man, the solo beast here, will be getting 6 eliminations, almost 900 damage. Yeah, the dockening was there. Even though he didn't have any teammates to dockening away from, he was still able to get himself a lot of presence. So this man is just a consistent beast. And so is Icy with those 5 eliminations. Most of those being connecting onto AMIX with that clutch to 1v3. Whew, Icy, an absolute menace here on that map.
Yeah, dude, Icy was giving it the business, absolutely. Basically, the harbinger of death there against AMIX, right, just completely ruined them. They thought they had them banged to rights. That looked like a game where probably AMIX are thinking, okay, yeah, we're hyped up, let's just keep going. And then Icy comes out and goes, no, I will 1v4, and does it in style too. Crazy play. We got a lot of highlights. We touched on some of our favorites that sprung to mind there, but let's have a look back at some of our moments of greatness from our second game of the day.
Well, unfortunately, the start of the game started with no scouting from DG77, and they just go straight into fully ready and looted up Vicious, and as you might expect, things did not really work out. Well, I say fully looted. They did have some weird loadouts, but it was still enough as Moxie with the hovercraft. I do wish the hovercraft was able to get fully restored after that fight. I believe it might have exploded, and because of that, they had to go to the 2-seater. Hovercraft otherwise, look how flat this terrain is, right? That would have been such an amazing vehicle to have to convert the win. But they did have to get into the dip, but it was all down to nades, because all these dips, if you know where players are located, A good arc, a good chuck, that's an easy squad wipe, and you could see in particular TT Project were very efficient with their utility.
Yeah, TT Project had a very good set of heads on their shoulders today, playing some smarter, more strategic PUBG Mobile zoning teams. Again, one of the big elements for that roster as well has been how they play off each other in terms of their sort of splits. You know, always just able to catch you off guard from the sideline whilst protecting one another. So yeah, it was nice. Good to see a reawakening from TT Project into the server today and keeping it consistent. It wasn't a flash in the pan. It wasn't just one game. It was 2 back-to-back games where they've shown us they look to try and ascend up the ranking today. We can have a look how the overall rankings go down for that match in particular, though, with Afterlife, due to the sheer elims they racked up, Max actually being on top, 15 points over TT Project.
Well, it does make sense when your chicken dinner team got only 4 eliminations. So yeah, those 10 elims are going to be carrying Afterlife very high on this match ranking. And good presence, because we usually don't see them get very late into the games. They're usually all involved in hot drops with the likes of AMIX, or really struggling to making it to the mid to late game portion of these matches and losing players left, right, and center. No, this is the Afterlife that is somewhat of an echo of what we witnessed, right, Jackie, back in PMCO EEU. And this is a team that did surprise us, were the underdog of that region, able to eclipse teams like Major Pride, like Virtus Pro, that did win PMSL CSA last year. So this is a team that I think had a lot of expectations in terms of maybe not winning the tournament, but at least being on this first page of the rankings. But they did show a lot of potential here, able to sweep the entire eastern side in Ferry Pier and able to come out on top as your #1 team in terms of overall points. Though second page, DG, I'm starting to be a bit skeptical here, Jackie, that maybe they just lost the secret sauce and are just not able to make a climb back up at the top.
It does feel like something's kind of capped out, you know. They've run out of oil, the engine's sort of sputtered to a standstill. It's not been looking great.
Oh, look at the jump up, though, from TT Project, jumping up 4 ranks, and Aurora Gaming jumping up also an extra 4 ranks. Meaning, if we stop right now, it would be GOAT, TT Project, ARCRED, and Aurora making it to PMGO Season 1 Main Event over in Jakarta. But the point gap is just so minimal. It's single digits here, though GOAT team has got a significant point lead of 12 points. So even if they do fumble a bit throughout today, Jackie, and maybe at the start of tomorrow, GOAT team could still just cruise right on in to that LAN event here at the end of the year.
Absolutely, especially if they keep it up with some good consistency, and we're certainly seeing that it doesn't feel like they're going to be dropping off anytime soon. But yeah, dude, some of the more known quantities struggling, left down towards the bottom side of the standings, other teams rising, and again, that point gap still so marginal as well, that I think by the end of today, it could be a hell of a race. When we get into those last 2 Miramars, it's going to be so scrappy to see where sleeping dogs are lying, right? How much movement there really is in the standings, as it feels like no one's safe still. I mean, maybe other than GOAT team if they can keep this up, but it's going down to really fine margins tonight.
It really is going to be down to the wire. The second page, 777, 1 chicken dinner, but that means outside of their 1 chicken dinner, they've got a total of 8 placement points in 7 matches, which is not a great ratio. It's going to be around 1 average per game, so 777, we need to increase those numbers a little bit. We know the fragging power's there. Warrior in particular is a great survivor on Rondo. Unfortunately, you only have 1 Rondo per game, so we need to see more from 777 throughout the rest of those battlegrounds on Erangel and Miramar specifically, because they've showed a lot of potential, right? Westron also is definitely one of the players that I think has been a highlight throughout the entirety of this tournament, but the thing is, it's so top heavy right now in the leaderboards, Jackie, that teams that are doing like kind of okay are still getting eclipsed by the big dogs in this lobby.
Yeah, exactly. It's really coming down to basically you've got to give it your A game and then some to be able to fully clear the bar that's being presented. Much more action to go, though, as we return to our second Erangel preceding the break, so we'll see you in a couple moments' time.
Start the war!
Hey, welcome back everybody as the action carries on here. Second day of the finals for EECA, and it's been pretty tasty thus far. Two relatively explosive games, Max, but with one consistent result. It's been the TT Project crew walking away with 2 chicken dinners thus far.
And also, Mad Esports getting 2 chicken nuggets back-to-back, right? 2 second places, so they're able to get himself quite consistent points. And actually looking at them in particular, Mad were in 14th position. Their best game before that was a second place with 8 eliminations on match 3 of yesterday on Erangel. So actually, this could catapult them significantly higher overall in the rankings. So I'm excited to see exactly if they can keep on doing that headed into our next matches today. We've still got 4 matches to go. Though, of course, if you do want to take some wins in the game right now, you can head on over to the QR code, scan it right now, or just enter the code onto the website. You can get this Graffiti Vandal helmet level 3 right now. There's only 75, so you better be quick, otherwise you might just be missing out on a very sick cosmetic. Ooh.
Yeah, don't miss your opportunity. Make sure you grab that one and have it in your skin collection to look swanky when you're running around your battlegrounds. But we'll carry on, of course, with the more regular flow of things. Here, Max, 2 games down, 2 Erangels left to go, 4 matches in total, with our bookends being the back-to-back Miramars in a couple hours' time. And already today, a few of our squads look like they're being able to blossom into the competition in a far, far better way than what we were seeing previously. Aurora are out there scrapping, winning some nice duels. Icy, specifically for the Vicious, looked fantastic, but will the rest of the team wake up a little bit more? And then Goat Team just doing Goat Team things, standing head and shoulders above the rest of the competition.
Just the consistency of Goat Team has been kind of crazy, right? Yesterday being the only team to get 2 chicken dinners, got really close on that first game here on Rondo, but it was just not enough to actually convert into an actual dub later on down the line. So Goat Team always going to be a contender for the top 4, though really, you mentioned TT Project, they went from 11th position at the start of today up to now 2nd place in only 2 matches. When I say only 2 matches, it's 2 chicken dinners, which is quite significant to make a comeback. So really happy with TT Project and Mad Esports. Now, I'm going to focus my attention on teams that I still want to see that comeback come through in these 4 remaining matches of today. In particular, AMIX and especially DG77. Those are the big 2 names that I'm going to focus on because DG, if I don't see any scouting happening these matches, Jackie, and they just send into fights fully blind, I think this is a team that's just lost that kind of momentum and they just are fully out of gas to get those big points on board though. So yeah, we know they can do well, but right now, it's just not looking like the DG77 of old.
No, it's not the same team with how they've been playing, to be honest, mate. It's felt like it's been a lot slower, a lot more uncomfortable. Just even in terms of the duels they're taking, it never feels like they have that same level of arrogance to actually win them anywhere near as dominantly, right? So they're kind of limping away from fights rather than swanning out with their heads held high. Yeah, a bit of a shame there from DG77, as again, I thought they were one of the squads we'd certainly see towards the top end of the standings based on historically how they've been looking leading up to this point. But yesterday it was a bit quiet. Today it's been effectively mute in both of these games as well. Feels like we don't even really see them until they just go out.
Yeah, usually that's just how it goes. At the start of that game, they just fully send it into a team that they're not ready for that altercation, and they just get overwhelmed and lose out on the entire momentum they initially built that game. So, yeah, there's a lot of opportunities for them to do well, but it's just when it comes to how hopeful I am, not quite hopeful this time around, quite unfortunate. Though actually, looking at the rest of this lobby, I'm looking at ARCRED. I feel like they've had some decent positions around these last 2 games to play from. But teams are just so hungry now for any point and desperate that ARCRED sure have good positions, but if you don't have the brawn to back up a strong spot to defend it successfully against a 1 team, 2 team, 3 teams, maybe 4 teams at the same time kind of encroaching on your terrain, things are not really going to work out. So ARCRED, a lot of potential there, but right now this lobby has just leveled up significantly compared to what we witnessed yesterday in those 6 matches.
Oh yeah, ARCRED aside that again, man, it feels like they have a ton of firepower, and we were getting it on a more consistent case basis previously, especially in the LCQ. They were really kind of given the business. Got a little highlight here of the AMIX squadron, a side that's never really risk-adverse when it comes to self-preservation. They love fighting. Hey, you know, we were kind of joking around about the fact the average survival time was solo for Aurora at one point where they were getting elims, but you can see here it's substantially worse for AMIX, never really making it consistently past that kind of 15-minute mark of games, dude, and only really Default being the one that's been able to pick himself up with a decent chunk of elims. It's been a whole lot worse for this squad.
15 minutes is not even a Livic map. It's actually almost Noosa numbers right now, which Noosa is a tiny map. If you guys know and you play it, it is kind of the length of a Noosa map. So that is kind of what we are seeing from AMIX. And I knew the survival time of the team was low because we saw Default being our top fragger of day one, and his survival time was around 16 minutes. But I didn't expect the rest of the team to be so much lower, missing out on over an extra minute compared to the top player of their squad. Kind of surprising. So the thing is, I'm going to stop criticizing because they know what the issue is. Everyone knows necessary early game fight. So unless that happens, that change does come up in these games, I'm going to stop talking about AMIX because I just keep getting hurt again and again and again as they bring them up. So it's going to be just about time to get into our next map. Though we do have some extra player stats here for ARCRED and their survival time, except for Glory, realistically. Jackie's looking way healthier, and so do the eliminations.
Yeah, dude, ARCRED is certainly a side that we've been, quite happy to see playing some good PUBG Mobile. And again, here, this is kind of embodying the reason why Fleek has been a real force to be reckoned with when he's going into these head-to-head engagements. Hard Boy as well. Like we said previously, anyone that's got boy at the end of their name seems to be able to play PUBG Mobile to a brilliant level. And he certainly rings true with that element, being very effective as a zoning tool for this roster, a great second piece. And Star and Glory, even though statistically here Glory's not looked as good, I think in terms of the history, he's actually looked brilliant for this roster in some clean moments. So yeah, I don't think that tells the true image of the overall roster, as they are a talented team, and they've been firing on all cylinders. So if Glory starts to get a little bit of moment of time in the sun, you'll certainly see even more from this team as it goes on today.
Yeah, it is looking like some glorious gameplay from Glory from time to time, but very inconsistent, right? Things are getting a bit dicey for them, as they were starting off the day in top 4, and the thing is, lobby's getting very competitive, so things are getting a little bit tense at the top. Actually, as you were talking about Hard Boy, Bad Boy, all those guys with a boy name were doing so good. Where the hell is Para Boy? I know, wrong region, okay, he's over in China. Where is the man? He needs to make it back to a global event this year. This would be so cool. This is going to be the year of the IGNs that end with Boy. His comeback will happen. Don't worry. Trust the process. Playing path, though, is going to be on our screens. It's going to be quite southern, actually, making it from the riverside next to Nova Repnoye over to the western coast and next to Gatka and Hospital. So kind of nice for the likes of GOAT Team, also for the side of TT Project, Destined to Rise, and also Aurora as they make over there. Even Champions, actually. So the two Mongolian teams going to enjoy this playing path very heavily. Outside of this, though, teams that like to drop a little bit more up north here in particular, such as 27 Plus and TGM, will have to stretch it, making it especially to Yasnaya Polyana, because they do want that loot truck as per tradition.
Yeah, always want it, and more commonly than not, making sure that they do get it for themselves. We've seen the loot trucks be a gigantic backbone for a ton of our teams in these games. And hey, wouldn't be surprised with a drop down towards the coastal line there as well if we see GOAT Team once again arming themselves with an early hovercraft to play off of. That's been a gigantic element of their overall rotation and fighting maneuvers into these matches on Erangel. We've seen Moxie loving every opportunity he has to play with it. So that would be a nice staple for them. You see the drop down as well from DG77 here. Let's hope that they stay alive a little bit longer on their setup towards farm, as it's not been the cleanest run of form today for them.
Seeing his pre-pod, he was just looking at that window, just staring. Like, yeah, good architecture, nicely built. But overall, drop-in split as they usually tend to do on next to farm area on the coast. They like to play split, get the loot. I think it's especially to kind of maximize the amount of vehicles they can get in the early stages. And especially this area that Frieza is at is very good because you can have a decent amount of spawns for boats, and hopefully one of those will be converted into a hovercraft. So maybe they're just trying to chase that high of getting the hovercraft for themselves, which would make the early stage a little bit easier just to be safer inside of that hovercraft itself. So outside of this, teams going for their usual rotation. No early eliminations, so seeming a bit more typical on this map. And actually, as we do have time to talk about stuff here, Jackie, I want to pivot over to the loot truck again. I know we just talked about it. Outside of the loot and everything, I'm still waiting for one game. It did happen in India just a few weeks ago for BGIS with, I think it was Team Genesis, one player, Hunters, able to get himself a win from there. I know at one point, I don't know when it will be, we're going to have a finish on a road with an exploded loot truck, and it is going to literally win the game for a team. Outside of then, of course, the Indian region, because that's where it's happened first. Will it be ECA? Will it be PMGO Season 1 in Jakarta? Will it be PMWC or PMGC? That's the question, but it can really create a big advantage in those finishing circles if you use it right.
Another element of strategy that opens up many doorways, especially for some of the best at PUBG Mobile, to use it to perfection. Wonder if there'll be any twists in the narrative as this one goes on as well today, right? We've had that consistent duo that have been our top two teams back-to-back in TT Project. And, of course, the roster of Mad that have made a big rise, at least further up. Obviously, they've not really been getting that many elims, and it was a slow start on day one. So although they've had two good games in terms of their positional play, they still need to achieve a bit more if they want to find their heads above water. Yes, the middle of the pack there in terms of the standings is leapfroggable for a lot of our sides. Even the top four, in reality, no one looks mega safe here. So it could get uncomfortable quite quickly. But that depends if the fortune starts to change. If we see TT Project slow down, if Mad fall out early, open the doorway for someone else in a late game circle. Few names that have been quite quiet today as well compared to the contrast we had previously. One of them being on screen now in Destine to Rise. It felt like they were starting to find some great form, Max, but we haven't really had much opportunity to highlight them yet.
Yeah, it's been a big surprise of a team, right? I was not going into this tournament really hyped up on Destiny to Rise. I was like, oh, okay, like interesting roster. We'll see if they can actually, convert some big games. But genuinely, surprisingly, sometimes Ralph in particular, I think has been a main standout. Bets when he has a shed, MVP contender. If he doesn't have it, tends to be a little bit harder to execute. Though we are going to be fighting in Boatyard. Very rare to see fights happen here, especially in the early stages. It's going to be, again, an early fight with AMIX. They just love these early skirmishes. It's going to be a scramble, though. It's going to be really hard for Icy to escape from. But we saw what Icy did earlier, right? Against AMIX, actually. He got himself the 3-piece, the 3 eliminations to wrap up the fight. But now, one extra member joins the party. It's going to be 1v4. Havlik, though, not involved in this push in Squad House. And this could be a very easy nade. Normally, you know exactly where Icy's hiding. He's going to try and be a bit quick on the movement. That's going to be a beautiful, perfect nade from Kavik. And that's going to be a flush. Icy just confirming his death early on. And that's going to be pretty much the game done and dusted for Vicious. Down to a duo. It's going to be really tough to get any significant points on board when you are wounded this early on in the match.
Yeah, the Vicious is run of unlucky form in terms of losing a lot of their backbone early on seems to be continuing then. Not ideal, mate, for them to be able to build themselves some nice stature. Always close, always within the conversation of maybe moving up a few points, but never quite following through on that, it seems, today. So unfortunate for them with only a duo left to run through this one quite early as well. I mean, 6 minutes into the game and you're down to only 2 players in Erangel for a squad that's usually so good at their due diligence and very effective. That could haunt them somewhat But we'll keep with it, see if that does potentially provide any kind of exit scenario for them, or if maybe they can weave their way back in later on into the action. Rotation POV here for Aurora as well, as they finally start to set their focus away from Sosnovka and leave the military base back to the mainland. And coming over the bridge here and moving into the zone. TT Project down towards the quarry side as well, getting themselves looted, taking a slower approach on things as they'll get themselves suited and ready for the action a bit later.
He's been down the spikes. Oh, you don't see that happen very often. You don't drive over it. Okay, cool. No, I thought he was going to do a mistake. The thing is, you never see players use that feature almost ever. I think I've seen once 4 Thrives do it on the bridge, and I think it kind of worked in that tournament. I think it was like a year ago or something. You usually don't see anyone actually loot it because they deactivated the setting where you would just automatically pick it up, but you really got to actively think, oh, I want to pick it up for this particular use. Just put it in your backpack and actually use it later on down the line. So if someone is trying to make the cross on that bridge, that could be a really, really fun ton of events where you just don't see the spikes and you just instantly lose your wheels. Though, moving on to a little bit of a more serious topic here, Jackie, I wanted to open up a conversation with you. Right now, top 4 teams. Go, TT Project, ARCRED, Aurora. Based on the point that we are at in this tournament for the finals, right? Pretty much the halfway point. We do also have the Smash ruling in effect tomorrow. With all of that in mind, do you have any of the teams in our top 4 that you believe will 100% remain there until the very end and make it to PMGO Season 1 in Jakarta? Or do you think this is still completely open for the top 4 to change entirely before we wrap up the finals?
I think it's still going to move a lot. I think it is still going to move a lot. I think 2 of these teams probably 100% aren't really even that safe, and I would say that ARCRED most likely realistically won't be in there, unfortunately, towards the end. I'd like to say the only team that I do actually see getting through, Max, is GOAT team, but I thought they'd be further down, kind of periphery team, 3rd, 4th, that kind of placement. With how they've been playing, actually, they've been showing us way more of that original kind of GOAT team flavor that made us fall in love with this roster. I think actually they got a decent chance to be in either 1st or sort of 2nd place going through, so I think it'll be a huge run of form for them. Otherwise, I just don't know. I think this could move so much. You got a ton of talent and a very short grouping of points that's separating them. That, yeah, I don't think it's that safe for Aurora. Champions have been a bit inconsistent. Will they be in there? Vicious kind of defeating themselves at times, it seems. So, yeah, man, I mean, maybe TT Project, if they can add a few more elims alongside getting these consistent Ws, they could be in the conversation. But the only one of
I would be very surprised if they do not remain in top 4 by the end of these finals. But the main thing we have to keep in mind is it is heavily based on how many games are going to be unfolding tomorrow. If you have only 2 matches, top 4 teams should be looking really safe because it's just less opportunities for teams outside of top 4 to make that comeback happen and make the push up in top 4. If you have 6 matches tomorrow, I would say everyone, even GOAT team, could fall out of contention. That is going to be very dependent on can they convert an early win to secure the smash? Or are they just going to keep falling flat on their faces? Are they going to get hot dropped by other teams that are looking to just bide their time? And because of that, it's forcing GOAT team even lower on the rankings. So many factors are going to be coming to play tomorrow. So GOAT team sure are looking good right now, but tomorrow they might have a massive target on their back.
It might be hard for them there as well when suddenly everyone's sort of targeting them, and obviously for what we've seen, a lot of it's been down to sort of those elims and big games where they're sort of ratting out late game placement finishes but not quite always getting the consistent chicken dinner. So it could be way harder when they get into the pressure zone that is Smash in a LAN environment like this for a younger team. We'll see if that eats away at them or if they'll be able to take it in their stride in tomorrow's show, though, in the 3rd day of the finals. For now, we can see some of the scraps that are breaking out across Erangel's wide land as everyone's taking head-to-head battles. TGM up against Destine to Rise, resulting in a few players falling over early into this one. Mad even want to look in and see if they could late third party on this. Just a bit of a scouting play, keeping LOS towards them as they try and recover from the early encounter. Nade in through the window side towards Retro's angle, but he stays tucked in. DG77 take an encounter versus Avalanche as well, resulting in Molodoy falling away, and possibly the rest of the team quite quickly afterwards. Looks like it's just Tommy trying to make a getaway.
Got a scramble here on the east. Yep, DG77. Trying to zone champions away, scare them off, make them scurry back to safety. As AMIX again, Kvik doing really good actually this game. He had a strong nade earlier onto IC in Boatyard. It seems like he's able to build a bit more momentum for himself, so he's going to be a true MVP contender this game, it seems like, if they do make it to the very bitter end of this match. As only one team is really in the blue, is going to be AMIX. Again, typical slow rotation. AMIX is not even that they rotate slow, is that they fight too much, and because they fight too much, they rotate slowly because they're constantly involved in a skirmish. So that's the real big outlier for AMIX. As though we go up to Tornado Siren Mountain, it's going to be Aurora defending it so far without really suffering any casualties. Reaper sure is knocked, but it was not even a fight, I'm going to say, as they get those 2 eliminations, and that is going to be it for ARCRED. Eliminated, and they couldn't afford to do so. You said it right, Jackie, that ARCRED would be a team you might see fall out of top 4. And this is exactly why, because they do sometimes get these 0-point matches that really hurt their chances of being a top-tier team.
Yeah, it feels like it is very risky in terms of the inconsistency for a team like this, where it can fall away from them quite quickly. So another unfortunate game here, going down very early and feeding a couple of points towards DG77 as they pick up 2 of the 4 elims. More so than ever, though, it looks uncomfortable for DG, with the smokes being the thin veil of protection between them and Kvik, who wants to mount an onslaught towards them. You're pinned in position by a 4-pronged attack here from the AMIX roster. If you leave this coverage of these buildings, you're going to have a lot of crosshairs immediately on your positions. It could be a bit more awkward for the escape, but I can try and play it a bit slower. Zone not that powerful right now, so they're going to be able to wait this one out at least for a little while. AMIX might eventually just pull the pin on it and bail as well. They've got vehicles, but don't want to run too low on supplies. They're not going to run into the compound, as then you're feeding your points over to the team. So it seems like they're cutting their losses on that one.
Wait, am I hallucinating? Is this AMIX disengaging?
I know.
What is this is a different team. Who's on their accounts? I don't believe it's the real team. No, there's an oddity, but you know what? Finally, they do give up on a fight that's just not worth it and going for a better tomorrow, hopefully. It's now into crates of George Bolt. It's going to be Warrior, the survivor, trying to get a bit of a bounce, actually nading himself, taking a bit of a tickle there with that utility. But he is fully stranded. The rest of his team are actually in the circle towards the western side of Everest. So Warrior just alone, actually just not even moving. He's just staying there, not budging. He hits the nade, doesn't get quite the damage onto Tapok, unfortunately. Not sure what's happening here for Warrior, but that is definitely going to be a really tough chuck coming his way as he's looking to overwhelm with the S12K. Really good movement here, trying to force them into a very narrow area to line them up perfectly, but he still will get pushed down and eliminated. That's going to be the end for that solo play of 777. Now down to just a duo in the circle at least, but 27 plus still waiting for that momentum that so far has just not been able to come through outside of that first Rondo of the day.
Havlik down here. AMIX disengaging from one fight but running into another. Will it be worst case scenario for them as the Vicious might buckle under the pressure? It seems like 777 and TT Project might be looking to stand strong above the rest in the lobby as one by one there's punishment being delivered swiftly and AMIX fall to just a single representative of the organization. Afterlife and DG clashing head-to-head as well, whilst Champions go up against Aurora. So the Battle of the Mongolians once again rears its head. That's Aurora up to a 4 elim game thus far.
It's always Champions versus Aurora. It was happening during Knockout, and we're back to that old trend. Oh, that nade could have been good, but luckily there's a little bit of a wall, keeping Fearless nice and healthy. Oziol still got 3 nades. He's got a lot to spare. Actually, he's got a Molotov. I'm surprised he's not going for the Molotov. Again, this is a wooden floor building. Would spread and just force them in a position that you could easily nade off the back of that. But he's got the nade bounce. Also still not connecting. I think this is a mistake. I think Ziol really should try and play with that Molotov. It would just keep this window in check, though. Zioli's got the angle. Able to find Atomic instantly. That was an instant knock coming his way. So a really good response. As there you go. Finally, the Molotov comes out. And Ziol will be able to get it. But you actually know what? It's a little bit better because now he gets the knock with the Molotov. And he got backup of his teammate, Wolf Refus. And Champions not even given a fighting chance, it seems. Getting fully surrounded, mollied, naded, and get sent right back to the lobby. Having to play TDMs as they wait to get into the next match.
Frustration probably washing over them. Quite a few of our teams, you imagine, would be face-palming based on their results onto third game of the day here, hoping to achieve a bit. However, no elims for a ton of the squads that have already gone down. And more, we're losing members as the fight continues. 777 and Ozarox clashing head-to-head. Leon 44 doing good footwork up against them. So 777 with just 2 points on this game go out as well. And Mad Esports, that have been a fairly ferocious roster today, look to try and deny onto any of the players they can get a sight line over towards. Destined to rise still in this same angle as well. They've been in for quite some time. You can see the aftermath of the Ozarox move up. Flames, broken vehicles, and a squad quickly trying to buffer out the damage they've taken. Mad won't overcommit to it, so they can reset from the fight at least.
I mean, Destined to Rise, you're talking about them, they just love warehouses. They had it earlier in Theory Pier. They're now on the outskirts of Georgeport. Don't know what it is. They just love that kind of building layout. And yeah, they were able to actually get a good engage initially last game, but then they got overwhelmed by the likes of Ozarox's push. So hopefully this time will be a better opportunity to capitalize on it. Though we lose another big name here in DG77. That's DG out. That's Avalanche out. That's Champions out. That's ARCRED out. That's Vicious out. And even AMIX, as they still took an early fight later on. Man, with a gap like, I mean, this leaderboard in particular, Jackie, teams from 4th place to 8th place fully eliminated. The top 3 are going to create a massive lead as they already have 7 eliminations for Aurora and 4 eliminations now for TT Project.
But look who's pulling up to try and take a fight over towards Matt. Ooh, nice shot from Ayato, straight to the cranium there as Takanov will take one right between the eyes. The hovercraft crew of GOAT looking to build on their previous successes today and quickly collapse to establish themselves a few extra points. It's good play from Force to flash out Takanov, so that's another one in the backpack. Ethis from range assaults towards Zixi. And Afterlife, their poor run of form outside of that one top 3 that we saw continues. Again, they are out quite early here, Max, and a ton of our teams already being ripped away. Doc, a sliver being seen there onto the backside of the Mad Esports crew, and he just barrages bullets on them. Is this Aurora looking to once again throw themselves into the blender? Already 8 elims nearly established. Looking good here.
Okay, Aurora, I do not want to see the same mistake as yesterday. You have to commit to a breach in a building. Otherwise, third parties are going to be an issue. They have to pick a fight, commit to it, pick a secluded team, and just full send it. I need, even if they can maybe find a dick now, that's great, but definitely upon Circle 6, that is when they're going to have to commit to it. I don't want them to just try and send in an open position and hope they'll survive. Teams will be willing to punish you. Like here, this dip, it's so nadeable. Why are you going here? You could go inside the buildings and crash onto GOAT, or even send it onto the SAD of Mad Esports. I do not think this is a great ridge to work with because it is going to be in nade range. Oh, hopefully GOAT just kind of want to give up on it. But yeah, the nades are going to be raining on through. Round the cars. If he was there still, that would have been a knock. So it is not a comfortable split. The two players on the high ground are fine, but these two players on the low ground is going to be a bit of a risky position. But it seems like the game plan is what I thought. They're going to wait for Circle 6. But on Circle 6 here, Jackie, I need to see a crash from Aurora. You can't remain passive. You need to get involved in this conversation.
No, yeah, you've got to be proactive. You can't afford to just sit back and watch the fireworks. They need to be the one lighting them and blowing up some of the other squads here in an encounter like this. So many sides being able to just stick to their guns and play safely, uncontested. I mean, D2R have not moved in nearly 10 minutes at this point. Just been sitting pretty and quite comfortable through and through. Aurora, will they use some of that controlled aggression to attack one of our sides, see if they can get into a better position early? The late rotates have bit them in the bottom time and time again on their Erangel gameplay. Hopefully this won't be another run of that poor form. Could be a bit of an uphill battle round towards the GOAT squad, though, as they're set up with some nice elevated positions and have a few nades in the back pockets. They throw one down just in case they can get some chip damage. Spam from Ayato as well. Usually on point with the pins pulled from his utility, but won't get anything just yet. You can see an establisher here from 27 plus. This is Ruzen setting himself up with the smoke wall, trying to break the line of sight from the other teams nearby.
Come on, the circle shifted. I need to see this push. I need it! Give it to me! Hopefully they will deliver. Mounting over to the east is great. And looking at TT Project, you can see the POV of Neos in particular. Very low on the ammo count, so got to be a little bit cautious of not overusing that ammo. Got to make sure you've got to be very resourceful with what you have left in your backpack. They got a 2-1-1 split. Very similar actually to the Rondo, right? Very similar kind of gameplay style, strategy, setup. And I think that they're also going to be playing it relatively passive in the TT Project way. Though they still have 7 eliminations, which is way better than last game. But as of right now, they're going to slow things down and hopefully subvert expectations to claim another win. A back-to-back-to-back would be mad as Aurora finally. I wanted it here, Jackie. They go for the push. They get right in there into Hospital and are taking the fight straight to GOAT team.
Here we go. Clashing with the GOATs up close and personal. This is what we wanted to see between these two sides, but let's see if they can deliver in the actual firefight itself. A laboured encounter thus far, trying to go for the pickup play to make sure that Joel can be a key piece for Aurora in this encounter. Nades thrown all around. The windows are being blown out of the building. Reefus will hold close towards the stairs whilst he waits for Joel to get his health back so they can play off one another. Focus, throwing the nades down. He's on his last legs in terms of HP. Needs to quickly create a bit of space between them both. Meanwhile, over at the barn, we say goodbye to TGM as they go out of the runnings here. Quick smoke plays to block off the hallways for Aurora so they can get their meds in. D2R also finished off amongst the carnage. Force finally gets a line of sight back over onto Reefus and will detonate with the rounds from across the building. 3 nades primed in quick succession. Can the barrage deal any damage? They throw them in. It's on target. Goodbye, Aurora, as they're starting to lose players quickly now.
Well, yeah, that's time for GOAT to pull the trigger. You want to make the commit. You want to make the push, though. Nade going to get cooked up. Doc going to be giving it up. Swapping on over to his main shotgun as he gets surrounded. Finds one, looking to make it downstairs, but unfortunately will not find safety quickly enough. That's GOAT team for the dub, able to claim the entirety of Hospital as their terrain, as their kingdom. As though, actually, there were a few good smokes coming out from Zioli, was because Mad Esports were made... Though it was not happening, the fight was just a little bit too quick for GOAT, as 27 plus shifting on over to the POV of some of the members. Ruzen, sure, knocked, but not in an impossible position to get the res on that member. So 27 plus could still be looking really strong, and especially this ridgeline is kind of keeping them split away from Mad, from TT Project. So this should be their ticket to the podium. But Go Team, they're looking healthy. They got the full reset, back up as a 3-man squad here. This could be their time to strike, take the fight to a weakened 27 plus or TT Project, and who knows, maybe claim that chicken dinner.
Moxie on the move in the hovercraft. It's bread and butter in a lot of these encounters, but with them only having 3 players, will they be able to fight to that same stature we know they're capable of? Widespread on them so far as well. Moxie playing tucked in behind the hovercraft for now. 4 still down towards the buildings with focus on the rotate with the car, keeping them guessing, just looking for a bit of a read here, close towards the rock. They're going to try and prime the nade to throw towards him. Detonates in air. He goes back in. Can he get the knock? Wants to bonnet them. There's the tap. Aslan boy knocked over because of it. The rest of GOAT can capitalize on this space created. They charge in and start to punish 27 plus. Tap hot glow. Bullets in the back line from Force. Moxie dives out of the hovercraft as well to assist, and the nades, if on target, could blow away 27 plus.
This is literally the perfect way to fight it for GOAT, because you're in a secluded fight. This ridgeline is making sure Mad Esports and TT Project can't shoot you from a distance. And look who it is. If it isn't Moxie with a hovercraft, jumping on out with a PP Bison, and that was not even a fight. That's going to be 27 plus, sent 6 feet under. What an engage. And again, look at that. The team looking so healthy because no one had an angle on them. As I say that, though, you can see on the minimap, Bio's going for a wide transition northwest. So he's looking to maybe surprise and shock all of GOAT. But even if he finds a knock here, I don't think that's going to be enough to actually eliminate the entire team. And Moxie still got the hovercraft. We're about to shift into the final circle. It's going to be stage 8. And if there's building, especially of TT Project, and Mad is not in zone anymore, this is looking like the easiest GOAT chicken dinner I've ever seen. Wait. It's the same top 3 of Rondo.
Yeah.
Is GOAT
We've done it again, mate.
I just realized.
This is 3 games in a row where it's been TT Project and Mad, and then 2 games where we've had this top 3 exactly. How does this keep happening, Max? Consistency has been key today.
It's not like the circles have been in the same area and favoring those teams. Like, they're on opposite side of the map. Earlier was Ferry Pier, now we're next to the hospital, so yeah, it just goes to show these are the true consistent teams. Mad in particular, I would say one of the biggest step-ups I've seen outside of TT Project. But though, they need to end this fight. TT Project versus Mad, the 2v2, you need to end it right here, right now, if you want to be able to maybe take the chicken away from the grasp of GOAT. Because actually it would be massive if Mad can win the fight versus TT Project. They already have Bio set up as an anchor point, so that transition shouldn't be hard to execute. Oh, time to play around with that utility. That was the last grenade of Absolute. Now it's going to be HTSX trying to go for the peek around the corner. Nicely able to find himself that knock through the window frame. And as we see that, that is going to be the end. TT Project eliminated, and really good for Mad. Don't lose a single member. They have a vehicle, and they could look to regroup onto Bio. That's yet to be spotted by all of GOAT Team. He could be the winning condition.
He could be, but could be the operative word unless GOAT have something to say about it. He finally makes his play with the backstab. Good damage. Knocks one of the players. But the same can be said about Mad. They've got to go for the recovery onto Absolute, so it's a bit more uncomfortable for Bio. Quickly tries to create some space as he sprints across. Moxie flushed out as well from the reposition, and Absolute has been picked back up. Focus with the repeak. Hits that one. Nades coming in onto the duo of GOAT. Mad. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride today. Twice they've come second. Will this be their first chicken dinner? Or will GOAT Team be able to upset them? Bio drops, and it's Focus and Force, the lethal duo from GOAT, left to try and clutch this one.
HTSX just got access to all of the loot of Moxie. He's got 3 nades, so that's going to be some good util. He gets it. Oh, that could be beautiful behind the crate. So you get the damage. Just get a bit done onto Focus. It's just a tickle. As the Bio, sure, is knocked, is still providing valuable information on top of that ridge. As Focus now has got a nade of his own. That's going to be forcing HTSX out in the open. The bounce is huge. It goes a little bit too far. The second also going to go right behind HTSX. But Mad, how are the nades not hitting? They should be perfect. And Molotov, though, is going to burn him up to a crisp. Mad still not able to convert a chicken dinner. And GOAT team looking to reclaim their position on the throne. What a massive win here right outside of Hospital.
There you go, the pop-off, very proud of themselves for that one, and deservedly so. GOAT team looking so damn consistent, but also getting themselves a chicken dinner today. That's going to be the dream scenario. A crazy repeat of form where we're getting these same names in our top 3 finishes time and time again. And for Mad, at least finally, they upset TT Project. But you can see, Max, that's 3 opportunities to get a chicken dinner, and 3 times they've come second. They're still struggling to close these games, and it's eating away at them.
It really must be super frustrating, right? You just get so close yet so far in these matches to get the win, but still respect to the big top 3 here. It clearly is their day for the side of GOAT, also for the side of TT Project and Mad Esports. Though, this is the fight that I think really enabled GOAT team to win this game. I think this was kind of their launching point at the end of that game, which was taking the final to 27 plus behind the ridgeline, making sure that Mad Esports and TT Project can't get really involved in that skirmish. And that allows them to get fully rezzed back up as a trio. Eventually does go down to just Focus and also an extra member. And Force was just absolutely beautiful in that game with his shots. And that's going to be enough to convert the chicken dinner. And man, oh man, the overall eliminations from Fourth and Focus, that was the deadly duo this game that were able to subvert expectations and take home the win at the end of that match.
Absolutely so. I mean, you can see Focus. He's been kind of one of the players that's very loud and relishing in their victories every time they have a good display. He's been trying to keep the energy high for this team. He erupts after they win that one with that duo being able to get it over the finish line. So yeah, passing the baton about who's going to be an influential player. It feels like the whole squad has been showing us a true display of their overall skill set. GOAT are kind of the Swiss Army knife in the lobby right now, mate. They can do it all.
It really feels like it. They're kind of like a more aggressive TT Project in the games where they do get to that true late scenario. So very consistent so far today, especially on that Rondo and now this Erangel. But the match summary is going to be here on screen if you want to check it out. And a lot of headshots again, so yeah, it seems like the accuracy is really there. I think most of them actually possibly coming out from Force because he was just getting so much damage. He had over 1.2k damage this game, so whew, Force, no doubt in my mind, will be crowned the MVP of this game because he was getting some crazy numbers on board. But at the end of the day, though, I do want to say, Aurora, I was being critical. Even though they did fail on that push into Hospital on GOAT, I still feel like this was the better attempt for them to get to the late game. So, sure, it did result in failure, but I still feel like this was a glimmer of opportunities that they took, and it could have been the win. So, I do like the fact that they did go for a win, that could have fight that could have resulted in a win if they did get the fight against GOAT and successfully came out on top.
Yeah, we've certainly seen some better moments that allude us to believe that Aurora are going to achieve some great plays in these games. It feels that they're fixing some of their previous mistakes, but still playing to their strengths, which has been wonderful to watch. But the overall skill level for some of our teams in terms of consistency seems to be that rising tide that's made it far harder. Even if it is kind of low elims on average for TT and Mad that's driving that with a very risk-adverse style of gameplay. Hey, if there's a way you can get consistent points with how close right now our top teams are, you might as well take it because they're all scrapping and leaving themselves down and out early. You're being able to climb. We can highlight, though, some of our top players, of course. We just saw Force there, and he's back on screens here. 5 elims, 1.2k damage. And then you got a bit of a mixed bag. It's Aurora and Mad that are going to display themselves alongside that duo from TT Project in Neos and Zerich.
Yeah, it's good to see a little bit of presence of Zerich. I think he's been getting up there every once in a while, but you don't see them very often because usually if they do get to the late game, they're more passive. But here I think they had, what was it, 7 eliminations before we got to the true last few circles of that match. So overall, a good presence from Neos, able to get Zerich. Also, Neos, very satisfying, 700 damage on the dot. Beautiful stuff. But quick highlight on Zyol. Sure, he's going to be our second top player here, but I do want to say his smokes were actually really smart in Hospital because it actually denied lines of sight of Mad Esports that I think were looking for an opportunity to third-party that fight, but because of the smokes, it really just stopped Mad, and they were just like, it's not worth it. I don't know where the players are going to be parked, in which room, in which corridor, on which level, first, second, third, rooftop, no ideas, so they just gave up on it entirely. So even though they didn't win a fight, it was good that Zyol was being very self-aware that there's not just go up against them, there's another team looking for that push eventually.
Other teams that are being willing to really give as good as they get here. We got our highlights from this one. Third game under our belt for the day, meaning we are finally reaching that halfway point in terms of the flow of competitions. There's only one more Erangel preceding this, and then of course the two Miramars. Maybe that's where some of this more consistent trend of our top three teams will start to change hands as well. Or can they do it on an entirely different map? That'd be a curiosity to see. This is when eventually it all got a bit too much for Aurora in the run-in versus GOAT. It looked like a good start, but GOAT had the drop on him with a peek around the backside of the building. And then, of course, towards the tail end, the fights that did favour the Brave in GOAT team for a good majority of this one.
Lucky the Bio didn't get involved at the right time. I think if he decides to push up when GOAT just wrapped up their fight onto 27 plus, who knows, maybe even if he doesn't win the fight straight up, but if he just wounds GOAT, delays their rotation, eliminates even just a single player, maybe it could have been a win for the likes of Mad or maybe TT Project based on what unfolds in the buildings. So here you go, match rankings, 21 points for GOAT team, and they were, you know, at the start of today, our number one team, right? Actually, so I'm saying they weren't the number one team. They were very close, right, at the very start of today. And no, they were actually number one. Why am I saying they were number one? Yeah, I was imagining things, but they were looking to dominate in the previous stages, and then it was kind of falling out. They made it on the podium, but this 21 points is definitely going to push them right back up there quite significantly. And TT Project looking so consistent today, and actually putting some eliminations up this match. So this is a little bit of a different type of TT Project that were trying to defend in the mid-game their location for a major portion of this game. So it shows that they have that potential to be a very passive late game team, but also frag out when the time is right.
Yeah, they can play both sides of the gameplay, and we see it definitely being a quite helpful element for them. That hidden sword in terms of the eliminations if they need to pull it out. So that was the match ranking. Let's check out the overall ranking, and oh my, GOAT team 2 points away from establishing 100 points here in first place. TT Project with 80 achieved. Aurora moving up from 4th to 3rd there with 73 points. And our barrier 4th place team is ARCRED with 63.
Yeah, good points on board here. ARCRED to slide down a little bit, but they're still going to be looking around the top 4, which is really what you want, because you want to be able to, off the back of a good game tomorrow, be able to just remain in top 4. Of course, that is where the teams will be if they make it to the PMGO Season 1 main event in Jakarta. Second page, disappointment, man. I'm sorry. DG's down there. Vicious is down there. You even see AMIX. You know, I said it. I'm not talking about AMIX anymore. I've given up. Okay, AMIX, not going to say their name unless something crazy happens, but DG, Vicious, in particular, looking at Vicious, Icy had some great plays. The rest of the team, Koa, Doran, even my boy Norvalo from France, have just not been able to put up similar numbers compared to their teammates. So Vicious, if we don't see a team-wide effort, I think they're going to keep on slipping lower and lower, where they might even get around 13th, 14th position at the end of today.
Yeah, it could be a really, really tragic end for some of those teams on the bottom side of things, mate. Feels like they've just not had the same level of oomph today, where a lot of our other teams have massively risen to the occasion and been playing some blinding PUBG Mobile. And one of the ways, Max, they're able to do it so impressively, of course, is down to the hardware. So let's talk about our amazing sponsor, of course, in Infinix with the GT50 Pro.
Especially cool for this tournament because of the 144 FPS, right? The highest frame, of course, you're going to have a better time in the game, and you also have access to an esports mode, which I'm pretty sure all of the players are using right now. And also the triggers, again, as I said earlier, if you have fat fingers like me, very comfortable to hit your shots. But great device, and again, you want to get the red one with the stripes, as Jackie said yesterday, because it is going to be the fastest device you can get here out of all of those 3 options. So yeah, again, thank you very much to Infinix for being our official sponsor, not only for this event, but also for the entirety of PMGO 2026, and also the sponsor for these upcoming 3 matches, 1 Erangel, 2 Miramars. It's going to be a real dicey one here, but are we going to see another podium, Jackie, involving Mad, involving TT Project, or even the likes of GOAT?
Yeah, is it going to be a different outcome on this one, or will we see this consistent trend of the same top 2 or 3 teams rearing their heads? Will we finally get a finish today that doesn't have TT Project and Mad Esports alive for it? And the other question being, can Mad Esports actually get themselves a win, Max? They've been so close 3 times in a row today, but not been able to get their fingertips on greatness even once. It must be soul-crushing for them. You can see that Mad were looking visibly frustrated at the LAN event on the player cams. So a lot of storylines developing, a lot of frustration between these teams. But if they have anything to prove on Erangel, they need to do it right here, right now.
And especially this could be one of our last few Erangels, because if we get an early smash tomorrow, we could have one Erangel. Well, we're 100% going to have at least one Erangel, because even if you get in the smash zone on match 1 on Rondo, you still have to play the next game and then convert that into a win to be the one team to smash. So we could have 2 Erangels, 3, maybe 4 remaining. Of course, if you're able to be consistent on this map, you want to have maybe a few more opportunities to play this battleground. But Miramar is the one that we might really fully miss out on tomorrow, depending on if we do indeed get that smash ruling taking effect. As teams going for their typical drop. Go team, actually, I really like when teams go for drops around Stolba Kameshki. It's just such a safe area. You never see hot drops up there. At least I believe I've never seen one really happening next to Stolba. So Go team off to a very slow early stage. And outside of this, Avalanche going to go for a quick stretch drop over to Lipovka location, over to the east, avoiding the likes of Destine to Rise and also TGM. And actually a really good location for Avalanche, because this circle is very far to the eastern coast, involving Milta Power, Farm, and especially Lipovka up north.
So at least a little bit of a change in terms of the opening circle side that we've got to work with might actually result in some different gameplay on this one. Avalanche seemingly taking the fight straight to TGM though, and looking for revenge as it's Groza, full akimbo, spraying and praying, and being able to pick up that initial knock onto Retro. Rest of the team looking to capitalize on the initial success, as there's only 2 players left alive for TGM. A TGM roster that got so many chances to thrive in the LCQ, but they have been the punching bag here in finals. And Tommy's looking for a knockout blow. He's got the backup from the boys coming over. Very low on health with no meds, so staying out of trouble might be the best decision to make for him, as they can't afford to lose a player early if they want to get a good run of things here on the last Erangel tonight.
It's fun to see a knock and a flush with the dual MP7, the only akimbo weapon in the game. So, oh, I can hear a C4. Gonna be planted. Oh, maybe it was put down into the back. Oh no, it did explode. There you go. A bit more damage dealt onto the balcony. This, yeah, odd skirmish. And actually, whoever wins this fight technically has access to the loot trucks. So actually could be important. Could be the fight for that early game loot. Going for the jump shot. What an angle from Molodoi right through the window frame. And that's going to be a 0 pointer for our last place team, really just being stuck down there and unable to escape that 16th position.
Unfortunately for them, they once again get tucked into bed very early. So TGM, that good form that we had a few days ago at this point, is a distant memory. It's not an echo that is coming alive once more in the final. So unfortunate, but it is what it is. And of course, if you're Avalanche, you'll take that one in your stride quite comfortably, be able to steal the additional loot and make it out with all 4 of those members, which could be a big leg up for them, potentially, to actually keep their heads above water, right, as they are one of the squads in close contest fighting for a top 4 spot today, and looking like it very well could be a reality.
Definitely could be. So looking at some of the teams and their location, so far, teams have got to be a little bit cautious about their Phase 1 rotate. It's going to be the likes of TT Project, looking at Ozarox, Mad, Afterlife, Goat team up north. Actually, you know, Stolba Kameshki with the circle is kind of nice, so they got an easy entry point next to Yasnai Polyana. I'm not going to be too excited for that early rotation, because the entry points outside of the circle should be relatively free. I just hope we don't see a big delay from any team such as AMIX in particular. We know they love early game fights. I want to see them avoid it, hopefully, like the plague. You can really see the fact that no teams are willing to go for these skirmishes anymore. Even the likes of DG77, which we saw go for a crash on the first Erangel, not happening as much for the top squads. Really being careful, making sure they don't take these 0-pointers like TGM, because that could really hinder your opportunity to be a team to represent EECA in PMGO Season 1 main event. There's a lot riding off of this, and you can really feel like there's a lot of tension slowly being built here, Jackie, being added game after game, and we're going to get to the point where really the pressure is going to be an all-time high. It's going to be the paramount war for these teams, especially headed into tomorrow.
Yeah, it gets a whole lot more scary out there in reality, and I think for a lot of these teams, they've had that awakening. I mean, the second time you see TG and Mad, TT and Mad even in the finals of a circle like that, surely that's got to perk your interest where you're thinking, okay, we're kind of giving away a lot of freebies here. We're giving away a lot of space. It happens 3 times in a row. You'd hope they've been able to realize how to fix it. And I think for some of our teams, there is still room for that deep breath, that splash of cold water, where you can fix a lot of your previous mistakes, right? You look at the middle of the pack, Max, it's not as if there's this gigantic leap that's unfathomable that you could recover with a few good games. It's just being able to actually strike and get that consistent point earner a few times today. Get some upsets where you slow down some of the top teams as well. It just feels like at a certain point, the question is when. And will they even have enough time? Because it's been very slow for the Vicious. DG7E7, it's been more bad than good today that we've had to see from them. And like we kind of touched on as well for AMIX, feels like in reality that conversation's quickly falling away, even with their points not being that far behind the other teams towards the middle of the pack above them. But they just haven't had the same oomph. There's been flash in the pan, sure, but nothing more than that.
But realistically, you got to keep in mind that TT Project could pull the most insane comeback today. They did it. They jumped up from 11th position up in now the 2nd place of the rankings, 18 points behind the likes of GOAT. If they can do it in literally just 3 matches, especially with 2 chicken dinners, which is hard to achieve, but technically doable, then maybe there's still some hope for some of these teams on the second half of the rankings. But the longer you remain there, the smaller that window of opportunities is going to get. And that comeback potential is just going to get slimmer as time goes by. Especially for Vicious, again, as we go to their POV. Looking like the shadow of their past selves. Really looking such a dominant force. Back in Knockout. And now, except for Icy, nothing notable has been happening for these players. So Narvalo, Dorian, Koa, they're some of the best players out here in the region. And they know they are also slightly disappointing their audience. So you've got to try and live up to the hype. As champions, though, able to more consistently today actually keep a full team alive. So I think they really understand the weakness of their early rotations, trying to fix it. And sure, it hasn't resulted in a big win today so far, or at least a strong podium, but it is a change that can really give them windows of opportunities throughout every match remaining in these finals.
A little map overview here of our teams that are making their move as well. Our rotates on the go. At least here, only a sliver of the zone encompassing the body of water, so a bit more playable space for our teams, providing some additional cover to play off of, with quite a lot of squads quickly on their rush down towards it. We saw a few teams that have got themselves some heavy artillery in terms of the hovercrafts as well, so that armor protection could come in key later on. GOAT team on the move there. And for the GOATs, they're only 2 points away from breaking 100 points here in the finals. And they've had a great run of form today, so I imagine they'll be continuing on in that trend if teams can't find a way to upset them.
I mean, for this circle, Vicious are looking so beautifully set up. The circle magnet gods in their favor. They're playing a bit split on the mountain east of Potato Hill. So just got to be a little bit cautious because teams tend to ride around there with their vehicles. So make sure to not get punished and caught off guard with your pants down. That could be looking terrible for Vicious. High risk, high reward kind of location if you play for the high ground. We'll see how things are going to pan out. As over to Shelter, which Shelter is still going to be in zone. You're going to have Destine to rise, and they can loot completely uninterrupted. as the buggy is going to be hidden down below. And they did win a fight earlier, right? They got themselves that 1 elim, so they're going to loot up that death crate, get themselves a bit of extra ammo and also hopefully utility they will need later on. But we've had a lot of shelter finishes, actually, now that I think back about it, Jackie, right? In this particular location. I think Motion actually almost got himself a strong win against Vicious in that spot. So a lot of these teams are experienced with the terrain of shelter. And if it does pull over to the northeastern edge, we could have a bit of a repeat from one of those games we had in the past.
There's a chance. I mean, we've been repeating history a lot today already. Yeah. It feels like it has kind of been the record scratch day, right? So who knows, Max? Maybe. We'll run through all the classics. See just what we can squeeze out of this one. AMIX trying to squeeze some points in the meanwhile out of Destine to Rise as they set themselves up down towards the steps of shelter. Few good connections there onto Darling, but a recovery mission seems like it should be easy for them. Smoke's going up, make sure they can stay alive, get the HP back in place, they don't fall over quickly.
It is quite hard to turn players in shelter in points though, because yeah, you're just going to go back into hiding like a mole, hide away, get rezzed up. Thing is, the main issue about shelter is not that it's not defendable. It is very defendable. Is that when you want to leave, everyone knows how you're going to exit, because you've got very specific exit points and entry points. And your cars, unless you, like with the buggy, they put it deep inside of shelter, everyone is going to know how you're going to make that transition to leave the vicinity. So AMIX might just want to wait in the wings, wait for the circle to force D2R into making a bad play, and then just get the easiest squad wipe imaginable. Of course, don't underestimate Destine to Rise, especially Ralph. This guy can pull out a trick out of nowhere and just subvert expectations. Let's go. Also looking at their POV, making a bit of a wide dash to the east. Really good rotate actually from Goat Team, able to avoid the entirety of 777 that are currently occupying the west of Milter City. So sure, this is going to be a slower rotate, taking just a little bit more time, but by doing so, you're just avoiding an early clash, which really could cause their demise. So I think that, again, Goat just fully locked in when it comes to the macro approach of this game and respecting the lobby and not taking any terrible fights. Unlike this one, where it's going to be a full-on send over the ridge. Another car going to be sent right into shelter. And that's Avalanche doing, I have no clue what's happening, but it is going to be enough apparently to get rid of AMIX, not able to get a single elimination. What was that about?
Oh, mate, you blink and you would have missed it. That was the most bizarre red leader go moment, right? They just called in the mortar strike of vehicles. They go bounding over the hill and get absolutely nothing from it. They've all been picked to pieces. Avalanche are being fed elims on this one, Max. That's ridiculous. Well, they've done the mobile order for points, and it's been dropped off at their front door.
It kind of has the vibe of, and then the Fire Nation attacked. You know, we're in the avatars right now. But yeah, it just came out of nowhere, literally flying through the skies to get that elim. Though, nice initial nade coming out from DG77. Destine to Rise, they're just fully committed to shelter. They're in the depth of that area, not looking to move away whatsoever for now, because guess what? It's still in zone, so they technically don't have to. Though, as you can see on the minimap to the eastern edge, 777 going in, scouting, same for also Goat Team. They are looking to get some insight as to, are there any teams in shelter? Is it an option that's available right now? Thing is, they don't see the players because, well, they're underground, so you can't see them unless you have X-ray vision. So they're just going to be a bit more hesitant. As now look into the POV of one of our podium teams, it's going to be Mad. Sending the cars forward on 27+, but you know what? Just saying this is not worth it. Going way further down over to the south and giving up on 27+, but 27+, though, not giving up themselves as they are looking to chase it down and get some good angles to maybe get some free elims.
Let's see if they can farm on this one and begin to spread their legs a little bit. And for Goat Team, if they all go down now, with no points, no placements, this will leave them exactly where they started going into this game with only 98 points. I say only, it's still an absolute ton, but it was them looking to break the 100-point barrier on this last Erangel of the day after some great consistency, but that might not be a possibility. Only one player remains alive. It's not looking good as the fights are breaking out. Shots on target all around, and Force is the only one left, cowering behind the burned-out vehicles.
Oh, good spot, but so far successful defense from Afterlife, especially with Misha's off angle. If you play on the outskirts, it really locks you down, and because of that angle, actually, Force is not able to move around as much as he would really like to. So because of that, he's going to be pinned there. But Windy, oh, that's an instant flush too. What a surprise. Didn't think he would get actually confirmed out of this game. Misha, there you go. I think, yeah, he's got the ID. He knows Misha's in the angle. Good nade. Forcing Force in a really bad spot. Zixi here to confirm it with a YM4. That's going to be GOAT, our lobby leaders, out for the equation when we still have a full team of TT Project, of Aurora, of Avalanche. Avalanche in particular already up to 8 eliminations without losing a single member. Maybe this is them trying to reclaim that first position after this game.
It'd be a hell of a recovery for them, and they're doing great footwork to make it a possibility up to this point. Only one single elim then going the way of GOAT. Hey, could have been 0, so it was at least nice he was able to get that instant follow-through on the P-Cup. Didn't expect him to end them so quickly, but they get nothing more here with Afterlife, our 14th place squad, being able to upset the glory of the GOATs and survive with 3 members still in the runnings. We get a move back into the zone from Aurora as well that could capitalize potentially on a backstab towards DG77 or ARC. But they're on the move. We know it's risky sometimes with their rotates. We'll see if anything goes wrong there. Here they are. They dive onto 6, find the last member of 777, and are able to instantly finish him off.
Did you see that for a second? His car was like on the 2 wheels on the side. I don't know how he did that. I guess he turned a little bit too fast, but yeah, that was able to still work out. Parking their car in a safe position. Actually, they're dead center. Aurora initially on the previous circle were dead south. So far from the circle and able to leapfrog. What was that? 4-5 teams that were initially ahead of them between themselves and the center of stage 4. So it was a risky push, but actually don't get punished for it. They keep the entire squad up and in a healthy condition, and especially really good golden position because top, he's got high ground, he's got his teammates, and especially he's got an 8x scope on the Mini 14. So if he spots you, chances are you're going to take a little bit of damage. Might even get knocked because this guy is insanely accurate at long range. But the main thing about this location is good now, but multiple teams will be eyeing that spot to crash upon it in the very near future.
Keep it within the back of their minds and wait to see if they can make a big swooping maneuver. Oh mate, HDSX is trapped inside of an awkward building. Maybe it won't be as good as what we've seen consistently for Mad on this one, unless they can still play it out with a slow strategic thought process for a late game finish with the trio. Seems like finally their luck has come unstuck, as also TT Project down to a trio. It might not be that same 2 teams in the upper echelons come the end of our final Erangel tonight. Afterlife debating going for a move as they scout for now, keeping in the vehicles, just looking over the periphery towards D2R that is set up in the compound. Bex might want to cast a nade towards them. He's got some in the back pocket, thinking about priming one, but won't overcommit. Now Valo of the Vicious also taking pot shots down towards Aslan Boy. And 27 Po have finished off there, so they do get taken down. And Vicious get 2 points. Still alive, still here with 4 players.
And keep in mind for Destine to Rise, right, with the 4 players alive, they got 58 points. They're 2 points away of Mad. So actually, even the likes of ARCRED, they're just a few more points away. So we could see a massive game from Destine to Rise, maybe getting their way into the top 5. Though their position, their compound, not in zone. They'll have to go for a push. I would say maybe pushing onto the likes of DG77's dip, which you can see currently on the minimap, would be a next good first step to get into the playable area. There's a lot of options. We'll see which one they're going to commit to. It's Mad Esports involved in a skirmish. There's going to be 4 eliminations secured, 2 for Takenov and 2 for Absolute. Those guys keep on stepping up and getting better result every game, it feels like, continuously improving. Afterlife, they had a good entry point to the east here, but unfortunately they did get picked off one by one down to just Misha, and that's just not going to be enough to kind of suffer the brunt of the damage coming their way. And so far, yeah, a lot of eliminations coming through the entirety of the battlegrounds. We have officially reached a breaking point, Jackie, where every team is involved in the fight except for the central teams of TT Project, Vicious, and Aurora.
A lot of key squads that could do a ton of damage. Important one for the movement as well, in terms of these teams being able to lap each other. So let's hope they can put their best foot forward. Rufus on the move right now, scouting for a read for when push is going to come to shove. He's been very handy with the steal, so you hope he doesn't get hit with a few shots from the sideline. Ozarox with nade over. This is detonating just above the heads of champions. Meanwhile, Takanov there takes the fight back to D2R. Nomi even getting thrown into the midst of things. It's an awkward close-range duel. The vehicle detonates. HTSX trapped around the back of the cars as the shed will no longer save you. Takanov has to throw a nade back up. That one's good. Ralph receives it and gets blown onto his last legs. Fearless falls in the meantime to ARCRED as they're getting thrown into the carnage. And even the Vicious want a piece of the pie up against Ozarox. There is no safety right now on Erangel.
Oh, that nade, it almost could have made it onto Destined to Rise. Unfortunately, not able to really thread the needle on that U-tilt. Though DG77, this is great. The two teams you're looking at are wounded. They are fully weakened. And you got to use it to create and carve yourself a position in the circle. If they do so, they would have the entire dip to the east to play for this match. Absolute force in the fight. We'll actually get a decent shotgun in connection, resulting in one knock, but it's just not going to be converted. And now Destined to Rise, somewhat forgotten about. But DG should be able to get himself a decent reset, get the res onto Zadira. Hopefully we'll also be able to pull the first aid, but the horse meta is here. It's time. The horse is going to be dominating this fight, possibly closing the gap between themselves and DG. Or maybe the nade. Maybe the nade is going to be stronger than the horse. As Freeze on the front line, getting some work done. But good response on Destined to Rise, smoking up that shed to make sure they can't thread the needle and hit the nade in that window.
Nade's blowing up all around. Will he be able to find it in? There we go. Top with a cast out on that one. Gets the finish off play as the nade lands in through the small crack and blows D2R fresh out of the lobby. Back to the main menu. See you later as our teams are slowly whittling down. Less and less squads remaining in a very small playable area here. Zone going to start crunching in on them as well. Down towards that northeast side as well. Ozarox taking a lot of damage with the shots over. They wanted to force the issue versus ARCRED and will at least take down Hardboy, but you're now being collapsed upon. Aurora and Vicious both have line of sight onto you, and it just depends who can get those points first.
Oh, this is good from Aurora. I would say if you want a third party this engagement, do it. Get rid of Ozarox, get rid of Vicious, try and sweep the entire western edge. They do it. It's a bit of a slow response, but they still get there and actually going to be forcing Dorian to scurry away. He does not want any of this. He just doesn't want any of that heat. As Aurora, good on them. Not over peaking, not over committing. They're not going to go over the ridge without any information. Seems like they have learned from their day one mistakes. Bit of a change of mindset, and now going to go and focus their attention over onto another engagement, which is going to be DG77, though it is going to be a full team. Not an easy fight, and DG's got an amazing dip to fight from, looking to have definitely an advantage, while Aurora are not quite in the play zone. So DG looking to be their fight to win, as Nomi with the angle from that shed is looking good. Will force top back into hiding, but the dip is very nadeable, and so far the nade's getting some good damage and forcing DG to be constantly on the move to make sure they are not an easy target.
Some nice nades thrown, near misses thus far. Aurora debating when they want to signal the go flare and absolutely collapse onto this team. For TT Project, still just alive, waiting for the skirmishes from the other squad to result in a window for them. They do collapse in. That's Joel instantly falling. The rest of the Aurora crew starting to go lights out, but not in the way that they'd expect. Rufus looks to clutch onto it. Good for one more point before they expire, but that is it for Aurora, out in 5th place with 6 elims under the belt there and a few placement points sprinkled on top for good measure, leaving us with our final 4 teams. TT Project still looking like they want to grab another chicken dinner today. If they can answer this lobby, they would have 3 out of the 4 games played. DG77 as well, finally making it into a late game, and the Vicious and Avalanche joining them.
TT Project are just on vacation this game. They've been in this garage the entire match, it feels like, and the circle still favors them. The garage is still in play, so they don't have to budge an inch. They can just stay there, let Vicious, Avalanche, and DG fight each other. But I do say that, That I think is what they're hoping for. I think that the other teams might have a different plan in mind. DG77 in particular, if you look at their spot, they won the fight versus Aurora. They got access to the Eastern Ridge, which is not in zone. If you want to take a strong fight, I would say send it on to TT Project, and then the other teams of Avalanche and Vicious won't have an easy third party on you because you will be fighting inside of a building. Doing it in the open could be riskier, as this ridge line of Avalanche also actually could be a decent opportunity because you don't have any lines of sight for TT Project or Vicious. You just got to be very quick, very snappy. If you go for the fight, it needs to end in 15-20 seconds. Otherwise, you're really going to be finding yourself weakened by the engagement, and then teams will be smelling blood in the water and looking to capitalize on that mistake.
That's the zone moving in. That'll be the additional player on the server, it seems, eating away. Can't stop the rot there for DG77. So Zadira, a key piece of the pie, removed from them and bringing him down to just a duo, making their chances of really getting anything else out of this one far harder. And TT Project, always the landlords with the best real estate. They're going to be sitting pretty, just waiting comfortably inside of the space they've got, whilst the rest of the squads do battle. Effect with the opening knock over on the Nomi, and there's the flush through from Ephes on pre-pod. So still getting opportunities to add some points as well here. They might get themselves a big finish and get 2 elims in the closing moments of this game. And finally, there's only 3 squads left.
It's unfortunate for DG. They tried to pull an Aurora, day 1 Aurora, where they want to take up a position without having to fight because they think teams are going to let it happen. But no, not in this lobby. It's just not going to happen whatsoever. Crashing would have been the better option. And that's going to put us down to the podium. But yeah, again, podium finish from TT Project, man. 2 chicken dinners. They got themselves 3rd place early on the last Erangel, and now they're going to have possibly another 3rd place, but maybe able to build upon it, get a 2nd, who knows, maybe a 3rd chicken dinner of the day. Securing 50% of the wins here today would be an insane statement from this squad, though Zerich going a little bit too far out wide on the road, will get punished. So at least, you know what? Sure, he goes down, but at least the 2 players of TT Project here, Jackie, know where Vicious are located.
For Vicious, I do wonder if maybe the pressure of how it's been a bit of a slow day from them being in this position will eat away at them a little bit if they won't play their usual style. Usually very calm and collected in these kind of final circles. Will their due diligence go out the window a little bit? Utility thrown over, Doran taking a few points of damage as well. They've still got some defensive utility to try and make their life a bit easier, so they will get the smokes down and regroup on top of one another to play off each other. Cars going to detonate soon. They got to backpedal a little bit. Avalanche may fancy their chances of engaging. They're going to send up 2 players, Butcher and Molodoy, but Icy gets the shot onto the head of Molodoy, and the vehicle craters out of control. So Avalanche now starting to come to a grinding halt.
Very nadeable area too behind those rocks and those smokes. And the thing is, because TT Project, this is their real first fight of the game, they should have a ton of resources. I say that actually just 1 nade left in the arsenal of Ephes, so not as much as I was hoping for. Maybe that is a different scenario for effect, but that buggy is smoking, so it can't really be utilized. They do send him a little bit higher up, Butcher trying to hit some util. But the cool thing here for Vicious, they do also pop the wheels of the car, meaning it does lower it a little bit. Harder to hit bullets below the vehicle, which we've seen happen a lot in the past here in PMGO EECA. What they're hoping for, of course, Avalanche fully clash with TT Project and they just pick off the stragglers and get the win. That is what Vicious are hoping for because they've had a terrible final so far except for Icy. But it is not Icy that's left alone. It is a full squad. It's a 4v3v2. They have everything headed their way for this potential win except for the zone, but even then the man advantage can leverage enough, can make enough of a leverage for yourself to actually do well despite the position not being too favorable. There you go, Smoke Road coming out trying to keep them hidden. The sprays connecting, but yet not a single knock has been found.
Nades a near miss. Actually gets just enough chip damage into the backline to down Doran, so he's going to falter. That one could be close towards the Angua TT Project as well. Going to detonate on Ephes. He keeps his belly down on the ground. Left on a sliver of health there. 2 players from the Vicious now knocked. It gets very awkward for them. But but they turn their attention back on the Groza, and Avalanche begin to buckle. It's all coming down to a scrap of the solos then. It's a duo of TT versus 2 solos, and Butcher tries to flush out onto Vicious, completes his objective. Nade right on target. Butcher with a sliver of cover, barely standing now in the 1v2. Can TT Project do it again and get another chicken dinner today?
The most consistent team today by far. Getting 2 wins earlier. 1 Rondo, 1 Erangel. Maybe looking for another Erangel, their second of today. Nade a little bit too far. Effect just staying in that blanket of mystery. Spread out from the smokes. The nade, though, could be really strong. Effect taking a bit of damage, though, is going to be Butcher put down into CQC, swapping on over to his DBS. The shots connect, and it will be 1, 2, and 3 chicken dinners here, headed the way of TT Project with the comeback of a lifetime.
Unbelievable scenes, mate. They've only gone and done it again. A team that has been ridiculously consistent today, burning bright, but nowhere near for half as long. Apparently for twice as long today. As again, they get a chicken dinner, and again, they're able to play off the back of great positional decision-making in this lobby, taking it in their stride.
Look at Effect and Zerich. They were smiling. Every game, I feel like they're smiling a little bit more. They're like, oh, this is a great day. We're loving it. Today is the TT Project kind of day. The redemption art is in full effect. And everything is looking so beautiful for this team. And sure, again, it's not a big showcase of this squad, right? It wasn't just an absolute frag fest where they're just sweeping the edge. No, they get into a strong position. They bully teams away. They make it known this is our spot. If you come, we will fight back. And the likes of even TG77, I think, were scared by how oppressive TT Project were, and they went for another location entirely. So the fragging potential is there. Everything is lining up beautifully for TT Project. Do they have a little bit of circle luck on their positions? Yes, you could definitely say so. But they're gifted an opportunity, and they run with it, and they create such a big lead that it's almost impossible to snatch the chicken away from their grasp. And here, again, low eliminations, but that's fine because they just keep getting these placement points.
Exactly, they're working smarter, not harder, and they're being given a lot of these opportunities. Teams are forgetting about TT Project because they're being able to play so methodically into the late game. This was even one of the few times where we've seen them go down to a trio substantially earlier into the runnings as well. You can see Neos there was taken out of commission at about the 17-minute mark, but that duo of Effect and Ephes played perfectly into the closing moments and got it over the mark. And although it's low on elims, mate, still 4 taken. You're going to take that every day. I mean, another 14-point earner game. They're keeping this slow build where other teams are all coughing out and spluttering out of the competition very early into games, Max. And the middle of the pack is so close on points that the fact they've done this time and time again, they're going to be slowly rising where other teams are just ending up in a stalemate.
I mean, today, literally, Jackie, we have a point sponge by 3 teams. It's GOAT team, it's Mad Esports, and guess what? Of course, it is the boys of TT Project, just like, no, all the points for them. And they are loving it here in day 2 of the finals. So here are going to be your match summary for this game. A lot of headshots again coming on through, echoing through the valleys of Erangel, and Effect will be crowned your game MVP, as of course he is part of the winning team on that chicken dinner. But I do suspect it could be players from another team, maybe a DG77, maybe the likes of a Vicious, maybe even an Avalanche at the end of that one, as they do have higher eliminations throughout the entirety of that match, but still Effect, the true survivor of this game, and Erangel has been an absolute banging map for this team.
Yeah, it's been working very well. And at least, you know, if you're thinking about if this can be a consistent trend, they've made it look like that is a resounding yes on this one battleground by far. It's been working very well for them. But even back on Rondo, they had a ton of talent as well. So I'm curious, is this something we're still going to be seeing when we go into our last 2 games of the day today? Can they keep this up on Miramar, or will it finally start to quiet out, Max? Because it's been unbelievable from them.
I mean, the Miramars yesterday were kind of mid, so maybe they'll fall flat on their faces. Maybe they'll be able to still keep on getting consistent points on board. That's going to be it. But actually, it's very funny. I feel like this is the first time this happens, Jackie, where our match MVP from the winning team actually is not even in the top players of the game. It's going to be Groza, Molodoy, Freezer, Nomi, and also Butcher. I thought Freezer was Nomi. I thought it was the same player picture. They just have the exact same haircut. But yeah, overall, good presence from all of these players. And Avalanche able to actually get 3 players on this graphic is really interesting, and they were a team that at the start of today were #1 ranked, being the most consistent team with a 3rd place, a 4th place, a 4th place, and another 3rd place. And after the kind of performances from our other teams, it's good to see a bit of a resurgence from Avalanche, not willing to give up on a top 4 position this early on in the finals.
No, exactly. Just scrapping for it, fighting head and shoulders as much as they can. Let's have a look back at some of our highlights then from the final Erangel today before we start to move our focus onto what's yet to come. Already our 4th game of action for day 2 of the finals closed out. We had some shenanigans on this one. That was the AMIX crash where they just went running into Avalanche and got mopped up like a spilt drink, Max. Some of it was definitely a higher skill than other plays.
Oh, there definitely were some weird things happening over the course of this match. In particular, I would say here, coming in on this fight of DG77 and Destined to Rise, it was a bit hectic. Eventually, Aurora decided to commit for the push. I think the push could have been pulled off way smoother from Aurora. I think there were definitely a few executional mistakes happening throughout that fight. They're looking at the finishing end moment of that match. So many smokes coming out from Vicious. But really, as you can see here, a few good nades in the smokes. Even if you're hidden away, the nades don't really care too much. They're still going to do the damage in their AoE. They could have actually almost found that final player in Butcher, but Butcher with the angle, with the exploded car on that rock, he really was the death of Vicious as he peeks over onto IC. Instant convert with the M4. And then it's down to the 1v2, and he just couldn't fight back whatsoever. As Effect, actually, I just saw, had the MG3 spraying and praying for that chicken dinner, as our #1 team in terms of points will be none other than Avalanche themselves.
There you go, Avalanche coming out with a big game there. And again, right, this is happening every time, where even though TT Project are a squad that's taking consistent chicken dinners, they're never being the team to walk away with the biggest bounty, just off the back of teams with more elims than them, bleeding higher up in terms of the points. So yes, it is helping them climb, but it's that consistent step after step, whereas for other teams, there's a few boons being thrown their way too. So these standings are still going to be shaking up, but it won't be the easiest meteoric rise for them. It's still having to be consistent trends game after game. So these next 2 matches on Miramar still need a lot of positives for TT Project.
4 teams with 0 points and 2 teams with 1 in GOAT and 27 plus. So actually, because GOAT only get 1 point, could we have a new first place team? Could TT Project make it happen and actually jump from 11th position to 1st place after these 4 matches? Oh, it's not quite, but the gap is going to be tiny. It's a 5-point difference here between TT Project and GOAT team, though, looking at the bottom of the top 4, Avalanche, thanks to that strong finish in terms of frags, at least with that 2nd place, able to reclaim a position in the top 4. They've been slipping the entirety of today, but they do bring it back slightly. As DG, also, we've been critical today. Not too bad, right? With their points, especially in terms of eliminations, able to get slightly higher on the rankings, and that's going to get them just shy below the side of Avalanche.
Yeah, this is good, man. This is a good move up. I mean, for DG, it's kind of like the crouching tiger maneuver. You almost forget about them, then they reveal their cards once again. So shout out to them for having a bit of a recovery. The top end looking particularly spicy, though. That was why it was impactful that GOAT team going into that one were able to get some points. They couldn't. They only got 1 off the back of it after a great run of form today. Bottom end of the standing still looking relatively similar from what we've had previously as well. Champions have been having a big fall off. They've been going down and down the longer the day's gone on, slipping quite far down the standings now into page 2, mate. So a bit of an upset for them based on what was a good run of form yesterday. More action to go though, Max. We've got our 2 Miramars that will be coming up preceding the break. So grab yourself a snack and join us in a few minutes for Miramar.
Start the war!
Hello everyone and welcome back as the action rages on here in the PUBG Mobile esports scene. We have seen a lot to be excited about today if you're a TT Project fan. Other teams rising and falling, GOAT team looking particularly dominant early into the day, Max, and some of our big quantities still struggling to get started when we're coming up close towards the end of day 2. So opportunities for points are becoming fewer and fewer between. It's getting a bit scary out there.
I mean, we might just have 8 games left, or we could have a total of 4, right? It's going to be down to the wire for these teams, but also for you guys in chat. If you want to hold yourself now as the new owner of the Urban Herald M16 skin, or enter the code, or also scan the QR code, and you'll be the proud owner of this cosmetic for yourself with the M16. Sure, it's not the most meta weapon, but you know what? If you only have that and you want to try and train it in TDMs, definitely try and get that cosmetic for yourself. And Jackie, you said to get a snack. I got myself some ice cream, and I already finished it during the break. Ooh. Because these games are just top tier. I needed something to munch on because right now it's nail biting. I wanted to bite something else. So I went for an ice cream and it was real good. Yum.
Yeah. Lovely. Well, that's good to hear. Hopefully you'll be dropping some ice cold bars off the back of having a little refreshing treat there, mate. Don't get a sugar rush, Max, because I imagine it will be a bit of a slower start as we go into the opening moments of Miramar. At least you'd imagine, right?
Yeah, hopefully it's going to be the case on Miramar. Actually, I'm going to point out one team. I better not see a little bit of a clash happening between DG77 and Champions. We saw it happen yesterday. We had our first map feed elimination. We didn't even have time to go to the game. We just saw it on the map feed where Demo got flushed as he was trying to snatch a car from, I believe it was Nomi, in the west of Picado. So you got to try and fix that. Just go further away, even just 50, 100 meters away. Just don't take those 1v1s. It's really just not worth it at that point. Down to 3 members is really going to hinder their comeback opportunities. Though, talking about comebacks, of course, TT Project just 5 points away, Jackie, from potentially being our new lobby leaders, overtaking the likes of Avalanche, Champions, GOAT Team, ARCRED. They were all in top 4 at the start of today, and they were down in 11th. One of the biggest comebacks, not only of this season of PMGO ECA, but possibly ever in PUBG Mobile Esports in this region, because a comeback like that really happens just once in a lifetime for some of these squads.
It's kind of like the joke, right? We'd say, we'd be like, oh, all they've got to do is get free chicken dinners, be in the placements every game. But they actually have, right? Like, they actually just have. Crazy, mate. Really crazy rise to form. And I think it kind of, is vitriolic in a way, because there was a lot of things we were saying about this team that weren't being proven true based on their previous results, Max. But this is why we were believing in them and saying they're very fun to watch, because, yes, does it have to be the most flashy, we're going to run in and shoot you all like Aurora? No, by no means. They'll play a strategic game, and they're very bloody good at it. So I'm glad we've got an opportunity to see that done to perfection there by TT Project.
Most definitely. I mean, 3 chicken dinners. If they can make it 4... I've seen a team in the past get, I think it was 5 chicken dinners. They got every single win. Haven't seen it since then. It's oh my goodness. Wait, ARCRED. Okay, come on. Oh, spread down. Tapok with the DP. Maybe he's looking for a scope. He does get himself a red dot. They are going to be easy targets as they jump on down, but they're slowly going to get out of render distance. One player, though, is going to be parked right below him. Going to get inside of a vehicle. Trying to build some distance. But Tapok really hungry. He really wants to find Flickit. But the red dot, though, going to be quite hard to get. Does get a little bit of damage, but Flickit going to go for a big left side turn, making it even harder for Tapok to hit those DP28 bullets. So he does escape, but he got a little bit dicey there for a second.
It got a little bit worrying, but it's all right. No casualties, no harm, no foul. Probably would have been a shame if you got lit up instantly. Although, where did we see that initial knockover onto D2R? They're down, man. Oh, Ozarox must have grabbed it. Okay, yeah. All right. Leon coming out swinging.
Yep, good for him. I mean, Leon. You know what? I am still waiting to see Leon in these finals get some big pop-off performances. We've seen him do really well in the past with especially grenades. I would say, in terms of playstyle, he's very similar to a Yato. They work in a very similar fashion. The role is very similar, and they are insanely strong with the explosive utility. So, still waiting for that, but yeah, good start on Miramar. I have to get that one early limp. I'm looking at my map feed right now. It is going to be shifting towards El Azahar, and we've had a very near El Azahar finish in the past in this event. It seems like we just love these eastern circles on the Dusty Dunes. As a sign of this, I'm looking at champions. They did not get too close to DG, so because of that, they do not take an early casualty. They keep the 4 members alive. They get access to good loot and also access to good car spawns. So they'll be happy, and I'm especially happy because go as per tradition here. We'll get the loot truck under control, explode it, and get the loot. And one of those weapons was an MG3. You start the game, phase 1. Jackie with an MG3, come on. You should be having an absolute banging first fight.
Should be in the operative word, right? This is where they really should be blossoming massively with a result like that. Arm themselves and go in with an even better stead of firepower. So, quick looting completed. We'll see if that is going to be a big boon for this roster that have been looking very good today. And if they'll get any additional extras to arm themselves to an even higher degree.
I thought he might came back for P90, but yeah, he doesn't even have a tier 3 helmet, so his teammates took all the loot. The real loot goblins were his friends that in that game. It's really good also to get it. It's a smart play from GOAT because the fact that they drop Puerto Paraiso, sure, it's not not a very common drop location, by the way. You don't see a lot of teams drop Puerto Paraiso. You have a lot of tournaments where literally no one goes there. But the reason why it's good is because you still get some okay-ish loot, but it's especially kind of improved as a spot because of the pathway of the loot truck, and also you stop it before it goes wide on the wrap over to the northeast, back into Los Leones, where maybe 27 plus or 777 get. So you're actually kind of starving those two squads out of that really good airdrop loot. So go have everything working out, and I really good airdrop loot. So go have everything working out. And I knew it was going to become to a point where teams are going to try and play 4D chess, outsmart each other to get early access to that loot truck. And Go Team is a team that has somewhat perfected it, at least on this battleground in particular. We'll see if that will be happening going into Erangel, like TGM, a little bit more. And outside of these early looting stages, teams still looking to be very healthy. And I'm actually wondering here, Jackie, I kind of want to go on a quick prediction rant with you. Goat team.
Okay.
No, it's a good start today. Got himself some strong finishes. Got that win onto Erangel just 2 matches ago. But do you think they'll stay in first place after this game, or do you think we're going to have the likes of TT Project? Maybe if we get an insane game of Aurora, that could be happening. But mainly TT. Could they overtake the GOATs?
You know what? The only stipulation of it now comes down to is elims for Go. If they're able to get some clean fights where they can sort of take a, you know, a nice little opener, build themselves some elims, I think they take it. I think placement-wise, if what we've seen today is led to be believed from TT Project, right, they're going to be good for a high point earner on this one in terms of overall placement. So yeah, man, I think there's certainly a chance that TT Project could be on top, especially if GOAT struggle to get some early elims. Otherwise, though, mate, I don't know. I think surely their luck's got to come to an end at some point. But we'll see. You know, there's certainly a chance. And I wouldn't be surprised if they could do it after the great form they've had today. Meanwhile, a team with lower end of form, Dagestan being able to pop off early on versus the Ozarox crew and farm through so they'll be happy with a few points. But yeah,
a feast or famine in some of these games. But at least Icy's able to get some good clutches as, yeah, City here is going to be truck stop. You've got 4 squads now fully involved. 777. You're also going to have the side of AMIX and also that one player, Ralph, of Destined to Rise. It's Havlik camping the corner with the pump. Not moving a single inch here, making sure he does not provide that audio cue to 777. Trying to keep himself hidden away. In the background, a spike. That's going to be a nice knock to connect. Havoc, they're going to peek outside with the pump, closing the door once again, regretting that indecision. Going to go straight into hiding in the bathroom. Maybe looking to clean himself here before this fight. The nade is looking good, and he goes a bit too far. Punished by Warrior, and that is going to be the end. Again, AMIX just not capable, Jackie, of getting those placement points, and this is really ruining their chances of a massive comeback.
yeah, it does feel like you're kind of faltering at this point where I don't even know if there is much of a possibility left with how much of a bloat you've got on our top teams here, especially with Smash getting closer and closer with only this map and the following Miramar being the 2 games left to be played out today. So for AMIX, I think it's just more of a tale that could have been than something that will really come to reality at this point, unfortunately, even with the close on Miramar, exiting stage left under the 15-minute mark.
You could see Tapok a few jitters there in that 1v1, also mollying himself, but he was able to get himself to jump, avoiding the tick damage. And unfortunately, on the other side for Ralph, very low ammo in that clip. I don't think he found the extended ammo count, and then he just got fully eliminated off the back of that skirmish. So, good attempt. Unfortunately, he was spotted inside of those truck stop buildings. Truck stop still in circle, by the way. So it's similar to what I said about El Azahar finish earlier, where it's going to be or a city finish or a high ground mountainside finish, which actually instead of El Azahar replace that with truck stop. That's pretty much the situation that's going to be on our hands in the very near future. It's DG up northwest, still 3 eliminations, as I also mentioned a bit earlier this match. Decent compound. It's really nice. It's hard. Teams are really not going to have easy angles on you if they respect your location. But DG, they don't want to just get a slow match, low elimination game. No, they see a team in the distance. They're like, oh, maybe we can take a few shots, hinder their game plan, and maybe get up to the 10-digit mark later on down the line in terms of elims. This is the DG77 way, as Prepod will get hit kind of hard there by that spray. So you got to send a bit of respect to the team of champions. And he will go straight back into hiding right down below that ridge.
Molodoi with the shots on target towards the Arto, but it's a nice reply onto the Aurora crew as Goat are attempting to take them out and flush for 4 points on this one. 2 players going down, one being the sole representative of Aurora left standing, and this could be a great earner for them. Goat, though, being peppered from the back line as Reefus wants to make up for the mistakes of his teammates. And this could open up a can of whoop-ass from ARCRED directly onto Goat. They've got not too much space to play with. Moxie inside of the smokes, right under the nose of Glory. Nades landing down as Reefus is farming, but he'll eventually fall. They go down. 3 elims off the back of it for Goat, but only 1 player potentially even surviving as Moxie makes a move downhill.
Oh no! Oh, I thought it was stuck. Okay, I thought Moxie really just not going to have a vehicle anymore. But no placement points. Aurora really struggling to get over the 8-team threshold. They just tend to go out really early on in these matches. It's really just all about eliminations. No placement points is really a bad time for them today. Mainly because all the placement points, it seems like, are taken by or Goat, or TT Project, or Bloody Mad. So it's really hard right now for these teams to get anything of value in these matches because the top teams are just so incredibly consistent. Let's go, Moxie. Not quite a hovercraft. I'm sure he wishes it was. As he's going to do a little bit of a U-turn on the road, not looking to get too close to the likes of TT Project. They're in a very nadeable dip here. One nade could literally result in a squad wipe if he hits it perfectly. The arc is nice. He does get a bit of damage, but we see on the elimination feed, no player name pops up. So Moxie doesn't want to stick around. He knows that if they are in nade range, he's also nade range, so it's not worth committing to it whatsoever.
No shame for him as well, though, because it'd be a big squad to take down. This is the team, obviously, directly beneath GOAT that's trailing them, right? And obviously, that topic of conversation was the fact that GOAT were able to stay above TT Project off of the elims, but with 3 points mainly being where they might cap out on this one, because it's only Moxie left, killing this squad directly might just be what saves him and them that first place podium spot come the end of this game. Meanwhile, though, Warrior and the 777 team do take the fight straight to a dulled champion side. And once again throw them down to just a solo. Fearless cowering in the backline with limited space to play with. Just those tires providing some protection for him here. Not the dream whatsoever.
So you know how usually, right, Jackie, it's really easy to pre-fire a team that's shooting at you from, you know, a building because you've got windows and doors, and normally they don't have that many. It's like very easy, right?
Yeah.
Not this building. There are so many windows, and you got 2 levels that literally can go change room, and they're like, it's like whack-a-mole, literally, if you are fighting from this particular building, because you just got so many angles that really could just upset them, and even actually a really good position to nade from. So that's going to be a perfect one. Slightly overcooked. But it doesn't matter. As Nomi, with the M1 go around there from the range, we'll be able to snatch away that point. It's looking good. Pushing up DG77 up to a total of 4 limbs this game. An absolute fragging spree. One player actually on their team put very low, but I believe will get able to heal up. And yet he does get the first aid. Because now you've got to clean up idle champions at this moment. 777. The longer you let that position open for that solo, it's going to take so much of your mind away from the game later on if you do have to transition away. So if you can get rid of him now, that will make it so much easier. He's in a position that's kind of hard to get rid of. You've got to hit some really precise nades. The bounce, again, slightly overcooked for 6. So close, yet no cigar. But he's really just hindering the entire game plan. They just want to be able to flex out, look at the direction of 27+, even maybe DG. But no, Fearless has a different plan in mind.
Will that plan be put into action, though? That's the question. He'll need to make some smooth moves on this one if he wants to get some extra points there for the team. Falling down, Puddin breaks his legs. The TGM forced to pick up the pieces for their teammates. Not ideal, as he'll be dealt with. The nades from DG77 having the pins pulled and thrown directly towards the angle of Misha to try and flush him out of the contest. Uproot the tree and close down another member of the Afterlife squad. So only 2 players remain there. A better run of form for DG77 with the 4 players still alive and kicking. Already being able to bring themselves up to 5 elim points total so far into our first Miramar. And still got vehicles to work with. They can jump back in the cars and potentially make a rotate if required. Meanwhile, Moxie eventually found. That's the end of GOAT's story on Miramar. Then we get the abrupt ending with Avalanche's solo taking him down.
Because of that, TT Project and especially DG77, even the likes of Vicious and ARCRED are just licking their lips. Just like, oh, okay. The top of the rankings are left completely empty. Maybe this is their opportunity for, maybe not a massive comeback, but at least to close their gap so that the smash will be achievable for them on day 3 tomorrow. Afterlife having a bit of a clash back and forth for Windy and Sixy. Talked about Windy many times, one of the top names back in Eastern Europe. And the best of his capabilities. He goes for the solo push. It works out for a minute, but unfortunately, that's going to be the duo of TT Project ending his life prematurely. That's going to be the end of the line for him. And also his teammate of Zixi, as DG going to be using this as a really good launching point, able to make their way down the hill on this plateau, which is in zone, by the way. So they can just stay there, coast it out, play it safe, and keep an eye on the rest of the lobby. This looking really healthy, this match so far. But in terms of eliminations, looking so good. TT Project up to 6. The thing is, there's going to be a bit of an issue. They can't leave the area because their car is in terrible condition, and DG can spot them from the heavens.
Freezer just spamming through the smoke. Peppering bullets on target to soften up the opposition. TT Project, this is a far better game from them in terms of the total elims, but if they still want some placement points, that is slowly slipping through the fingertips. They've done some good work, came out swinging with the points acclimated on this one. And all they really want is to be able to rise back up for a first place finish today, and with how it's going, that could truly be a possibility here. The only squad above them dispatched, with Moxie falling out for GOAT. So room to breathe, a sigh of fresh air there for TT Project. DG re-rotate as well, park the car up and still have some space to play with. Vicious, that have been quiet for some time, thrown into the blender versus ARCRED as that fight breaks out once again. Players being downed, heavy weaponry to work with for Star, but he doesn't want to be caught out in the open. Back pedals. Doran priming the nade. Is it on target? Good chip damage, but no knock. Sideline peek. Doran up behind the tree. Star could pre-fire him on the push. He sees the backpack. It's a good tag. Wants to convert the rest into frags as well. Koa low, but trying to get the meds in.
Really good. Put Hardboy on the front line so he can heal up, and then Star can also reload the MG3. Really good. He's going to be going for the reload animation. Does take a moment. The MG3, a very slow weapon, just like the MG49, to get back up and ready to go. Almost like it's overheating. Oh, Hardboy, what a beautiful angle. And that's going to be punished by Star too. Able to get himself that connection onto Koa. Looking for also the flush in the very coming few seconds of this engagement. But Hardboy really just enabling his teammate to do everything in that fight. Now it's down to a proper 2v2. Narvalo. And also the side of Icy, that we've seen what Icy could do in the past. Maybe this is going to be his opportunity to clutch it up once more, though Truckstop itself is going to get a bit dicey, as 27 plus will be having to defend against an incoming push of 777. Things are going to get really hectic in the finishing moments of this Miramar match.
Risen with the spam, tracing and tracking, but unable to deliver on the advancement there from 777 to get themselves into some better cover to play with. Finally an age for maybe a new champion to be crowned today, with our top teams being taken down early. 27 plus, what can they do from this spot? Nades on target, tap up with the molly, burn 6, out of the competition. 3TN gets assaulted from the side by DG77. So they are really being pipped to the post from either side. Meanwhile, up on the ridge itself, you've got this delayed encounter between ARCRED and the Vicious squad, still slowly developing. Waiting to see if they can actually force another issue onto this and advance further down. Ruzen gets that final connection back over onto 6 again to knock him once more. Freezer with the DBS encounters Groza, and he's gone. So Avalanche, that solo man that was snaking it out for quite some time, finally sheds his skin. And Ruzen's pushing for even more on this. They want to flush out 777, not just knock them.
27 plus going to be the only squad with a full roster. So they're looking to completely overwhelm, become the true champions of Truck Stop. Unfortunately, Lux goes way too far and wide on that push. Not sure why Luxus went for it. It was completely unnecessary. And because of that, it will get punished by the competition. Red Lick able to lick his wounds. Get him a little bit of a quick reset with the first stage. Also maybe a few stems here and there to make sure he can get back to 100% HP. But everything was looking so good for 27 plus until it didn't, where they got too confident, too ballsy on their engagement, and the teams were able to see it and just completely denied it. Star, oh, you can see only 55 bullets left in the magazine for the MG3. Could be quite unfortunate. Hardboy, his teammate, finally falls. It's to 3 limbs. It's Narvalo and Icy. Could we finally be looking here at finally a chicken dinner on day 2 from this squad? Thing is, the DG has been going on an absolute aggression spree this entire match, able to dominate players from a distance on the high ground, on the mountains, around Truck Stop, especially up north. It's a bunch of solos here, really. You've got Redlick, you've got Tapok, you've got a duo of Vicious, and then 3 players of DG. We've seen a fumble in the situation in the past from that team, especially last game right on Erangel. There was one by TT Project. Will they do the same mistake again?
Fingertips grabbing onto greatness here to give him a nice injection of points, but Who's going to claim it? Maybe finally a chance to see a chicken dinner for the Vicious if this duo can do something huge. A very quiet, topsy-turvy run of things over the finals for them. The last remaining member of 27 Plus after this consistently delayed encounter against 777. Will Tapot gets what he wants? No. Runs out into the open, instantly spotted by Icy. So another team down and 3 squads remain. Moving on upwards here. DG77, the triple threat of Preprod, Zadira and Freezer jumping in the vehicle and looking to roam out as a unit.
That's a good ridge. You got to be careful though. You got to jump out the car to be able to defend it. Nicely done, DG. Keeping Zadira on the back line too. Is keeping this ridge line in check. Making sure none of Vicious want to peek their head over the dirt pile. And actually that's a good initial nade. Really just scaring Vicious back into submission. Though from down below in test. Oh my goodness. Truck stop. The teams are getting involved in the conversation. Nade a little bit too far up, but they want to try and confirm second place. I think they know this is going to be a tough chicken dinner to get. If they can get rid of the solos, at least they're going to get these 6 placement points on the match. They're looking for one, but not Valo. He's going to get overwhelmed. Icy left in a 1v1, but Redlick will fall. This is going to be indeed a second place for Vicious, as now DG in full push mode, sending it. Icy denying the point out to the blue, and finally it will be a DG 77 chicken dinner here on the first Miramar of today.
A long time coming, but the victory achieved for DG77. It was a very slow run of things throughout the day for them. A better form from the Vicious, but not enough to get a victory as they will crumble away on Miramar, turning it to dust to deny that extra point over to DG77.
Yeah, and they got themselves a game yesterday, a win on Miramar on the last match. It was with 14 eliminations, so it seems like Miramar indeed is the battleground for this roster of DG77. Also for the likes of Vicious, it'll get some good amount of points on board. It was not easy. I think especially the winning play that came out from DG is making sure they keep Zadira on the back line. And I know that you in particular, Jackie, are a big fan of Zadira and what he was able to do in the previous tournaments. And him really playing that position was making sure the Vicious, even if they wanted to go on the push, on the assault mode, they couldn't do so because Zadira was making sure that ridge line, if you peek over it, you're instantly going to get shut down.
He's got quick reactions, very handy with the steel, so he's able to provide a lot of very effective overwatch for this team. That's why I feel like there's so many moving pieces that you can be excited about. It's just not been there in the same way in reality here, but it's good to see them stepping it up towards the tail end of the day in the finals. You can see their overall stats for the team looking an awful lot better. Freezer being the standout there in terms of the actual impact he was finding for the knocks and the conversion into damage, nearly reaching 1k just on the upper echelon, 723 damage there. Prepod close second as well with 3 elims to his name. So some great signs of life from the DG77 squad. I just wonder if this is going to be the start of something new where they can do it a bit more consistently now, Max, or if it's a one-off.
I just hope they're not going to go ahead and crash and burn after this strong game. That typically is what we see from DG. They go big game and they're just not able to follow through the next day. They won the chicken dinner yesterday to wrap up day 1. Day 2, slow start, and they do get it here on match 5 of today. So it's a team that's they go hard or they go home. It's feast or famine, and unfortunately here they do sure get the win, but meaning the next game could not be looking too good. So I do hope they're able to subvert expectations, as Freezer will beat your match MVP. Not getting a single assist, so taking no prisoners it seems, but overall he's able to get himself some good conversion ratios from damage into knocks and of course elims with a strong survival time, and actually only 127 healing done, meaning that whenever he took fights, they were so decisively in their favor that teams didn't even have an opportunity to fight back. So good overall engage from Freeze and company, and of course this is going to put them nice and comfortably towards the top. And actually, because of their position, maybe we could even see DG77, Jackie, be in the top 4, which would be the first time, if I'm not mistaken, of the entirety of these finals.
Yeah, dude, it'd be a shock. It would be. They really haven't been there whatsoever, so if they can now climb up, that'd be a huge feat for them. Quick look at the overall top players as well. It's two representatives there of 777, Redlick and Warrior, both showing up on that one with some decent impact. And shout out to Puddin as well on TGM. TGM not having the same good luck in terms of their run of form, but still always nice to see some of their players giving it where possible. Those 3 elims and 700 points of damage, making the lives of TGM a little bit easier.
Just trying to stay hidden inside of the side of Truck Stop, but it was just not going to ever reward you with a strong finish, right? So he was spotted away at the end. Looking at the highlights of this game, and it was a slow one. I got to say, the Miramars in particular have a very, very slow start, except for DG. Apparently, they were off to a bang and engage at the on the hot drop. But teams, can tell, are getting a bit desperate, and I know we keep saying that every game, but especially now because we have one more game here, one more match, before we know what the point threshold is going to be for the Smash Zone headed into day number 3. And that's going to just kind of dictate the whole storyline of, can you technically make a comeback and become the champions and make it to the LAN event in Jakarta for PMGO Season 1, or does your story end short? That would be an unfortunate turn of events, but it literally is going to be the storyline for this last game. And teams at the top, especially the likes of TT Project or GOAT Team, their game plan is going to be go hard, make sure you get as many points as possible to create a gap so you could be an easy contender for the Smash at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. Set yourself up for as much success as possible. Get a big point earner on that one. For TT Project, it's been great consistency. For Go, we've seen some really high momentum in terms of the elims, really funneling them through. It was unfortunate for both of those two teams on this one, going down earlier than they would have liked. An uncomfortable head-to-head for GOAT Team that resulted in a few points, but nothing more. So I think they should actually be lapped off the back of this one as well. So we'll have that new first-place team. But we'll start to get into it, break down our overall rankings. This, of course, is the match-specific rankings for our second to last game of the day, our penultimate match on Miramar. You got DG77 walking away with 20 points, 777 with 14, and Vicious, for the first time in a long time, actually getting some points, Max.
Finally, yeah, it feels really nice, and it was just not an icy show. It was actually Narvalo up there too at the very end, so able to give himself some good presence on this match. There are actually a lot of teams from Uzbekistan are towards the top in terms of points. 27 plus gets 8, ARCRED gets 7, Avalanche get a total of 6, so they are looking good. They're truly representing the region to the best of their potential. As TGM also going to be tying the likes of Avalanche with 6 points of their own, though got to mainly focus on TT Project, 7 point. That's going to be looking great, in particular because GOAT Team only have 3 points this game, and it was, I think, a 5-point difference between themselves in first and second place respectively. So GOAT Team might be slightly slipping here against the insane amount of consistency coming the way of TT Project. And it's literally now going to be a 1-point difference here between first and second.
Damn. I actually thought they were going to get bested out there by TT Project. That's crazy, dude. 1 point of difference, Max. Woo, tied on chicken dinners as well. That's the crazy thing. But you can see the contrast, right? Obviously, TT Project, majority of the points there, 5 more points come off the back of placements, whereas it's the contrary for GOAT, with the majority being elims.
I mean, the thing is, so I'm going to go ahead and theorize here. You're looking at this leaderboards. If you do apply the smash ruling, let's imagine, right, that GOAT Team don't get an extra single point, same for TT Project, and we don't see also extra points headed the way of DG and Aurora. That means entry point for the Smash Zone would be 112 points, and that's around almost a 30-point difference between themselves and Aurora in 4th position, a little bit less, around 25 there for the side of DG 77, and that's, you know, not one good Rondo. That is actually Rondo, and extra points maybe coming your way on the next Erangel. So it's going to be hard to get in the Smash Zone off the back of that first game initially. So the big focal point for me this match, Jackie, and I hopefully think for everyone at home, is going to be DG77, Aurora, Avalanche, VC, ARCRED, 777. Can they climb up the leaderboards just in time for hopefully being able to smash tomorrow? Or are we going to see the big top 2 in GOAT and TT Project create an even bigger pillow between themselves and the rest of the lobby that actually would make it so much harder for anyone else outside of themselves to be able to convert it and get a smash early on day 3?
Yeah, it's really going to come down to a lot of those teams that are basically stepping on each other's shoulders to have a massive rise on this one. Maybe some targeted gameplay, perhaps potentially against those squads as well, to deny them getting even more points on a game like this. We'll find out. We'll get our answers to that in a few moments. For you, though, at home, make sure you scan that QR code, get yourself the M16A4 skin that's on screen now. Get armed with the Urban Herald.
Yep, it's going to be a really cool one, the Urban Herald. Enter the code, or also just scan the QR code. 75 usually towards the end of the day. We don't have that many skins remaining, so you can still scan it. You might be lucky and have one more left for you. But otherwise, still come back tomorrow. We're going to have more skin giveaways happening around there, so it's going to be very exciting to see if you can secure it for your own account. But one more game now left before we know who will be the lobby leaders here entering our final day of the finals for PMGO ECA Spring of this year. Has 3 chicken dinners here. You don't see this happening often, especially at this level of play, Jackie. 3 wins for them, especially podiums happening. It feels like every time for them. They got a podium right on that goat chicken dinner early on Erangel. This team, the #1 squad by far here on day 2.
Absolutely, absolutely. They've been looking so damn good, dude, coming out swinging. It's going to be some very exciting stuff here as we go into our last Miramar then. The storylines of the teams beneath them looking to make some targeted gameplay. Will we see TT Project and GOAT being attacked by some of the other squads? Will our teams change their playstyle entirely? A lot riding on this one. We'll start to get our answers as we get into it in a couple of moments' time. Looking forward to seeing where this goes. As you can see, our teams are warming up. DG77 getting the hands nice and flexible there. That's a unique motion.
I got to do it. Get them wrists ready, because the players usually are using gyros. You've got to spin all over the place. Your phone goes up, down, left, right, all over the place. You've got to make sure those wrists are nice and warm, ready to fight back against your opposition. As also can see our GOAT team, our current lobby leaders, but they're not looking as happy as they used to before, right? Because it's only a 1-point gap between themselves and TT Project with a comeback of a lifetime. Will they remain the kings of the finals, or will they be overtaken and given a silver, maybe even a bronze medal? Everything could be happening here in this final Miramar match of day number 2.
And with the plane path prepared, we can get into it. This is what we've been building into. This could certainly be the twist in the narrative for some teams. Or Max, if the consistent factor that we've seen is to be believed, perhaps just another big game for GOAT and TT Project. Of course, Erangel was where the grass was greener for these teams, so maybe here it will start to fall away from them. Team slowly jumping out of the plane, though, as we can get back into it. Strap yourselves in, guys, for one final outing today and enjoy a bit more PUBG Mobile Esports here for the EECA Finals.
Yeah, the grass was greener earlier, and here the dunes are dustier, I suppose, before these squads. Seeing
You're not wrong.
Yeah, technically correct on this one. I'm still hoping one day we'll get a nice northern oasis finish. Haven't seen it in a long time. It's been years at this point. But the circle going to be very nice. GOAT going to go for the usual GOAT early game, which is sending it over to normally Puerto Pariso and trying to secure that loot of the loot truck early on. Because of this circle, they could easily head on over to Puerto Pariso. They're literally going to be next door to the playable area. Though, teams that could be in a little bit of trouble, in a bit of a dicey spot because of that circle, is going to be the likes of Avalanche, right, up there. And also AMIX. Avalanche, I'm sure, do not want to falter. They are in 5th position, just 2 points shy of making it in top 4 next to Aurora. So that rotation up north, I don't think it's going to be insanely complicated. You just got to put a bit of an emphasis around your scouting, making sure positions are free. Don't do a DG77 is what I'm trying to say. Just definitely try and spot your enemies ahead of time. As actually, I'm looking at the map here, Jackie. So GOAT, I thought, could go to Puerto Pariso, but no, they think better of it. They're going to go in Partona, which also, actually, I just thought about it, does have a path of a loot truck. So they can just wait a little bit longer, and they should get some extra airdrop weapons in their arsenal.
And with how tight these games have been, the difference of actually having the additional high-tier loot early, mate, get yourself into a better spot, cut out some of that early downtime, and have the additional protection or firepower, it could save you bacon in a lobby that's got a very high average skill level where teams are hitting heads instantly. So we'll see if that's another element that could save their bacon a bit longer into this one. Nice sound on that, isn't it?
Good old SLR. Don't see it played too often. It's not the most meta DMR. I wish it was. I wish it was, especially when it was released. The SLR was just so strong. Everyone was playing it. Nepturo was playing it in CQC. But it kind of weird the way she was playing it. But usually you use that long range is what I would recommend. Maybe, I mean, it is going to get buffed. Again, DMRs are getting buffed in update 4.4. It's a slight adjustment where you will not have damage drop off at range anymore. So who knows, maybe the return of the SLR is just around the corner. Actually, I'm going to ask, Jackie, out of the all the weapons we have in the game, right, is there one weapon that's not meta you wish was meta right now?
It's a good question, Max. I don't know. I mean, you know my feelings. I know this is kind of a cop-out because it follows on from the previous conversation, but it has always been the case where I just enjoy DMRs as a category in general and feel like they do get played, but nowhere near as much, which is why I was excited when you were saying the idea about the minor improvements that could be major in some players' hands. But yeah, I think just DMRs as a category of weapon I would like to see become a bit more meta. Yeah, I don't know. Outside of that, I feel like it's a little bit maybe still too shotgun oriented. So what I'd do is I'd say, let's have a little bit less shotgun, a bit more DMR, and then those weapons can fight amongst themselves. Like, well, what we'll do actually, Max, we'll take every gun in PUBG Mobile, we'll put them into a little arena, and we'll let them fight, and then whoever wins can be the new meta gun.
So like the guns fight each other, just no one holding them. They're just
yeah.
a gun battle royale. Yeah.
Yeah.
That could be a
and
fun
we
set.
can spectate that. That could be fun.
Whoever wins is the strongest weapon. And it would, of course, be the MG3, but for the sake of, entertainment, we would still let it play out.
Would it be able to, though? Because that's the thing. You got to think about the fact there's different sort of, ways that they'd fight. Would the MG3 be able to move quick enough? It's going to be rolling. It's very heavy. How's it going to hit the other weapons? Can it shoot on its own, Max?
Well, I was thinking like they're going to float and just be sentient weapons, but okay, yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking more grounded, like normal. They have all the properties of regular weapons. Yeah.
Then I guess no one would win? Question mark? I don't know.
I don't know. We'd have to put this into practice, I suppose. It's hard. It's hard to theorize. We'll do some research in the downtime between tomorrow. We'll arrange all the weapons and we'll give it a test.
We'll see who's going to be becoming the best weapon in the game. TT Project a little bit risky here for Zerich in particular. He's parked up next to the road. He's smoked up that location. The thing is with that smoke, it's bringing so much attention this way. You can see AMIX are just looking to pepper down this location. Looking to do a quick peek over, but I would say Zerich is in an impossible position to save him. You can see already took a bit of a beating. Same for AMIX actually. One player far to the east, over the roadside. Thing is, AMIX, they love these early fights. Neo's going to have to go back into hiding into the buggy and make his way straight on over to his allies. I think they wanted to save him, but if I were them, genuinely, TT Project, it's unfortunate. You're fighting AMIX. AMIX is like the worst team to encounter early game because they just never stop fighting. You should just give up on Zerich, but they don't, as Havlik actually hits the shot with the Lynx AMR, and that's Effie's down in a somewhat resible area, but you do have to eliminate Spike for that to work out. We'll be sending it Neos. He does get good damage, have to go back into the driver's seat. But his ally is still alive, and this is... So much has been lost for no reason. Zerich was in an impossible position to save, and yet they're still committed to it. Effect, trying to redeem it, swapping on over to the shotgun, but even then, Spike stands strong. All of this to save Zerich, and Zerich is actually the last survivor. What is going on?
I don't know, mate. This is mental. A hell of an early fight that results in TT Project's immaculate run of things today in a stone cold drop. Wow. Dude, they've been absolutely bossing it, bro. And then to go out in this fashion to a team that's been struggling, this is where it ends. This is where GOAT Team, if they just play a smart game, Max, they could get themselves into a comfortable distance ahead of TT.
If GOAT get the win, this is the worst early game TT Project could ever ask for. This could be the worst setup ever for this squad. And I like that they tried to get the reset on Zerich, like they're homies and everything, but you don't want to commit to the power of friendship that much. It's just not worth it, especially against a squad like AMIX, that was just ruthless in the early stages. So yeah, bit of an L. You know what? Actually, not bit of an L. Massive L taken by TT Project. Got to put it really into kind of that context. It's now center of the circle is going to be over to the west of Los Leones. Really good position for the likes of Aurora, GOAT Team, DG77, which have their typical 2-2 split that we saw during the entirety of Knockout, it feels like. It's been very successful back then. Wasn't enough to make it through in the top 4, but they're back to their good old play style of the days, where they were getting decent, consistent points on board. And the circle shifts away, and it does go back up northeast. It's going to go in the area of Los Leones, straight up onto Picardo location of TGM. So this circle, definitely going to be a tough one. Teams have to be quick on the pivot, such as GOAT Team in particular, as they will be looking to pick up some momentum.
Car just did a bit of a quick
Backflip.
flip there. Yeah. God, acrobatics on that, mate. That was something. All right, yeah, movement on the go. God, for the GOAT Team then. I mean, their eyes are probably lighting up, dude. They're probably thinking, this is the dream. If we just have a classic GOAT game out of this, they could be living their movie, Max. You think about where they're going to end up in terms of the points. So, yeah, let's hope that they can keep their heads screwed on. And isn't it fitting that of all the teams that target TT Project after their run of sort of lengthy form, it's just AMIX that decide, you know what, let's just give it the business early game. Bloody hell. Not the expected result, but still an interesting one nonetheless.
They're just going to try and find GOAT Team now. They just want to take down all the teams from top to bottom. They just got a little bit of a target list.
Yeah, they got the death note.
Just... Would it work on writing players' IGN? You don't have their real name. You just have the team name or their IGN.
You just fall over in-game. That's the stipulation.
Just die in-game. You're right. TT Project, squad wipe. There you go. And actually, AMIX are the Shinigamis. It's them. It's a full team of Shinigamis.
Yeah. There you go, mate. It's all happening. It's all happening.
Actually, looking at what's happening for DG, they did go away from that 2-2 split I mentioned earlier. So they did go for the quick, swift reset, regroup up north. Actually, a decent compound too in the circles, dead center, so they're going to be able to hopefully survive quite long, elongate their match. That's going to be the DG way. As yeah, I genuinely, I know I'm going to say this again, I sound like a broken record, that these games have been very slow, there's a lot of tension, but compared to the start of today, where teams were just going YOLO mode, full sending it, especially on that Rondo, but that's especially because the circle was weird. Things that cooled off massively. And you can tell that, especially the teams in the middle of the pack, the dream is not over. If you're looking at teams from, I would go from the likes of ARCRED and above, 7th position and up, dream's not over. Top 4 still in the cards, maybe even a smash if you have a banging game 1 on Rondo tomorrow. And it will make it easier if you could end it here in style with a strong, maybe double-digit game. The top 7 still surviving, looking to keep the full team alive until the bitter end of this match, except for, of course, TT Project, that got already put 6 feet under this match.
I mean, everything's just been A+ from them today. I suppose eventually your luck was going to run out at some point, right?
Yeah.
Could just keep getting away with it, Max.
We
They
can
had
forgive
so
them.
many chicken dinners. Yeah, you can let them off. You can let them off. Hey, who knows as well? I mean, if GOAT Team do have an unlucky run-in, you still might end this one in the region of sort of five points away from being able to lap them. So it might not be that bad. We'll see how it goes, though. So far, you got a bit of movement going on here from 27 plus up towards Afterlife. I said if we lose GOAT Team early, it could be a bit of a boon there for TT Project. And already one player has actually been tagged up. We do see a single man falling So they're down to a trio at this point. They're looking to just cut their losses and rotate round the back between the two vehicles they've got. They understand it's not worth the risk of losing anyone else. So goodbye, Focus. He's the man that's been popping off very loudly in real life as well to bring the energy up for this team. And they're just going to cut all the way down towards the back line, head up on the road outside the blue, and have a later rotate back into a new location in the zone, knowing it's all about longevity on this game.
Most definitely all about longevity, but actually there's a decent compound straight up on the southern outskirts of the circle. It's going to be available for the entirety of GOAT, Moxie, hoping he had a hovercraft to maybe park over there, but still, as a three-man, there's some hope lingering in this game for them to do well. We'll see if they can count their lucky stars in this game. It's now over to the northwestern edge on the outskirts of Picardo, over to the western, the trash loot locations. It's going to be good old Avalanche. Were our lobby leaders at the start of today now overtaken by not one, not two, not three, but 4 entire teams. And they want to reclaim that past glory. That's so much to go for. But it was so heavily favored for a few squads in particular, mainly Go and TT Project. It was really hard to compete. The teams, still 15 squads alive. A few down to just a trio, especially for Destined to Rise and also Afterlife. And also, of course, our first place team of GOAT, which that is going to be a big loss to suffer here. Down to just a trio. Really going to be making it tough for yourself to create an even bigger gap, an even bigger cushion between first and second. Which actually, for DG, for Aurora, Avalanche, if they know this is going to be a weakened Go, if you do encounter them, if you do get some flushes on some of the members, and you know as a fact that is Go, maybe they should be willing to hard commit, send it, even take the risk of getting eliminated just to lower that point threshold for tomorrow's Smash Zone. Oh, another one. They get Force.
Yeah. They're losing players quickly here, dude. This is looking real bad for Go. Only one man's going to be left, it seems, with another player knocked there. So down to a solo. This is the timeline that TT Project have got all their body parts crossed for, hoping would be the outcome. Not the one necessarily I was expecting, though, after the tremendous run of form we've had from GOAT today. Can they actually at least save the bacon of the down man? He's been able to crawl back over. They are looking to get him up, so there you go. He's on his last legs, but he's still breathing for now.
Well, Ozarox want a piece of this compound, trying to wrestle it away from good old Afterlife. Good entry point. Zixi gonna get overwhelmed. That's gonna be a good team push effort from Ozarox. This is a team that has had some good potential shown to us during last chance, but since then, they've been somewhat silent. Only getting mid-tier results, especially during those Erangel games, because they just don't have access to their main drop location. It's been snatched away by Vicious in Pachinki. And I think that's really kind of ruining the overall gameplay strategy of this tournament. But drop locations don't make the team. It's actually now kind of coexisting with Afterlife, not committing, not going for the full-on hard push. As over to another portion of the map is going to be over to the east. Actually, a few teams involved here is going to be 27 plus, TGM, 777, and also Mad Esports player Takinov. It's going to be looking a bit risky here as a solo player. And when you still have 15 teams alive, I would say for him, Takinov is going to be really hard to get to the point where you're going to get some placement points. It's Boss pushed over the ridgeline for 27 plus. They're able to confirm 2 swift eliminations there, flushing out 1 and 2. Looking still for that extra member as Tapok will get headshot instantly from a range. Things are falling apart, and this is a true gatekeeping motion happening for 777. That this team, when they have the right position on the edge of the circle, they will zone everyone away, and they'll do it so damn well.
Yeah, they'll hold you back at arm's length and stop you really finding any leeway. For Windy, I do wonder if he's antsy about going for a bit more of an aggressive maneuver on this one. Usually someone that can be a bit of an individual powerhouse for Afterlife, but they've been so quiet. I don't know if some of that steam that he used to have has kind of disappeared with it. We'll see if Ozarox do engage in the close quarters towards him. Nade being primed for Ravo. Leon cooked that one to perfection, blows it up in the back line. Windy, can he go huge here? Handles the first, quick switch onto the second, makes it look good. Windy doing some smooth moves. Once again, shows us why we're excited about this young talent.
Oh, rookie player of the tournament. We haven't talked about it in a hot minute, Jackie. Oh my goodness. What a play. Using that wall as a hiding spot and just peeking left, right, time and time again. And it was enough to circumvent the fight against Ozarox and claim the win and also get Ravo back in a healthy condition. What a play. What a move. Windy showing why he deserves to be here in PMGO EECA Spring 2026. The team that, sure, today might not be really in contention for top 4. I would say, given time, they could be the true new rising talent from this region. As now, over to the POV of Vicious. That's going to be a bit of a clap back and forth. They are very spread, though. And because of that, Koa will get punished. Out of the equation entirely. But they want to get revenge. Vicious sending it forward. It's Narvalo. It's Doran. It's Icy. They drop like it's nothing. Only Icy remains. And DG got the cheeky third party from a distance. And it was not even a fight. Not even a single elimination headed the way of Vicious. And they will stay stuck in 6th position and might drop as ARCRED and 777 are still alive and well in this match.
Yeah, brutal signs for them today, mate. Nothing has been granted for them. Oh, pre-pod from range as well. Sees a sliver of the hairs on the head there. And taps away to slay one of the members of AMIX. They've got to quickly rotate back over to try grab him if they can. And this is going to send shivers down the spine of AMIX, making it far more uncomfortable. The squad that looked like they were potentially setting up to try and collapse down towards the Afterlife duo. Now maybe that's going to become a lesser feat for them. They're still debating whether or not they can. Havlik rotates further forward and tucks into the building, looking to clear it with the shotgun primary, ready for action. We saw one member of GOAT going down as well, and the other having to bail out. So he's the sole representative of GOAT's dreams on Miramar now.
As we do see also Aurora again pushed out. Top 4. That is because they have yet to claim a single chicken dinner. And that tiebreaker does favor Avalanche also because of the placement points. 84 to 84. That's going to be a 777 looking to go on the assault. Looking to surround the entirety of DG77's compound. They got a decent high ground advantage too, as the Molotovs spread throughout the wooden floor. But Nomi actually going for a little bit of a different position here. Playing for the low ground, making sure he can keep an angle on the ridgeline. Keeping every member of 777 in check. I think, yeah, Zadira Nomi definitely trying to set up the defense properly. The siege, though, is in full effect as Redlick will be the first casualty of 777 to the hands of DG. And the flush is pretty much instant, as they will take no prisoners. You got to be cautious here. Setting it inside the building. It's going to be asking for Nomi and Zadira to get the offang onto you. 777, if they could, it might be good to rethink it. Maybe disengage, but as 3TM is in the building itself, leaving that fight as they already kick it off in style is going to be an incredibly hard task at hand. The nade connects. Nomi going down. This might be the opportunity for them to actually hard commit, as there's even a third party unfolding. Is TGM from up north looking to get the angle and seeing exactly what's happening inside of the compound.
Oh, 6 with a few shots. Light tags onto his back there. If they clear towards the upstairs floors, they could be blown off their feet quite quickly, as there's some strong firepower in the hands of DG77, and 3TN's very low. 6 is the first to fall. It's big Papa Pump in the hands of Freezer will strike. Sadira in the backline harassing as well, so Prepod can unleash hell with the SMG. The UMP assaults them, and 1-for-1 trades are quickly starting to be achieved for either team. It's not the best outcome for either side, as 3TM still on the upstairs floor now, waiting to do to them what DG just did right back. Run round the corner with a nade prime. Let's see if he can get this one on target. In the meantime, you've got Ravo going down for Afterlife as AMIX scrap versus Aurora. Windy's finished off, so there goes Afterlife's running in this one.
Tommy from Avalanche is playing with the Orm, by the way, so keep an eye out for the elimination feed. Top also showing up massively with the mini onto Havlik. That's going to really wound the entirety of AMIX. Having a really bad time making their quick dash into the play zone. They're currently occupying the southern compound, previously held by GOAT Team. Still will be looking to make their ascent. Still have a few vehicles, as you can see in the distance there for split seconds, so it's not an impossible transition, but teams definitely know where you're going to try and make your entry point. And Doc, in particular, he's got a strong off angle, doing the typical docketing play, not quite in the play zone. As long as he doesn't overpeak it, I'm fine with it. But knowing Doc, he might want to take this fight 1v2 if AMIX push in their direction, which I wouldn't recommend because this is a full team of Aurora that you would be going up against. Champions on the push
side, man. It looks so good as well in terms of the individual fights. You take the push to them, you got to be ready for the sheer level of lethality they'll be bringing out. Like you say, this is the champions running that could result in their legs being blown off with a minefield detonating underneath them right now. Atomic, ooh, quick flick around. Thought that one would be an easy freebie, fearless assists, but there's other squads with their eyes lighting up. ARCRED notably realizing an opportunity to get involved, and perhaps even Aurora moving further down. Refus on rotate for this.
I was going to say, if you wait for this fight to be in full effect, this could be an amazing third party from Aurora if they time it right. Look at that, Champions Atomic. He's going to be knocked out. Same for Demo. Kino might be following in their steps very soon. Butch has got so many good angles, and yet Aurora going for the full-on third party. This is an amazing push. The timing is good. Top is not here, by the way. He remained in their previous compound in case things go a little bit haywire. They can look to reclaim a decent position, a safe position in the zone. So this is going to be an interesting 3-1 third party from Aurora, as the nades are going to come on, raining on the members of Champions and also Avalanche. As long as they don't overpeak and overcommit, this should be a safe engage from them. The timing's right. As he gets the angle, sees Kino, thinks better of it, goes back into hiding in that smoke, and Refus will get knocked eventually. And he did go a little bit too deep on that ridge. This dip is good, but also insanely nadeable, so they need to respect their opposition.
Got to play with the utmost. Can't do things by half measures here. And Kino just trying to stay alive for now, slowly slithering forward. Nade primed, could be on target out towards Monodoy and Butcher, but Butcher's carving a little bit further back, trying to keep his nose clean. Doc on the lookup. He sees the nade trails, he'll be able to get a better idea of where those points are. That's another one flushed through. Aurora building their little lead here in terms of the elims the longer this goes on. So just Butcher and the sole representatives from Champions and Kino trapped behind the burnt out vehicles, with that entire ridge line being Aurora Squadron waiting for anyone to reveal themselves.
Actually going to even solidify this ridge. The Top joined up with the car onto his teammates. Eastern compound of Destine to Rise still in circle, so I think we are going to have to get to a point where teams crash the building just to avoid potential third parties, and even then I think teams will look to just crash the location right after you initiate your own push. Keep an eye out for the Destine to Rise compound. It's definitely going to be important in this game, as Champions Kino also eliminated from that match, and so will the entirety of Champions. Avalanche, Champions eliminated. Amazing third party from Aurora. The timing was right. I was scared that they got a little bit too deep on the engage, but they did pull back a little bit, slowed down, decelerate, and it did work out beautifully in their favor. So Aurora here in contention, making it very soon, hopefully in the top 5. Also a team that you want to see hopefully do well is going to be Destined to Rise, rising through the rankings. That extra point they just got on DG is going to push them up in top 10, making it almost a single digit. 2 more points and they could be up in the top 9. As Aurora getting punished for overpeaking. ARCRED looking here for the push and making the ascent up the mountaintop.
Here comes the onslaught then. Star, good first move onto Doc. Top replies back as Fleek falls, and Star finally goes dull as the team of ARCRED is losing their power. Response over though. It's the charge in from Hardboy. He's good for the up-close fight, but it's only 1 knock and they can't fully flush onto it, so they should be able to play medic and recover the 2 downed players on Aurora. Reset off the back of that heroic charge in from ARCRED and have a fighting chance to get a chicken dinner on this one. Our final 4 teams then being Aurora, Destined to Rise, AMIX and TGM in our head-to-head here tonight.
You just know Destine to Rise want to give an eviction notice over to AMIX, but it's very hard. You don't have direct line of sight. You don't have windows for easy nades, so they're just going to coexist for the longest time. Though, the ridgeline of Aurora is slowly but surely being pushed out of the playable area. It is going to be Phase 8. Phase 9 is going to center up over to the west, and actually is going to be right on the road. Our mini-map is just slightly offset. On my map feed, the road is going to be the finishing area. So Aurora, they still have vehicles, but I would say playing in the open would be a mistake, Jackie. I would say for Aurora, you have to go for a crash. Otherwise, you're just asking to have two teams, a duo and a trio, just spraying down in your area. I think a crash would be the best option here. So make sure you have a chance of getting the win and using that man advantage for yourself. As you can see, they're setting up the car for a wide rotation down south. This could be the game-winning rotate of the ex-APG roster.
Be a big day for them if they're able to do it here. 11 elims, potential chance for the chicken dinner, and you can see they're playing confidently, moving different right now as Aurora close the gap up towards D2R. Shots on target to at least get their backs up, make them feel uncomfortable. And that duo of AMIX have still had some pretty decent impact on the elims on this one. Lying in wait, the first bullet thrown out is a decent delivery as we see two players from Aurora buckling under the pressure. D2R withstands the might of Aurora on impact and bring us down to a 2v2v3 between these teams. This is going to be a scrappy final encounter.
Yeah, this is actually why I maybe wanted a breach coming out from them. But actually, the team now closest to the center of the circle is Aurora. Main issue is you're in a very nadeable spot, right? If a spy gets a little bit too close behind that wall, he chucks one nade or a Molotov, that could be a squad wipe. And also, as you peek to the left or the right side of the shed, it's very easy to pre-fire for Destine to Rise or AMIX. There's actually Puza. Oh, that was a bit risky, but he gets up there. The extra bit of elevation is massive just to get full insight on where Aurora are located. As a duo, of course, Reefus, the man himself, still keeping the dream alive with Doc. As you said here, Jackie, the 2v2v3 scenario in full effect. At least we'll have different teams in the podium compared to the rest of the matches today, which is very exciting. Down to the utility count, Kvik's got 2 nades, which really could be the death of Destine to Rise if they can hit it. Though, with a car, Darling going for the wide northern rotate, looking to make the cross on the road.
Shots out. Few audio cues being given up between the two teams and pins being pulled for AMIX for the potential engagement in the backline with a nade, seeing if that utility can be their saving grace. Spike's just playing on the edge of the zone there, casts it forward, detonating inside of the smoke. Kvik with the elevated angle could be the winning piece for them. That one's good. Kvik detonates bets. Follow up though from Reefus as he looks to deny the potential points. So the third party from Aurora is what's winning this one out for them and giving them good momentum into the head-to-head. Duo v duo, D2R. Can they somehow close it versus Aurora? It's all on Reefus, the hero of the moment at times for Aurora, but will he be outnumbered? Peeks up, good first engagement. Domes, Darling tries to tuck in, gets behind cover, and still fighting on this one. Charges back forward, Max. He knows they're low. He knows they're playing for the pickup. Can he close the distance in time? Shots missing. Aurora crumbling under the pressure, but Reefus looks to clutch and will do just that.
Oh, the communication between Doc and Reefus is a thing of absolute beauty. If you saw for a second there, Reefus had no more ammo in his main AR, and Doc in the background behind the car dropped loot, gave ammo to Reefus that was able to reload it, and thanks to that aspect of the game, able to convert this chicken dinner. Without the help of Doc, Reefus could not get the win. What beautiful synergy between those two players, and Aurora Gaming finally claiming not only a chicken dinner here, Jackie, but claiming their first chicken dinner of the Grand Finals.
Yeah, massive elevation there for this team. Great mechanics on display and brilliant resilience to close it out in the dying moments of today's games. They step up when it matters, Max, and get an injection of points in a lobby where our big point vacuums had fallen away early. So this is going to do wonders for them come the end of the day.
literally, you cannot ask for a better setup. If you're an Aurora fan in the chat right now, you should be over the moon. The fact that Go are out early, TT Project are out early, DG not quite able to convert as many limbs as they were hoping for. This is the perfect setup for the Mongolian team. But look at this, 12 bullets, goes for the spray. The fact that literally down to the last bullet, he gets the knock onto Darling, buys him so much time to go back to Doc, get the ammo, reload, make the cross, make sure he cannot go for the reset on his fallen comrade, and convert this as a win. I'm telling you, every time, do not doubt Reefus. When everything else fails, Reefus will step up, and that's exactly what unfolded at the end of this match today.
Yeah, big monumental plays from him individually. Great display there. 6 elims, but that doesn't tell the full picture of the clutch play he was able to bring out for us and really put Aurora in a backpack in those closing moments to carry them through. So an incredible result on our 12th game here. 2 days of finals come to a close off the back of that one, Max. And with everything looking tantalizing in terms of our potential overall standings now, tomorrow could be crazier than ever.
It really could be, but just real quick, final point on Aurora before we look at the overarching storyline of all these teams in this game. I would say, and tell me if you agree or not, Jackie, that they are finally respecting the lobby. They're not doing big misplays, big sends in positions that they can easily get dismantled. Here, they played a position, waited it out for the circle to give them an advantage and take the win. Really, this is a good change of mindset. I don't know if you would agree, though.
No, absolutely, mate. I think this was the best form we saw of controlled aggression, where it's tempered, where it's smart. And, of course, that lethality that sets Aurora apart from the rest of the teams in the lobby, right? Which is the backbone of their playstyle. And so maybe it's all come together when it matters. Is it consistently? That's the only thing I'm a little bit worried about, Max. Is this something we're now going to see, you know, religiously into tomorrow's games? Or was it one moment where it all sort of connected, all the synapses were firing?
Yeah, could be. We never know which kind of team we're going to get from Aurora Gaming. Of course, the previous APG squad, which, by the way, I saw a lot of people in the chat don't know. Apparently, this is old APG. They just got acquired by Aurora Gaming. No change of name can be a bit confusing sometimes, as Reefus will indeed be your match MVP. I think he also could be the top fragger. Also could be Windy, right? After that incredible push we saw earlier versus the likes of Ozarox. He took a sick 1v3 after his teammate got knocked himself. But Reefus, definitely, again, if everything fails, this man will step up. And he actually will be also the top damage dealer and fragger in this game. 852 damage, 6 eliminations total, and subverting expectations every time. It feels like a Spike bets top. And Ruzen will also be there just below him.
Yeah, there you go. The familiar faces in some regards and some newcomers popping up in the form of Spike and Bets. Ruzen's had some great moves for 27 plus consistently throughout the running. It's just unfortunate they haven't been able to go a little bit further in terms of their overall placements and points at times, but still nice to see him getting his moment in the sun. Hey, Rufus, though, clearly a ruthless contender for Aurora. He's been the big guns for this team relatively consistently now, which is a scary element, Max. That could be one additional factor as well, is it feels like you've got all the pieces coming alive for Aurora. You can rely on every one in this squad rather than it being a duo here or there, which is a game changer in itself.
Yeah, of course, the more the merrier at the end of this game. So you want to keep everyone alive. Of course, we have to go over this replay of Windy's clutch. Oh, no! Oh, take me back! We're moving away. I wished we could see it once more. We might still, actually. It was still happening during this fight over to the Eastern Edge with 27 plus and TGM. But there you go. Ravo going for the nade. Does get punished because of it. And actually, you go to his POV. Yeah, Windy just able to use that wall just so well. Using that Biblioteca to its full potential and able to get himself the 1, the 2, and the 3 players. Well done indeed. And Windy, even just with that play alone, because I don't know how you would calculate Rookie of the Tournament. I think it's just voted possibly by maybe a group of voters here for the tournament. I would go for Windy. I don't know who else could be another one up there, but Windy's looking just like an absolute menace in these games.
Yeah, dude, really talented, right? I think that's the big element about him, is he's someone that we've been so excited about when he's in these kind of clutch moments or consistently being a star piece for that team. Feels like he's got a very bright future ahead of him with the level of play we've seen out of Windy consistently. Even if Afterlife have maybe capped out and haven't been able to show potentially the true test of themselves here in the finals. They've still done very well when you think about the fact, right, much like GOAT Team, they qualified through the open qualifier. They were able to win away one of those spots against some very good teams, beating out VP and the like to even make it here. So even if they bottom out in the finals, mate, they've still had a good run.
Almost definitely had a really strong run here looking at these games. Looking at, though, the overall ending of this match, 24 points, eclipsing the entirety of the lobby, able to expunge a lot of these teams early on and send them straight to a different universe. As Destine will be actually second, which we do see some inconsistent results, but when they do make it far in the game, typically it is quite elimination-centric, so they do get 7 eliminations on top of their 6 placement points rewarded for that second place. And AMIX, like, sure, top 3, but it's down to a trio and then down to a duo at the end to wrap it up, and they got very lucky because of the circle favoring that particular compound. They shifted to very early on in that match. It's still not the AMIX I was hoping to see, especially with the kind of experience these players have, and especially in the background they have Old Boy, right, which is just got a ton of experience as a coach and analyst. So, yeah, still not there for AMIX, though. Second page, this is the big storyline, Jackie. GOAT, 1 point. TT Project, 0 points. Created a massive opening, and Aurora saw it right in front of them, and they went instantly for that big catch-up for the big dogs.
Yeah, they did. They grabbed the ball by the horns, literally, and ran away with point earners on that game. Very curious to see what our overall rankings now looks like. How much this has shifted things, of course, as GOAT were only a thimble ahead of TT Project. They went down a matter of seconds in this game, getting nothing out of it. So GOAT will be 1 point ahead of where they came into things. But is there any movement from the teams beneath that have been able to get close? What's that sort of barrier looking like? And how tantalizing is it going into tomorrow's Rondo Max? There's an awful lot riding on these results now.
That Rondo is going to be insanely riveting. Can't wait to see how things are going to be wrapping up on the Stone Forest, as I call it. But here we go. We are going to be having Aurora taking up this massive opportunity that was just laid out in front of them, and they will be jumping up 1, 2, and 3 extra ranks to now be crowned your current lobby leaders on the leaderboards. 108 points, meaning the point threshold for tomorrow to get into the Smash Zone will officially be 118 points, set by Aurora Gaming.
There you go. Man, that's incredible from them. You know, given an opportunity, and by all means did they absolutely take it. GOAT Team going to be kicking themselves with that one. Same could be said for TT Project. They had some big run of form. They wouldn't even be in this conversation, though, Max, if they didn't have those 3 ridiculous chicken dinner games. So I think they're not going to be too disappointed with the overall run they've had today, as they know all it will take is a couple games. They could be back on top and even close the whole tournament with a smash.
Whoa, could be happening. Hulk smash right now for these teams at the top. It's going to be very exciting to see who will be crowned our champions of EECA. I'm a little bit hyper, but that was just such a cool finish. My blood's pumping, Jackie. I can't wait for tomorrow's potential 6 games. Maybe, who knows, maybe 2 games if we do not see Aurora trolling in those games. Those second pages. These teams really, I mean, 71 points technically. You know what, I'm going to say it. Technically, not impossible for 777, even the likes of Mad, if they have an they need TT Project-like results if they want to have that dream come to reality. So maybe that could be something to come to fruition. But outside of that, champions lost a lot of momentum. AMIX keep going for these weird early game fights. I think that now you have to be on the first page if you want to be a contender, as a contender is exactly what we have on our screens. Reefus will be our Infinix daily MVP with crazy stats, able to outdo his teammates of Zyol, Top, and Doc. Again, this guy is a beast and deserves respect here as one of the best players of Mongolia.
Yeah, dude, an incredible talent. Really, really good to pay his due diligence in the server and be able to get his team so deep into some of these games. The clutch was incredible, but his overall consistency has been a massive, massive element of the success for this Aurora team. So I'm glad to see that he's done a brilliant display of his skill level today and, you know, firmly cement himself in the minds of some of our viewers of how damn good he is. You can see he's only barely even beaten out in terms of the overall elimination leaders today by Focus. Focus there from GOAT Team with 27 under the belt. He's been loud in real life, popping off and relishing in their victories, but he's certainly been giving it large on the server too.
I'm feeling a little bit sad for Boss because he's doing so good. He's top 3 overall fraggers over the course of 2 days worth of gameplay, 12 matches, and yet 27 plus, if I'm not mistaken, still on the second page of the leaderboards. That sucks, as our overall MVP is still gonna be Reefus. He was your daily MVP today, and now he's gonna be the overall leader when it comes to the MVP race. And actually, he's got himself a little bit of a lead here of 0.02 points, which, you know, is a decent lead to have, but can easily be closed up by a few eliminations if it heads the way of Focus, Ruzen. So Reefus, he's off to a great start, but he needs to keep the heat coming up here on tomorrow's matches.
Yeah, got to keep cooking. Can't afford to slow down whatsoever. Mate, certainly a big possibility now with the position they've put themselves